Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the DC Universe with the Avatar The Last Airbender system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 162, The Victor. Aiden's POV, I lost. The thought rang through my head a million times over, yet it felt alien. Untrue. However, the reality was apparent. I had fought, given it my all, which now that I thought about it, was not the ultimate level of effort I could put out. The battle had ended just as I was getting in the groove of things. It had ended before I had hit the peak of what I could do. A gray hand appeared in my vision. I looked up from my downcast position and met Agog's red eyes. You fought valiantly. Your skills only need a little polish, and maybe next time the outcome will be different. Despite the situation, I smiled a little, grabbing his arm and letting him hoist me up. Next time? Are you implying you want a rematch? I asked him with false cheer. Agog snorted. In a few centuries, perhaps. With that, the demon turned and walked amid the thunderous cheers and applause from the crowd. He stopped midway and looked at me, from the corner of his eye. I have neutralized the poison. Per the terms of the challenge, you are allowed to be at your best before each task. Agog! Naren shouted angrily from his seat. Agog stiffened imperceptibly and smoothly bowed. Apologies, my lord. I threw a glance at Naren. So he had planned to pressure me into the next task while I wasn't completely healed, huh? Agog telling me that had just ruined his little scheme. A shadow appeared above my head. I looked up and saw Lucifer dressed in a marvelous white suit, his hair blonde and black wings gently swaying in the air. Up close my senses were going haywire around him. My powers had instantly come back after the fight, so I could trust in my energy sense once again. Having them restricted showed me just how much work I needed to do on elevating my physique and close-range skills. I didn't want to be caught off guard like that again. I had lost. Lucifer smiled at me, his red eyes full of humor. Are you ready to continue, Aiden? Or do you need a timeout? The demons around us all started laughing at me in ridicule. I stretched my body a little, eyes set on Naren as I answered. I'll take the break. This wasn't the time to act reckless. Taking time to heal up was the correct thing going into the next challenge. Naren snorted. Coward. I said nothing, only promising to make him eat his words when I won this. Ha ha ha, I think not. I call it having a head between his shoulders. The demon lady sitting on one of the thrones said. She eyed Naren from the corner of her eyes. Something I'm sure you don't. Her taunt made Naren fume, but one glance at Lucifer and he calmed down. I looked at the female demon, wondering why she had defended me at all. She noticed my attention and winked at me. I looked away after that, and a second later, my surroundings changed. I found myself sitting in a bench inside a garden that resembled a particularly beautiful spot in a park back in LA. I was never really one for places like these. A soft voice called out from behind me. I didn't need to look back to see who it was. A smile spread across my face without urging. I missed you, I said, honesty pouring off my words. I plucked a blade of grass from the ground and ran a finger along it. This feels incredibly real. I stared at Maze in question just as she propped down on the bench. Yet it lacks something. She completed, taking the blade from my hands, only for it to turn into a stream of scarlet light that disappeared into midair. It's a projection. A mental one. It can't interact with the one who created it, but I can imagine it feeling like real to anyone else. She explained. Wow. I said, in intrigue. Any reason it resembles a real place back on Earth? I nudged her gently with my shoulder. Maze scrunched up her nose. Don't get me wrong. The gray and smog-filled skies of hell do it for me, but I wanted something to remind me of my time spent in the human world. She stared at me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. Of you. My cheeks heated up a little, and I was shocked to find out that Maze could still leave me a stuttering mess after all this time. I looked away and sucked in a deep breath. Welp, I wasn't expecting that. I chuckled a little. But it's good to see you again too, Maze. Nothing is the same up there without the two of you. I bet. She leaned back on the bench. Lucifer put the building under your name. My mouth opened wide as I threw her a surprised gaze. Come again. She giggled a little. Yeah. Think of it as my parting gift. But no wild parties with regular tramps. I rolled my eyes. If you want the tramps, I told you I could introduce you to some supernatural ones. Trust me, they can suck. Okay, TMI. I hurriedly cut her off, seeing where this conversation was going. Maze laughed as she did every time she managed to make me flustered. Still, what were you guys thinking leading a nightclub to a teenager? Don't I need, a permit for that? She shrugged. He's the Morningstar, permit schmammits. And who said anything about the nightclub? He left you the complex. The whole building is listed under Aiden Strong. You'll find the papers in your room. Her explanation didn't satisfy me at all, but to be honest, it was high time I got myself a base on Earth. You know what? I shook my head. I'll just think about this later. Something tells me I'll need my whole focus on the second task. If I lose this, I lose it all. But if I win it, I'll make it to the third task and hopefully end this. Maze sat up straighter. Her fist, placed on the knee, was tightened. You have to be careful, she stated. Don't you think I know that? I shot back in a huff. I'm trying, Maze. There's no one else to do this. No one else to come and save her, so it falls to me. And I'm afraid that I only have what it takes to save myself or her, but not the both of us. I felt a gentle hand fall on my shoulder. You're wrong. There are plenty of beings capable, if not more, of storming to hell and trying to bargain for a release. She chuckled. She's an angel, Aiden. A part of heaven's host. You think they would ever let one of theirs stay captive in the infernal realms? The other factions would ridicule them, and if there's anything Metatron likes, it's to prove the superiority of heaven above all. Her words pulled me out of my worry. So stop putting so much pressure on yourself. You're not in this alone. No matter how much it feels like it. Trust me when I say, someone has your back. I raised my eyebrows. Does that someone wear a white suit with blonde hair, red eyes, and black wings the color of the night? I asked hopefully. Maze snorted, crossing her legs and stretching her hands out to rest on the frames of the bench. Fishing for some info, are we? Yes, I admitted. The Lilum sighed, contemplating on how to answer. Look, Aiden, just do your part. Kick some ass and leave the rest to whom it concerns. She didn't give me a direct answer, but that somehow eased me. Her face changed, however, a serious look crossing over it. But you still have to be very careful. She held up a hand to silence my next words. You invoke the ancient laws and, even worse, the first circle. She threw me a look that told me how foolish that move had been. Damn you, Gabriel, and your perfect logic that I saw no flaws in. Damn you. That means in the eyes of those who matter, if you lose, you shall keep the end of the bargain. There is no escaping that fate. She paused to let that sink in. Keep your head in the game and remember, you are more powerful than you realize. I felt a sudden brush of lips against my cheek, and a second later, I was all alone in the garden. Maze had disappeared, yet by staying in the garden, I could feel her presence all the more clear. Thanks, Maze. I looked down at my body and the state I was in. My wounds had almost healed enough for me to do some meditation. I crossed my legs and took in a deep breath. The familiar heat of my inner fire was warm beneath my navel. It rose up with barely any urging, filling me up with luscious heat that ran through my body, burning away the remnants of damage done by Agog's poison lance. In that position, I started thinking of the second task. I needed to make sure I won this. And according to the rules, I had one chance to choose the challenge. I couldn't allow myself to lose this next bout, because if I did, I would inadvertently lose the whole challenge and end up as Naren's slave for all eternity. So I had to pick the challenge for our second clash, and I had to pick it in a way that stacked up the odds in my favor. I stiffened as a devious plan appeared in my mind. The match with the god had shown me that I couldn't rely on fair play. To that end, I had to exploit the rules of the challenge as well as my opponent. If things went the way I was planning, then I wouldn't have to worry about the third task at all. It would instantly become meaningless. And even if the third task still happened despite the plan that was now becoming fleshed out, I still had one more card up my sleeve to play. The Helmet of Fate, Equity, and Gabriel's Horn was a combo no one would take lightly. Really, Naren would regret ever fucking with me. For this to work though, let's hope he's as cocky and arrogant as he seems. After a meditation session that lasted for 2 hours or so, my skin released waves of heat and my body was now back to tip-top shape. I rose up and looked at my palm. The skin looked unblemished. Just a few white scars that remained from the holes stabbed into it from a god's lance. I tightened my fist and felt the power inside me buzzing with the current of my inner flame. I looked up at the sky. I'm ready. My surroundings changed once again and I found myself standing in the middle of the arena. A few things were different, however. For starters, there were a few demon hawkers dressed in various food establishments' names, selling food to the spectators. A particularly loud demon dressed in a t-shirt with a McDonald's logo was hawking the crowd vanilla shakes. Like what in the hell? Get it? See what I did there? The damage from my fight with a god was nowhere to be seen as well, and below the demon lord's stand, Alyssa, or rather Serial, was present. She was still encased in a sphere of clear glass. Her face stared at me with worry. That stopped me short. She was worried for me. I forced a smile on my face and nodded in what I hoped was assurance. She didn't buy it, so I decided to simply turn my sights to the asshole responsible for all this. The chants and outcry from the demons sitting in the stands quieted down when I raised a hand. The demon lords all leaned forward to hear what I had to say. The fly demon, who I was now sure was none other than Beelzebub just based on mythological and biblical texts, blinked his large compound eyes owlishly. Azazel seemed more interested in Lucifer, who was calmly sat above them, face hidden in the shadows of the castle with only glowing red eyes visible. Lady Blaze had her head cocked to the side, the other hand propped under her ample assets. Nope. Not going to look down there, and Naren, the bastard, had the look of anticipation on his face. A small snide smile full of arrogance as he looked down on me. Dick. Naren, at the risk of sounding obvious, you won the first round. A few murmurs sprang up. I cleared my throat. That ends now. Silence. Then, laughter. The sound filled the whole amphitheater, taking me back to a few unflattering moments back in high school. Let's just say, this perfect face wasn't always so smooth. Did a god hit you too hard in the head? Naren laughed. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I smiled. But no, Prince of Lies. I just figured out a way to beat you. All traces of humor fled from his face. His green eyes shone with an intense light. Oh, pray do tell. The stadium had quieted down considerably. Easy, by stomping your ugly mug to the floor. By breaking your bones till they're nothing but dust inside your flesh. By melting your face off your skull. By cutting off your dick and balls and shoving them down your throat. By stringing up your dead corpse by the entrails and watching these other sick fucks sitting their fucked assholes in the stands fight over who gets a piece of the stripped, split, pulped, shredded remains of what was once your body. I paused amid the shocked pin-drop silence. I am not going to just best you, Prince of Lies. I am going to emasculate you. I am going to tan your hide, punish you in ways that Daddy Dearest couldn't. I am going to be your nightmare. The air chilled, a layer of frost covering the whole arena. The cold anger on his face as Naren established eye contact was one of the most terrifying things I have ever seen. My heart skipped a mighty beat, pumping so fast that it sent my body in a hyperactive state of fight or flight. My nails dug into my skin while I carefully did everything in my will to not lose the lazy and mocking smile on my face. The smile said, "Come and get me." First step, the subtle manipulation to make him lose his shit, success. On to the second step. I don't even care about what the next challenge is going to be. You can even choose the strongest demon you got to do your dirty work for you. I shrugged. The only thing I want is to choose the location. A suspicious glint appeared in his eyes. I pretended not to notice it and spread my hands, looking around at the stands. I don't think it's going to be completely fair for me to tackle the next challenge while surrounded by such loathsome looks. It wasn't even an exaggeration. My words had clearly set the spectators off. And now we were back to the name-calling, threats of my life, sexual harassments, and the standard fare. I stepped back a little, avoiding the plastic cup of a vanilla shake from the McDonald's demon dude. You suck. His voice was particularly distinguishable from the rest. I snorted while erecting a shield of air to block away the projectiles from the stands. See, what if one of them gets the bright idea to jump in while I'm completely crushing you in the next challenge? I asked what I hoped was a reasonable tone. He has a point. Beelzebub droned from his seat. One look from Naren and he went silent. Though there was a level of interest for me that had not been there before on Beelzebub's face. A seductive laugh was heard from the last of the four thrones. Ha ha ha, are you scared, Naren? I find the terms quite agreeable. The Prince of Lies' face went beet red. He looked at Lady Blaze and ground his teeth before staring back at me and coming to a decision. Fine. You choose the place. And with that I knew Naren had fallen for the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. His killing intent beared down onto my shoulders that I felt as if my body was about to break. But you're not getting off so easy, human. He rose up to his total height, his presence overshadowing everything and everyone present save for the silent monarch content to watch the proceedings from the balcony above. I have grown tired of this farce. The next challenge is a fight to the death. I no longer require your services. He laughed maniacally. My face had changed into an expression of unfiltered terror. Despair for your next opponent is me. A look of utter hopelessness warring with a determination was what they saw when they looked at me. Yet, inside I was rejoicing. Rejoicing because whether he knew it or not, Naren had just signed his death warrant. The fight shall happen in my dimension. A deserted island. I closed my eyes, pretending I was trying to center myself. I increased the heat inside me to a high degree, making a trail of sweat fall down my forehead as I gulped in fear. I would never been a great actor, but the good thing was that I wasn't just acting. Naren was fucking scary. At the mention of my dimension, almost every demon perked up. Beelzebub looked ready to take Naren's spot, alternating to look between us eagerly. Did he say Earth? Earth, humans, souls. Road trip. The horde were quick to mistake my words. I mean, if you were a demon, you would assume that when a human said their dimension they meant Earth. Unfortunately, Naren was too lost in his bloodlust and impatient to kill me that little detail went unnoticed. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Azazel's eyes seemed off. They were a bit narrowed in suspicion. He could feel that something was off with the whole thing. Luckily, he was content to keep silent. I didn't want him saying something to Naren to make him reconsider the deal. Lady Blaze, on the other hand, looked at me knowingly. Hers weren't suspicion. She knew I was trying to fuck over Naren in some way. Naren's eyes blazed with hunger. An insatiable thirst upon hearing where the fight would happen. Of course Earth was the most attractive prospect to someone like him. I threw a glance at the red eyes staring at us down from the shadows and felt a feeling of pride emanate from Lucy. By now it was pretty obvious what the plan was. All that remained was to officially announce the start of the second and hopefully last challenge. Almost in unison, everyone looked up at the balcony, where the King of Hell was. A shadow that turned out to be Maze jumped off the balcony from behind Lucifer, black bat-like wings appearing from her back in midair. She flapped the limbs I had never once laid my eyes on before and hovered above us. She threw an impassive look my way, although I could tell from the glint in her eyes she was a little worried. All anyone else saw, however, was an Ice Queen, Lucifer's consort. As per the agreement made by both parties, the next challenge shall occur on the challenger's chosen location. She paused. A fight to the death. Whoever remains shall be the victor. The conditions set have therefore automatically changed the stakes of the whole challenge. Hence, due to this development, both parties will evaluate what they will offer to the one who wins. Naren took that as his cue. Nothing has changed for me. In the unlikely event that this misguided child fells me, the damnable angel shall be freed. He spat out, looking at Cyril in disgust. The only thing I shall demand from your corpse. He trailed off and started laughing creepily. Is your sword? Equity hummed in my hands. I looked at it and felt a coldness grip my heart. My finger gently rubbed the crossguard of the weapon. I clenched my jaw and answered him. Deal. But that is never going to happen. We'll see about that. He responded with a grin. I swallowed my reply and took a knee, ignoring them all for what I was about to do. My awareness stretched out to encompass the whole arena. Using my air sense, energy sense, and spiritual attunement, I could account for anything in a range of about a few thousand meters. Not terribly huge, but the information overload was manageable as long as I didn't keep it up for too long. A yellow light sprang up from below me, enlarging with a sudden pulse and hum. Then the whole structure started sinking into the boom tube. I knew why it had been easy to create a portal now than before. It must have been Lucifer's doing. In hell he had the absolute command, and now that I had leveraged myself to a position where I could end this mission once and for all, it made sense that he would loosen the restrictions placed on hell to allow me to create a boom tube. The light show ended and the horde were all surprised by the change of scenery. An ocean that spread out endlessly, a few dark spots, which were islands, the only thing breaking the uniformity of the water. I breathed in the air of my realm and floated up like a god. Which, in essence, I actually was. At least here. The authority I could command filled me up, casting an invisible aura of power around my body. With each successive understanding of myself and my spirits, I increased my connection with the realm itself. So I was currently not as strong as I was when I faced Mammon in Connor's body. By my estimation, I was more than 2 times stronger. I could feel everything without using any of my senses. I was everything. The water, the greenery, the rocks, the very air. My heart beat in the same tune as the realm, and the demons could feel it. They stirred with restlessness as my realm subconsciously rejected them. The lords, especially Naren, could feel the hostility the very air housed for anything impure. You lied. This is not Earth. Naren shouted, priming his power. Whether to escape or attack me was inconsequential. He had lost. I looked down at the stadium and waved a hand. Immediately, spatial manipulation was locked. Many demons rebounded back to their seats once they found out that they had been tricked and tried to flee through opening rifts. Those that failed decided to turn towards attacking me. Despite the fact that the ancient laws would have worked in my favor and destroyed them, equity appeared in my hands. It buzzed with power. Dark shadows rose up in multitudes, flying towards me in clear hostility. I looked down at them imperiously. They dared to act so casually before me, tainting the sanity of my realm by their very presence. I didn't want to just destroy them. That meant leaving behind corpses. I wanted to burn them excessively till they were nothing but ash, drifting in the wind. I held on to that cold resolve and striked. The katana cut through the air. A blue wave of fire exploded out of the sword. My eyes widened imperceptibly as I swiped away the text box that had appeared in my vision. I had merely willed to make my flames as cutting as my blade. Less emphasis on explosive power and more on quick dispatch of the infernal horde rising up to challenge me, yet I had unlocked a new sub-skill without even trying. The fire beared down on the demons, tens of thousands of them, and ate them up. The smell of sulfur saturated the surroundings as it passed over the attackers, the flame arc falling down on the stadium. A compressed air shield appeared at my urging and protected those that had chosen to stay seated on their stands. The blue flames washed over the now shimmering stadium and decimated the island it was on. The palm trees were uprooted, dust and steam rising up as an after-effect while the bedrock sank beneath the roiling water. The ocean water pulled in to occupy the now empty trenches made from the destroyed shoreline. All that was left was the amphitheater, seemingly floating in the open water. I twirled equity in my hands and floated down slowly. A strange look passed over my face as I stopped in mid-air and looked out towards one direction. Guys, I need you to stay as far away from this place as you can. It's not safe. I ordered my curious spirits who had felt my presence and were now hurrying towards me to see what the commotion was all about. But Hawkeye tried to argue, but I cut her off. No buts, Kai. Take your sister and brother and leave. Breeze, I can feel you sneakily switching forms to a cloud. Don't do it. I warned the precocious spirit and all I got was the feeling of disappointment. I sighed. Look, I promise to take you guys out for a visit anywhere on Earth you want, if you do what I say. I said enticingly. Disneyland. Breeze and Hawkeye shouted in excitement. Ho, did they even know about Disneyland? Alright, it's a deal. Now go and play somewhere else. Sure enough, feelings of happy excitement came through the link and I felt them go back the way they came. I missed the look of curiosity on Lucifer's face. Now where were we? I coldly asked as I finally stepped foot on the arena. Damn you. You tricked me. By the ancient laws, I demand a recourse. Naren dictated. Recourse? I laughed, staring at the gathered demons whose moods had swiftly changed. Even the other 3 Hell Lords looked tense at my every move. They had probably tried to break through the restriction I had placed on portaling out and failed. Where do you get the nerve to demand any form of recourse, Naren? He made to speak, but I held up a hand and silenced him with my authority. A throne made from ornate gold, carefully carved precious stones and the symbol of Rava on the headrest appeared behind me just as I leaned back and propped myself on it. The throne floated serenely in the air. You said enough for today. Naren threw me such an aggrieved look of anger, I almost missed the fear that briefly flashed across his face. Let me make something clear to all of you, I announced, throwing a wide glance. I never said anything about the challenge taking place on Earth. I believe my correct wording was, my dimension. A chuckle escaped me. And it's a place where I have full authority over anything and everything. As my words fell, the sky above us shifted from day to night, back to day. I flicked a hand and time reversed, reverting the state of the destroyed island to what it was before. Using your own arrogance, anger, and hate, I maneuvered you into a position where you fell for my plan. And the worst part, or the best part to me, I guess. I shrugged, pointing an accusing finger at Azazel and the blaze. They felt something was off. This time I laughed even harder. But because of your own prejudice, pride and hatred for one another, you now find yourself in this position. So tell me, Prince of Lies, what is your next move? Naren threw heated glances to the rest of his colleagues and quickly came to an obvious conclusion. He let go, or rather, stepped down on his anger. We have to work together. Even as he said that, his greatest sin of pride warred with the decision. I could see it had taken everything for him to state that, but my attention was not in any of them. Even the monologue was a way to hide my telepathic communication with the one figure who, despite my authority in this place, would still pose a threat I could not trump over. Lucifer mulled over my question without replying, so I asked it again. Who do you want left alive? The answer soon appeared on my mind in the form of only 2 names. Chapter 163, The Conclusion. General POV, back on Earth, not even 30 minutes had gone by since Aiden had left for Hell. But in that span of time, so much had happened. For starters, there had been a breakout at Arkham Asylum with Batman trying to curb the widespread disaster the inmates were pouring out on Gotham. Then the Trench had decided to attack 4 of Atlanta's city-states which had needed full league response upon Aquaman's request for assistance. The team, 10 minutes after getting back together with the League, had been split into two groups sans Robin. Robin was with Batman handling the Arkham issue. The first team consisted of Superboy and Aqualad, who were strong enough to survive the pressures of the sea, and Artemis, who could control the bioship, coordinating the Justice League and Atlantis soldiers to fight off the trench. Even with Atlan's trident, King Orin had found it hard to control the underwater creatures. It was like their minds were overtaken by a deep lust for chaos. The second team consisted of Miss Martian and Kid Flash, who were with Canary and Martian Manhunter at the Watchtower. Black Canary was tasked with coordinating all the teams and sending updates on the situations. Manhunter and his niece, on the other hand, were trying to dive into Superman's mind to attempt bringing him back, while Kid Flash was mostly there to watch over their forms. Aiden's POV, oftentimes characters in movies, anime or comic books who are said to be higher tiered than almost any other character in the setting, never show the upper limits of what they can do due to never being pushed to that level. I think of that perceived peak of their power as the best example of a cushy, ignorant comfort zone. One of two things will most definitely happen. 1. If they ever meet their equal, they will either get beaten so badly for their complacency, or 2. Beat the other guy so soundly because of misjudging their actual power. Both roads lead to one eventual destination: stagnation. Why the rant, huh? Simple, my conjectures were being proven correct by the utterly poor showing the Demon Lords were showcasing when they attacked me at Naren's urging. All power, no finesse. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me backtrack a little. We have to work together, I heard Naren suggest to the other three Hell Lords. A slow smile appeared on my face. I leaned back into my throne, crossing one leg over the other. He's right, you know, I called out. Their attention all came to rest on me. I ran my gaze around them. As it stands, none of you can hope to match me. And so, to give the Prince of Lies a fighting chance, something he never granted me, I shall allow it. I felt a change in the conditions of the fight. As long as Naren did not oppose the change, it was now a fight of one versus many. My words were met with anger from the Demon Lords. Two of them, while not flattered by my statements, had the good sense instead of jumping in for the time being. However, before Naren could use his power to attack me, an unlikely figure butted in. Impudent brat! How dare you act so arrogantly before us? Beelzebub was quick to interject, his form monstrously ballooning up in size. Whoa! I commented in a little intrigue. Beelzebub reminded me of Nemeth. Good times. My smile stretched even wider, gaining a touch of eagerness. Let's see what you can do. General POV, his throne was crushed under his weight as the now 20 meters tall Flyman jumped off the stands and exploded into billions of buzzing insects. The chittering bugs were coal black with large scissor-like pincers and an aspect of energy that felt distinctly similar to a darkened cave with no visible end. Gluttony. Is he? Lady Blaze questioned from where the rest of them were still sitting, seemingly unperturbed by Beelzebub's outraged charge. Fool! Changing directly into his demon form to attack a mere human. Bah! Naren ridiculed. One of Azazel's numerous pair of eyes narrowed. Was Naren this disillusioned? Hadn't they all bared witness to the death of thousands of demons against the child's fearsome power? Aiden's POV, the cloud of insects covered the sky above the stadium. Magical shields were deployed by the high-ranked demons remaining. They seemed worried, fear dictating their actions as Beelzebub's form flew around, winding like migrating locusts before plunging down towards me. I stayed put. One hand propped on the frame of the throne to support my chin while the other was around Equi's handle. Let's see what you got, demon. I muttered. Realm, record the biometric signatures of every creature not native to the dimensions and start a file titled Deciphering the Demon Form. I want to know if it's magic that allows them to shift their physical bodies into an aspect tied directly to the essence within them, or a conceptual feature woven into their unique genetic map. And while you're at it, start a contrast file titled Angels with a particular focus on an evolutionary path or relation between a demon and an angel. Serial will serve well for the second subroutine. The answer came in seconds. Affirmative, and then I was swallowed by a dense cloud of bugs. At the last minute, I phased my body by vibrating my molecules along with anything I was in contact with by merely wishing. Anything was possible for me in my dimension after all. A panorama of energy registered in my senses as he passed through me. My spiritual attunement told me that he didn't possess a soul. Not like a mortal being did. A demon was a different creature all on its own. It's an ambiguous essence of state. Offshoots of the presence yet warped, changed into reflections of what they represented in the past. I wonder if I can. My inner energy rose up from within me, taking form into a blue flame that flickered around my body. Seemingly weak, yet it burned deeper and more thoroughly than anything I had ever controlled before. A screech escaped the dark cloud as it manifested behind me. Beelzebub took on his humanoid form and fell to the ground, his body burned, the wings blazing blue with my flame. He reached out a hand towards Lucifer, pleadingly. "Help him." His charred remains fell to the arena ground and broke down into ash. Terror gripped every being around. No. How? He killed a Hell Lord. What chance do we have? Lady Blaze gripped the frame of her throne in fear. I can't feel Beelzebub anymore. Azazel had no response while Naren simply gritted his teeth. His mind was working overtime trying to come up with a plan because things were not looking too good. I looked at the stands, particularly the demon who had asked that. After my brief mental conversation with Lucifer, I understood things better. Look around you. At your compatriots, your colleagues, your accomplices. My statements had them doing exactly that. Notice anything strange? I questioned. Even I hadn't seen it before. It took Lucifer pointing it out to me to understand. My eyes wandered to the three Hell Lords present and I witnessed realization dawn in their eyes. I smiled. Now you get it. The throne behind me disappeared, yet I remained floating above the horde. The center of their terrified gazes. A part of me wondered absent-mindedly, how had he known that we would get to this point? How did he plan this? Unfortunately, being cryptic and mysterious was always part of Lucifer's whole shtick. In fact, he reminded me of Iroh in that particular aspect. I wonder what would happen if I introduced them. There's an idea. I discarded that thought process and brought my attention to ending this once and for all. Azazel's form billowed out like a huge blanket before I could say anything. The interesting thing was, he didn't attack me. No, he did something even dumber. Lucifer! You planned this. Damn you, Samuel. Hell flames shot out of his body and wrapped around the balcony set in the castle above them. The stone was quickly licked apart by the terrifyingly hot flames, the demons escaping their fate only because I used my authority to shield them. It wasn't time for them to die. They could prove to be useful still. I took a step, covering the distance between me and the castle in a split second, and appeared before the Lightbringer's front. The balcony was behind me as well as Lucifer's confident presence. Black flames spread across the length of the walls, propelled through the anger of the Hell Lord, seeking a futile result, the death of Lucifer. Stalwart, I stood between the impossible task and the too enraged Hell Lord to understand the fruitless endeavor of his impulsive actions. My first time truly saving someone, and I went for the devil. Talk about overachieving. I threw that over my shoulder, smirking when I heard a soft laugh. I give you a 4 out of 10 for the quip. Lucy told me, taking a sip from the wine glass. Maze was standing behind him, gently massaging his shoulders, rolled her eyes. I reoriented my body and stood horizontally on the vertical wall, looking down at the approaching enormous plumes of hellfire. I could end this in a heartbeat. So why didn't I? Simple, I had just gotten another subs kill, and unexpected or not, this was as good a time as any to see how effective blue fire was from the common flame. I had seen it could hurt demons just as the holy flame I had wielded with the light did to Nimeth, though to a much less degree. Beelzebub could attest to that. Yeah, he wasn't dead despite looking like a pile of ash, just imprisoned in the same place I kept Black Adam and Moss Ollie. Equity changed form into a thick lance made of dense material, looking more like a staff with a blade at the end than a regular spear. I slammed it down on the wall, cracks spreading out from the point of impact along the black surface of the huge structure. You shall not pass. A blast of blue flames exploded out downwards like a tsunami, set straight for a collision course with the hell flames. Like two monsters fighting for survival, the blue and black flames roiled around each other, entangling and pushing for dominance, each aiming to swallow the other. I swung out Equity, controlling the flames like a maestro to cover my sides as the hellfire was no joke. As a consequence, a tornado of flames manifested from between us before eventually unraveling into a purple fire that covered our surroundings with no discernible victor. I slashed out with Equity, getting rid of all the black smoke floating about from the clash of both flames. Azazel saw me. It felt like he'd been ignoring me all this time, but now he saw me. Saw my power, and it made him surprised. Naren and Lady Blaze covered his flanks, ready for a fight. The female demon looked mildly unsure of what to do. She was tense, alternating between staring at me and the balcony above with caution. Naren opened and closed his palms like clockwork. I jumped over the purple flame still burning and landed between them and their wrecked thrones, right next to the glass sphere housing Serial. Standing so close to her, I could tell that this wasn't Alyssa. Not in the ways that mattered anyway. I could feel her soul slumbering deep within the form of this beautiful angel looking at me with hope and amazement. Amazement at my power. All overshadowed by a string desire for freedom. Her eyes shone with so much yearning it almost momentarily threw me out of loop. With such a look, my determination to see this end blazed even higher. I couldn't keep on wasting time. Each second that passed increased the chances of something meta happening. It was the way of this reality. Plot in other words. So trying to see the upper limits of what I could do with my blue flames. I needed to get this girl out. And seeing her imprisoned in such a way, a thought on how useful some of these demons could be if I spared them and offered a deal came to my mind. I looked over at Lucifer's balcony and made a request. Do I need to kill them all? I felt his amusement through the mental link. Aside from those two, I honestly do not care what you do with the rest. He answered back, making me nod towards him in gratitude. I laid a palm on the glass sphere, smiling softly at the captive within. I am sorry for keeping you waiting. Just give me a second and I'll get you out. Oh, and Gabriel sends his regards. Tears welled up in her eyes and she started crying in happiness. I looked away at my opponents and cleared my throat. The mission objectives now made a lot of sense. This was as much a rescue mission as it was a judgment. I now understood my role in this and what I needed to do. Balance had been upset. And it was up to me to restore it. I'm sure you now understand what is happening. I addressed the gathered demons. You conspired against your king's rule, seeking to usurp his authority and invade Earth under the direction of these four. Oh, sorry, now 3 hell lords before you. All were silent. But the worst thing you could have done was let your greed and hunger for power cloud your judgment, which is standard fare for demons. I mean, who can blame you? But to go as far as to continue scheming against the Morningstar, rightful monarch of the infernal realms, despite the mercy he showed you, I find you guilty. Even as the words left my mouth, I felt something change a little within me. My words were stated with absolute conviction. I relied on my realm authority to impose the meaning onto the world. My mouth moved on its own. As the Avatar, Lord of Order and Balance, creator of the elemental dimension, emissary of heaven and champion of the Morningstar, I find you guilty and offer you 2 paths. One of eternal servitude and the second, of death. A wave of power washed out of me. A sigil with Rava's symbol branding itself on my forehead, glowing blue. I breathed in, feeling connected to my realm more deeply than I had ever before. Time stopped. Space froze and I was left aware amid the unmoving forms of my enemies. I looked at my body and felt a new feeling. A feeling that was more intricately woven into my being than any of the elements. Lucifer stirred. It started with a slow clap and then the morning star simply appeared before me, hand clasped together. I was too busy reveling in this new feeling to overly react. He walked around my form, watching me with an intensity that made me feel as if he could see deep within me. Fascinating, he finally commented. I agreed. I moved my palm through the air, leaving behind an afterimage echoing visually. What had I done? I felt on the cusp of a strange feeling. As if I was about to disappear into something. Something wholesome yet empty. Something that called out to me to drown my soul in its depths. I found myself ready to meld into its boundless entirety. The world started breaking away before me, cracks that appeared in reality. My eyes had finally opened to the truth about my purpose. A purpose that transcended the dopamine dose from regular heroics. A purpose of balance. A purpose of... The sound of the snap of a finger brought me back. Only marginally, though, my mind drifting back into that state of conceptual existence almost too easily. One with, a light slap landed on my cheek, yet my spirit was instantly jarred. I blinked my eyes at the action. Shut it down, Aiden. Close off your being to that domain. I could tell he was right. With every ounce of my will and self I closed the door I had opened accidentally. I found myself breathing heavily while my throat seized up in discomfort. I massaged it lightly and looked at Lucifer in question. You have been screaming for 1 full minute now, he offered. The look of intrigue had changed into something else. One of concern, yet strangely, no surprise. I narrowed my eyes. What? I cleared my throat a little, panic at my mind almost unraveling into something setting in. What just happened? Lucifer merely raised his eyebrows. Someone is in an awfully testy mood. Given the circumstances, I'll let it slip. His eyes briefly glowed red. But next time do not raise your voice at me. The warning reminded me who I was talking to, and normally I would back down and just leave it as it was, but not this time. I had had enough of it. I had almost lost everything I had worked and bled for. I glared at him. I have entertained all of your requests and listened to your orders. Never once did I refuse to do your bidding, but what have I gotten in return? Nothing. Cryptic statements and half-truths. I have risked my life for you. And you've kept things I should know, hidden from me, Lucifer. I took a breath, adding calmly, I am tired of it. So please, if you possess the slightest bit of gratitude and respect for me, tell me what I need to know. Give me straight answers for once, goddammit. We looked at each other in silence. The expression on his face had changed into one of deep thought. I should have been afraid. Terrified for speaking out to him like that. However, my mind was on that phenomena that had just occurred. For a brief moment there, I had felt the overpowering call. A promise of freedom. You're right, he finally said, sounding surprised by his words. All this time, I've seen you as a fragile human. Incapable of handling that which would break a regular mortal. Even your revered Justice League members would be left, changed by some truths. He stared at me, in quiet curiosity. But you're not a regular mortal, are you? What just happened more than confirms it. An existence from beyond the overvoid. I cannot believe I would ever forget that. He chuckled in amusement. Straight answers. I reminded him, keeping a tight lid on my annoyance. A slow smile worked its way onto his face. I suppose you are not going to let this go, are you? I shook my head. Very well. Let's start with the incident. The sky above us suddenly changed to a dark and featureless black canvas. The fact that I could perceive this without color meant an illusion. I muttered. Yes. You're quite right. No one with our history lesson, in the beginning, blah blah blah. Michael supplied power, I supplied imagination, Gabriel supplied form, blah blah blah, creation happened. The sky changed to reflect his words. With it suddenly exploding in light before spreading out and in its wake, leaving behind various galaxies. Now, after creation, that's when things got a little bit interesting. Born from time and night, ambiguous extra-existential beings, came the endless. Children blessed or cursed with being the representations of the aspects of life. Whether mortal or immortal, that which possesses life is bound to them intrinsically and cannot escape their influence. The scene above us changed to show featureless yet distinctly different beings based on their silhouettes appear from the union of time and Mother Night. I felt a strong pull towards them, my hand rising up to touch upon their forms. Each of the endless is not just tied to what they represent, they are it. From destiny, death, dream, destruction, desire, despair and delirium, they are powerful, unkillable and are as much victims to their own power as they are the wielders. The view didn't change much, just focused more deeply on each one of them, with information about what they could do, appearing in my mind. I had never been a DC fan, but if I had to hazard a guess, I would say there were probably a handful of characters who could beat these guys. Two of them gave me a particularly weird feeling. The one named Dream and another called Desire. It almost felt as if I'd seen them before. Still, one question remained. And why are you telling me this? I wondered, still failing to see how I was connected with these aspects of reality. Because you were like them. His words stunned me to silence. Heedless of my surprise, Lucifer dropped another bombshell. In fact, he looked almost happy to see my dumbfounded reaction. You laid claim to a conceptual authority. Of which, only you can say, though the whole order and balance pretty much confirms what kind of concept it is. And because of that, it makes you more than just an equal to the endless, it makes you one of them. A sibling. The revelations were too much for my mind. How? Why? What am? I rubbed my temple and turned to Lucifer, who nodded solemnly. I understand that it is a lot to take in. And I won't lie to you, that knowing any of it will make your life easier. The interest that was on you before will more than likely skyrocket if anyone realizes what you are now connected to. About that. His hand landed on my shoulder, his eyes blazing with seriousness. Do not let it get to your head, Aiden. Whatever concept you are now connected to will devour you as you are. Do you understand me? Do not. Even if it's a matter of life and death, do not access that authority before your soul is strong enough to bear it. As you are, you wouldn't even last a single split second. But I started only to be cut off. Did you not listen to what I just said? You would need to be as powerful as a high-level god like Zeus to even dream of surviving another touch. Promise me? Lucifer had never acted this extreme before. It was unlike him. Do I have to lock your memories of the event? He threatened after I'd taken so long to answer. No. No, I promise. I shifted in uncomfortable uneasiness as a binding appeared inside my soul. A binding caused by my words to the Morningstar. Can't take any chances, lad. This is your welfare we're talking about. I still need you alive for something. Plus, now you know to never promise anything to a powerful being. They can exploit that. The annoyance on my face at the invasive action slipped off. I was miffed, but knowing myself, I would have tried to access and try to control that level of power. So in a way, it was better this way. So what now? I asked him, to which he shrugged. You carry on, complete the task and get Serial back to where she belongs. In any case, my curiosity has been sated. I frowned. Curiosity? What are you talking about? The red eyes came back along with a devilish smile. A thought made its way into my mind. I spread out my hands to the side. Wait, was all this a plan? Did you orchestrate events so that I would be pushed far enough to actually touch upon a concept? Despite the unlikeliness of the whole thing, I found the prospect of Lucifer going to such lengths to sate his curiosity more and more feasible. It had to be grating for him when he realized he couldn't see my future. So given the chance, he would try to put me in a position where I was pushed to the limit and see how I respond to search stimuli. Hell! He'd said it before. All in a bid to understand me. An enigma. The enigma, outside demiurgic influence. Don't flatter yourself. He rolled his eyes, but I simply narrowed mine. There was something he wasn't saying. I crossed my hands over my chest and leveled an impassive stare at him. You're only half correct. Yes, I gave you the mission to dispose of these nuisances because I wanted to see how far they could push you. But you blew my expectations out of the water. For starters, you came prepared, and when you lost the first round, you understood that you had to change tactics to take into consideration your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. He praised. You adapted, and not only have you, Aden Strong, brought entire legions to their knees and turned out to become the Demon Lord's undoing, you managed to do so whole, suffering no loss. You have earned my respect as well as an appropriate compensation for such a marvelous showing. His tone was sincere, halfway changing to unexpected pride. The other reason was that I needed to clean house and make things simpler for my new replacement. Which is why I requested you to spare Blaze and Azazel. They will be valuable advisors to Maze when I leave the throne in her hands. Huh. I snorted in disbelief. I'm guessing you have a plan on how to deal with Azazel, to make sure he doesn't get any more ideas. I told him. Do not worry about him. You will find that I can be quite persuasive when I want. A section of Beelzebub's throne floated along the ground, through my airbending, and stopped below me. I sat down, suddenly feeling tired with the last few hours. This is all so weird. I raised my eyes to find his gaze. I thought that it would all be clear-cut. I explained. Fight the Hell Lords in an epic battle, save the damsel, and that would be the end of it. To find out about a possible relation to the Endless due to my touching of a concept, that you probably planned every step of this to sate your curiosity, and that you're leaving hell in someone's hands despite that being the whole reason the scheming behind your back happened is overwhelming. Too much. I sighed. Does Maze even want this? Lucifer had his hands inside the pockets of his pants, leaning a bit heavily on one of his legs while his head was slightly tilted to the side as he stared at me. Maze understands that as I am, ruling hell should be in someone else's hands. Of the two candidates I had, one of them is too inexperienced and the other is Maze. It's clear who should have the keys. He said pointedly with a deep gaze. No. I did a double take. My mouth opening up comically. Don't tell me, were you seriously thinking of leaving the keys to the infernal realms with me? He shrugged. Look around you, Aiden. He spread out his hand to indicate my surroundings. The clear blue skies that had been revealed once he pulled down the illusion, the beautiful environment outside the arena. You are a realm lord by right. If anything, that merits a consideration. He clapped his hands. Now, how about you unfreeze time and end this? I have better places to be, my young Padawan. I let the Star Wars reference slip by without comment. That's how done I was with the whole day. Using my authority, the world trembled a little and sound came back. Naren and Azazel jumped back upon finding Lucifer so close to them. The Morning Stars simply smiled at Azazel and Lady Blaze. You are both coming with me. Let's talk business. Then they disappeared without much fanfare. The arena was left occupied by two figures. Naren and I. In the stands, the horde were in various states of emotional upheaval. Thousands of them were dead, Beelzebub was dead, to their knowledge, and now Azazel and Blaze were simply gone. The only Hell Lord left was Naren. Green smoke started pouring out of the Prince of Lies. He made to speak, probably shout out insults or use his silver tongue to get out of this, but I gave him no chance. Equity was buried inside his heart before he could even move. Devour. I gave my sword the order, recalling that it could drain the power from powerful beings and enhance its abilities. I was eager to see just how powerful it could get with the addition of demonic energy. Naren tried to remove the sword, but I imposed a 200 times gravity upon his form. His body trembled to keep stable before the pressure became too much and he fell to the ground, a crater forming behind his back. Bones creaked and blood poured off his orifices from crushed organs and burst veins. I stared down at him. Finally, I see fear in your eyes, Prince of Lies. Let me dash any dregs of hope left in you, demon. My jaw became hard. You will not survive this. Not because the ancient laws decree it based on the conditions of our challenge, but because you are a thorn. I would be a fool if I ever let someone like you live. I will destroy you, sending your being into oblivion. Your fate is to cease to exist, Naren. He remained furious, eyes burning red with rage and discontent. Even as he withered, with Equity's length glowing and pulsing with a green color, he remained defiant until the end. Something I could respect. Equity rose to my hand slowly without urging, leading behind a husk of the former Hell Lord. A husk that broke apart into flakes of ash and disappeared with the wind. And just like that, I felt Serial's glass cage break apart from behind me. Naren was dead and the challenges were over. Equity felt more alive in my hands than before. Our connection had grown deeper, but I could tell it was still in the process of evolution, so I sent it to my hammer space and turned to address the horde. Millions of demons seated in a mega-huge stadium. No cheers or insults from before. Now all that remained was fear. A snort escaped me. I had achieved all this in less than 5 hours. Blue flames appeared atop of each demon's head, flickering beautifully. I give you a choice. Life under me or death. Should you choose life, touch the flame above you and you shall be transported to a prison before I decide how I want you to serve. Should you choose death, attack me now. Clouds of demons rose up as a tsunami, falling down towards my form like a hailstorm. 99% had chosen death. It seems that not even fear could destroy their pride. It makes sense, I suppose, they were all high-ranked demons. I smirked. Well then, I just got an easy way to train my combustion bending along with perfecting control over the blue fire. Chapter 164, Blue Flames. Aiden's POV, I waved a hand and the speed at which the mass of demons coming at me instantly slowed to a snail's pace. I looked at Serial, who seemed mildly surprised at the sudden turn of events. The glass sphere keeping her captive broke into small shards that fell to the ground. I walked over to the angel, who was only now standing up to her full height. She looked down over herself, her lips separating in a little shock. Set euro square root degree euro caret degree euro end? The first words that escaped her mouth felt glitched, as if reality could not register the meaning. I chuckled, gaining her attention. If you were wondering if this was real or not, trust me, it's very oof. Her small body suddenly launched out and hugged me tightly. I got over my surprise very quickly and patted her back in comfort. She broke away from the embrace with flaming cheeks. Thank you. I felt as if I could get lost in those blue eyes. I blinked and smiled back. A boom tube appeared to our side. This portal will take you to Earth. You'll appear in the home of a friend of mine. He knows about you. Tell him I'll bring our mutual friend over once he's calmed down. That was the fourth mountain Etrigan had destroyed since I had booted him to the fire dimension without a word. She looked unsure, looking back at the slow-moving forms of what was to be the test subjects to my new subskill. Oh, this? I pointed at them. Don't worry about it. I can handle them just fine, I said in what I hoped was assurance. Serial nodded after a second and then gazed at me seriously. Thank you. That one word filled me up. It left me feeling content. Even the possibility that I might have lost everything during this whole ordeal did not feel so grim. Something about that word told me at the end of it all, I wouldn't have had any regrets worth living with. You're welcome, I answered her back. With one final look of gratitude, the angel flapped her multicolored wings and entered the portal. The boom tube disappeared behind her and I turned to face my opponents who were already adapting to the time slow I had activated upon them. Okay, time for some lesser-known facts. Technically speaking, I couldn't do everything in my realm. What I had was a restricted reality manipulation as long as I was in my realm, but there were things I couldn't overdo due to compromising the integrity of the realm. For example, I could increase the gravity up to 200 times that of Earth, but with a heavy restriction. I could not keep it going for more than 5 minutes. To apply gravity that could last for days sustainably, it would be 10% of that, which was 20 times that of Earth. Bummer. The time slow cast on the demons was meant to decrease their individual speeds to 10% of the slowest in the horde. Meaning no matter how fast you were, you would be confined to a small percentage of your slowest member. For some reason, I could not go past 90%, and the only instance I stopped time fully was when I was connected to that mystery concept. I also couldn't keep it up for long without bringing risk to the realm. Something told me I needed to upgrade it several times for it to be a non-issue. Luckily, with this latest mission, I had enough pull and influence to ask for a few favors from the good guys' magicians. The only stable time manipulation that I could keep up indefinitely was maintaining a time difference of 31 between my realm and Earth. Meaning 3 days inside the elemental dimension would be comparable to 1. And I was going to absolutely abuse that. 2 actual Earth days remained to my birthday. I wanted to have attained some reasonable progress by that time. With Serial out of harm's way, I stretched my body out, removed my coat, and was left with only a slightly loose blue t-shirt on. It wasn't part of my uniform, but at some point you come to understand that while tight clothes give you a really amazing look, they are not that comfortable. In an actual fight, you needed something that was easy to move in but not too loose to become a liability. Okay, here goes nothing, I said to myself as I stopped the time slow cast. Immediately, I was besieged from all sides. The magical energy registering in my senses was crazy, and for lack of a better word, impure. My eyes widened. I couldn't risk tainting the main dimension with demonic energy. I slammed my foot on the ground, and immediately space overturned between the horde and I. The environment changed as well. Gone was the arena and the castle, now it was just 2 forces staring at each other from the ends of a long stretch of land in the fire dimension, far from the family of dragons that made this place their home and lacking the usual pillars and mountains. The whole place also looked recently destroyed. I had teleported everyone out of the main dimension. All 6,660,043 demons who had declined my offer of leniency. The 3,000 who had taken it were imprisoned in the most secure place I could build in the elemental dimension. Gah! Come here! Etrigan snarled from behind me and jumped up with his sword, ready to split my body into 2. Sheesh, he sure knows how to hold a grudge. A portal opened up and swallowed him before he could fully reach me, sending him to a special place for timeout. And with that, it was time to get crack-a-lackin'. Oh God, why did I say that? New York inner energy buzzed from within me. The distance between the horde and I shortened considerably when I blasted off towards my opponents like a speeding bullet. A few miles were covered in a handful of minutes. I got to within distance where I could smell the noxious fumes of sulfur and blood before jumping up to the sky, then came down in a spin of blue flames. I slammed to the ground at their front and released a wave of blue flames that swallowed a couple hundred demons at the very front. The plan was to use every move I could pull off with regular fire with blue fire while trying to maintain the same consistent effectiveness. A feral smile was plastered on my face. Fire was my favorite element. This was scratching my pyromaniac itch. I avoided a geyser of poisonous liquid from a toad-like demon and jumped back, landing with a fire stomp that managed to destroy the mole-like demons trying to reach me from the ground. My foot outstretched to the front in a stabilized stance, hands blurring when I sent out fireballs with my fists that took out each approaching demon. The horde were now covering all of my sides. Luckily, that also managed to work well against them. With my awareness of the surroundings, I could easily avoid strikes that would then take out their allies instead. I swung my leg out, a blue flame scythe taking down dozens to my front, then immediately landed in a rotation that transitioned into a low flip, with flames spewing out of my feet to create some space between my opponents and I. The burning cries of burning demons sounded out as I took a leap to the sky. Luckily, the blue flames seemed to have a more deadly effect on these common demons as compared to a hell lord like Beelzebub. My feet pushed me into the air in a massive leap, blue jet flames bursting out of my heels to propel me. I noticed that the speed, while smoother than with yellow flames, lacked an explosive quality, which meant it was marginally slower. At the apex of the jump, I hovered in midair, holding my hands up to create a large ball of blue flames. Attacks like ice spikes, hellfire lances, poisonous breaths, bone projectiles, and other elemental moves thrown at me did not make it past the zone of superheated air surrounding my vicinity. Smoke filled the surroundings as a result, and from within that smoke, something huge peeked out. Something that glowed blue with repressed power. Something that I was concentrating with all I had to make sure remained stable before I could cast it down. The demons started freaking out, the attacks coming in even more relentlessly. Some chose to run away from the blast zone. The blue sphere of flames reached a maximum size of close to 50 meters in diameter, and I let it fall. It was slow-moving, yet warped the very air on its way down. This needed a cool name. Cruel Sun. I did my best impression of a scanner while peering down at the demons. Judgment Day had come, and it burned with the intensity of the actual sun. The attack unraveled upon reaching the ground into a cascading torrent of vexed and turbulent flames, taking out thousands and thousands of the horde, spreading out like a flame burning a piece of paper. It was a beautiful spectacle to watch, ruined only by the cries of mercy and pain from the burning demons. My lips were set into a thin line as I hardened my heart. This brought me no shreds of joy, yet it was necessary. I had offered them leniency, due to pride and arrogance. They turned it down. Then again, what creature wants their freedom to be shackled? I didn't bother giving myself an excuse. It was a flat mathematical fact. 8 billion Earthlings, over 6 million demons who had been conspiring to kill and enslave them, was something I could live with. So with a mechanical focus, I moved on to the next attack. The flames burning in the surroundings gathered to one point in the sky and spread out thinly to cover a distance of 2 miles in all directions. Flame shower. I muttered silently and bore witness to the death I wrought. That was how I spent the next 3 days. Chapter 165, Stand-In. General POV. A day later, after the issue of Arkham Asylum escapees and the Atlantis attack had been resolved, most of the League had decided to go home and rest. A shift rota had been quickly drawn up, with the Flash and Captain Atom taking point. Usually Red Tornado's help would be indispensable in this kind of situation due to his cyborg physique not needing sleep. Unfortunately, finding him had hit a dead end on all fronts, though Batman had still not given up. On another issue, Martian Manhunter and Miss Martian had similarly hit a dead end in their efforts to recover Superman's mind from the effects of the healing he had received from Aiden. After an extensive meeting that ate up 2 hours, the League had come to the decision that his family and girlfriend had to be notified of his condition. As the League's president, Wonder Woman had taken up that responsibility along with Black Canary for emotional support when the distraught Martha and John Kent heard the news. Lois was even more heartbroken. She ended up kicking Wonder Woman and Black Canary out. Luckily, Connor showed up a while later with takeout from Lois and Clark's favorite restaurant. They stayed up for hours, with Connor listening to stories about Clark. Stories that Lois was only too happy to tell. And now, a few hours later, the Batwing was gently landing on an ice-ridden landscape in Antarctica. The hatch opened once the craft had fully descended, and the first person to jump out was Connor. His mouth was slightly wide in awed amazement. Up close it looked so much bigger than the pictures he showed me. Batman landed on the ice with nary a sound and started to immediately walk towards the Fortress of Solitude. Naturally, Calder intoned, landing on the crunchy snow behind Connor. His descent was more audible than Batman's, but looked just as smooth. "Hurry up. We do not have all day," Batman ordered from the front. The two teens stared at each other and Connor shrugged, hurrying after him. Calder calmly kept pace with him as they walked towards the megastructure constructed through alien means. Batman soon stopped at what seemed to be the entrance to the fortress. His gaze drifted down to a doormat on the floor. Connor, following his gaze, remembered something and bent down to lift it up. Under the doormat was a simple key that dully sat on the ground with cracks running out from its epicenter. "He told me about this," Connor informed them, with a rare but fond smile on his face. His fingers ran along the notches on the key. Curved and molded from an asteroid. This key weighs 500 tons. He added, shocking Calder though Batman looked as impassive as ever. Connor frowned and asked the Dark Knight pointedly. I hope you don't expect me to lift that. I can barely even move it. And that was when he was using his tactile telekinesis. Batman ignored him in favor of pressing a few displayed keys on his holographic wrist computer. A panel on the side of the huge door slid off, revealing a terminal with a few touch pads constructed on the crystalline surface. Batman tapped a few more keys in quick succession. Override, Zulu Zulu Alpha Zulu Bravo. Designation, Night Bird. Connor and Calder watched intently as the terminal lit up blue, followed by the audible hiss as the door opened. Batman gave a small smile. I have my ways. The three of them walked inside. The two teens were awed by just about everything. This was the base of one of, if not the strongest superhero in the world. And they were standing inside it. Connor's jaw was wide in a strange emotion as he studied the two statues depicting a man and woman holding up a globe. Clark had shown him pictures. These were his biological parents, Jor-El and Lara. He told me he'd bring me here whenever we found the time. Connor found himself speaking, lightly touching the symbol of the House of El branded onto one side of the wall next to the two legendary figures. Calder listened in, lightly touching the clone's shoulder in quiet understanding. I am sorry, my friend. Take ease in knowing the League will do everything in its power to bring him back. Connor closed his eyes and calmed his breathing. Yeah, you're right. He found it easy to reply after a few seconds. The only other thing he wished for was that Mgan was with him there. Identify yourselves. A slightly electronic voice commanded as a man in his 40s appeared before Batman, who was leaning forward on one of the screens displayed. The Dark Knight straightened up and studied the floating vaguely humanoid robot that had just come from one of the dozen's hallways. Stand down, Kellex. I believe these are not merely uninvited guests. The artificial intelligence created from the true essence of the dead Jor-El had shimmered into being before the console Superman had installed for others to better interact with the crystal-based technology of Krypton. Jor-El. Batman acknowledged. Batman. The AI responded with a small smile, then his gaze went to the two teens gathered in place. He particularly studied Connor, who was dressed in a t-shirt displaying the symbol of the House of El. Jor-El seemed to understand something by the brief look of surprise that folded into acceptance on his face. I see you brought along interesting company. Would you mind introducing me? The AI inquired. Connor took that as his cue and stepped forward with no one's direction. I'm Con-El. The Jor-El copy merely smiled. I was created from the DNA of Superman by an evil organization to take his place in case he ever turned from the light. The teen could not hide his disdain for the word. Lex Luthor's evil band of would-be world dominators would forever be one of his least favorite things. Right next to monkeys. The smile on Jor-El's face remained, though a touch of concern could also be seen inside his eyes. Connor tightened his palms. I have since escaped from their clutches and I'm now spending my time trying to do good. Like Superman? Jor-El offered. Connor shook his head. No, like Cal. He taught me that the man behind the cowl is just as important if not more than the one we see flying in to save people from a burning building. Because it's when we interact with people in our true selves that we understand what good truly means. Mach. Jor-El hummed. I see. And you are? The question was directed at Calder. Connor hid the look of dissatisfaction on Jor-El's simple reaction just as Aqualad stepped forward. I am Calder, a friend of Connor's, Con-El's Earth name. Much like he, I seek to follow in the footsteps of great heroes like Superman and make the world a better place. And I am Jor-El. I find it simple if you just refer to me as that. Otherwise the truth is a little more complicated and I do not believe we have the luxury of time. He turned to Batman, who was busy combing through the console with practiced ease. Based on the terms of your database search, I take it that something has happened to my son? And so they told the AI everything. From Superman's battle with Lobo, to getting healed, to going into a coma that he didn't appear to rouse himself from. At the end of it, the technological ghost of the smartest scientist from before Krypton was destroyed was left feeling more than just concerned. The radiation from your yellow sun should have fixed any and all issues pertaining to his health, he observed, walking closer toward a terminal made of Kryptonian crystal material called sunstone. We believe the issue might be soul-related, Connor offered, crossing his hands on his chest. As mentioned earlier, the data our associate telepaths got when they dove into his mind shows a normal psyche. His mental faculties indicate no anomalies. What was missing was his mental imprint. They compared it to a clean but empty house. Batman added. Mach. Jor-El sighed. I don't know how I can help you with this. Krypton's database contains scientific information, data on star maps and multiple alien species. The most I can find on anything relating to the soul or the spirit is texts on Rao, the god of Krypton. The pair of teens looked at each other. And? Connor insisted, to which Jor-El shook his head. Not much information on that, I'm afraid. The crystals prioritized useful data and information. Something that could have helped my son not only fit in but also help the people of this planet. Anything else was discarded. Connor clenched his jaw hard enough that he felt as if his teeth were going to crack. Another dead end. Where's the gym? He asked before storming off into the depths of the fortress anyway. Jor-El looked at his back in quiet understanding. He is so different from Kal, yet I cannot help but compare that stubbornness and determination to a member of the House of El. Jor-El commented, to which Batman nodded before turning to Calder and nodding towards Superboy's direction. Kellex, follow him and show him the way to the training room. Batman and I need to talk. The robot pulsed in confirmation before following after Calder and Superboy. 2 hours later, Batman, Superboy and Aqualad left the Fortress of Solitude. On Superboy's lap lay a case, opened. Are you sure about this? Batman asked softly. He could relate in a way to what Connor might have been going through. Bruce had after all lost both of his parents when he was just a child. Connor took a few long seconds to consider his answer. Yes. Yes, I am. The world needs Superman. Especially now that the Light have grown confident in their schemes. Connor narrowed his eyes. I cannot shoot heat visions, not yet. Neither can I use ice breath or many of his lesser-known but useful abilities. But I can now fly, I can punch and kick and save people, but most importantly, this symbol will serve as a beacon of hope for them. I can't replace Superman, but I can more than do well as a temporary stand-in. In the case, a Superman costume was neatly folded, sized down to fit the young teen. The crest of the House of El sat prominently on the chest portion of the suit. Batman smiled from his position in the cockpit. A genuine smile. Chapter 166, The Monster. General POV, 2 days. 2 straight full days. That's how long they had been fighting. Fighting to survive this monster. Marifak charged with his clawed hand, his tiny wings beating fast behind his slim back, the spine and ribs prominent inside his gray leathery skin. His heart pumped as he swung out wide, his claws detaching from his fingers to shoot towards their enemy. One lone human. Marifak watched in surprise as the human managed to grab a small imp-like demon and use it as a shield to block the claws the former had shot out. The demon was perforated with the claws, followed by blue flames covering his body as he burned to ashes in a pitiful moan. The ash drifted away to reveal the cold eyes of Aiden, watching Marifak with a scary intent. The high-ranked demon instantly felt fear grip him and he scuttled back in terror, trying to outrun the scary human. Aiden slashed his hand out, sending a blue scythe of fire cutting down 100+ demons near his position. Marifak felt the heat burn his skin slightly, saved only by a spiked demon taking most of the damage in his stead. I have to get out of here, Marifak thought, using the numerous numbers of his kind to duck and weave from Aiden's sight. Then the world overturned. 1 minute his wings were flapping in a zigzag pattern, then the next a blast of yellow flame exploded from his left. The shockwaves washed him over, buffeting him to the opposite direction with a burnt left side and broken ribs. Marifak tumbled through more of his species, his body bowling over a large number of the demons hurtling to reach the human. Another blast happened. This one was far from him, yet his ears popped from the loud noise accompanied by a tremor that broke apart the land under him into cracks. Marifak heard the groans and screams of pain from his friends and colleagues, while he struggled to get up, only to find out that something huge was blocking him. He heaved while blinking his eyes to see through the dust and managed to roll off what turned out to be the charred head of a behemoth demon. The huge detached head had landed on one of his legs. The whole limb was smashed to paste, yet he couldn't find it in himself to curse his luck because he had managed to get away with his life yet again. Marifak winced in pain while his wings flapped extra hard to counterbalance the effect of losing one of his legs. Everywhere Marifak looked, he was met with destruction. Charred bodies, which was supposed to be impossible. They were demons, damn it. Heat was nothing to them. Yet that blue fire not only managed to roast the skin off his left side, it managed to turn other demons into ash. They should have taken the cowardly way. Marifak finally listened to that small voice at the back of his head. But it couldn't be helped now. Things had turned out bad, but there was a chance for survival. There were still thousands of them left. Yes. They could fight this. So you still survived that, huh? The young voice intoned from his front, instantly startling Marifak into reaching behind his back and searching for his sword. A breeze blew through him. The weapon that had been behind his back before was missing. How? Looking for this? The human asked, wielding a long black blade that exuded a miasma of black from along its length. Marifak was a demon of greed, so seeing his possession in the hands of another, not to mention a human no less, sent his anger soaring, momentarily eclipsing his fear. That sword was made from so many precious souls. How dare he? That's mine, he hissed with gritted teeth. The human looked at him before casually splitting a demon trying to attack him from the side, top to bottom in a move too fast for Marifak to see. Then he aimed his hand towards the two separating parts. Popping sparks sounded from the palm of his hand, then a vortex of swirling concussive force and thermal energy exploded outwards. The body of the demon, along with hundreds more, were decimated in a fiery explosion that singed the last patch of hair off of Marifak's chin. Still too widespread. Aiden complained, barely being audible to the shocked demon bearing witness to what had to be a disaster. Monster. Marifak said before he could control himself. Mage. Aiden turned his attention to the demon. I suppose to you it would seem that way. The human shrugged, his chest muscles rippling in casual power under the hanging threads of his torn t-shirt. His hair was ruffled and his skin covered in dust, sweat, and soot. Yet to me, you demons are exactly that. The difference between me and other humans is that I have the power to push back. Marifak blinked his eyes and the human disappeared from his sights. There was a pop of displaced air in his last position along with a loud impact from Marifak's back. The demon didn't think before swinging his hand backwards. Tisk, combining combustion into my high-speed lightning movement skill, doesn't seem to be as effective as I thought it would be. Aiden mused, one finger raised to block the limb from a town buster demon. The loud noise gives away my position to the opponent. Maybe using my sonic sub-skill in conjunction with lightning bending and combustion bending to bleed out the sound might wield different results? Marifak finally found his voice. "Ple, please." He pleaded for mercy. Oh. Aiden's focus shifted to him. I forgot all about you. His smile turned deadly. What to do with you? He stated, stomping on the ground, which resulted into cracks that blazed with blue fire. The ground rumbled, destabilizing the demons and finally crumbling down to reveal a molten pit of blue lava. The heat was oppressive and did short work of the demons who fell inside. Aiden, on the other hand, was left standing on a pillar in the middle of the 60-meter wide pit. Do you like it? He asked Marifak, who shakily nodded without looking down. Oh, come on. You didn't even take a look. Aiden grabbed him by the back of his neck and turned the demon to face the pit of death. I got the idea off a simple, almost childish thought. If my fire is yellow and I can now easily change my flame's color, then why can't I do the same with my lava's color as well? I know, it's molten rock and scientifically unsound, but that's the thing. Aiden chuckled a little. Fuck science. Then he let go. The last thing Marifak saw was the quickly approaching molten blue death. He flapped his wings to fly up, but instantly felt a wave of pressure fall on his back. He didn't need to look up to see the cold gaze of his killer. His last thought was, why did I choose to fight? Then heat. Aiden looked down at the demon who had been a nuisance up until now. It had been a tall, spindly thing, content with taking pot shots at him from the side with its poisoned claws. The claws doubled as the projectiles it used to shoot out, and boy were they painful. He assumed Aiden was running off a record of not getting hit even once. It was a way to test himself. A blast of air slammed down like a blanket onto the desperate demons trying to fly out of the pit, only for them to get pushed back. Aiden looked around and noticed that only a fraction of the demons remained. And they were rallying for another pushback, all gathered surrounding a female succubus with her cohorts. He's only one human. We can take him out. They were having a party without inviting him? How rude. A highly concentrated explosion blasted out of his heel, throwing him forwards, cutting through the air like a speeding bullet. His flight speed above the lava pit. A small tap into his inner energy and streaks of lightning escaped his feet as he skated towards the horde in a bright but too fast to register beam. Wonder if I can turn my whole body into lightning? Maybe then I can approach a quarter of the full speed the Flash has access to. Aiden didn't bother with subtlety. He landed like a meteor, using the loud impact from his descent to enhance the sonic properties of the move, sending forth a shockwave of noise that killed everything near him. Or so he thought. Now! The female voice shouted. Undulating crystals had, in a timely fashion, rose up from the ground, surrounding him. The blast of sonic wave hit the crystals, and instead of crushing them, they bounced back towards the source. Aiden raised an eyebrow as the shockwaves buffeted him uselessly. Using my own attacks against me? I am a Grandmaster Aerokinetic. You want power? I will show you power. He told them while waving away the dust that rose off the ground. Deciding that he had already seen the full effects of his sub-skills, Aiden raised up a hand to the sky to finally end this. The heat from the molten lava in the pit a ways off from them rose up in thick blue fiery streams, feeding into a massive sphere of fire. They lost all hope. You saw this attack before, bear witness to its strongest variation. His face took on a solemn expression. You are all worthy opponents. Thank you. A tornado of wind blew in from all directions to join into the gyrating ball of flame. Attack him! Kill him! Magical attacks flew out at him from all conceivable angles. Flying demons diving in to attack him at close range as well. This was a last and desperate attempt to save themselves. An air shield, the strongest one Aiden could create, manifested around his body, taking on the city-destroying attacks with barely any effect. The blue sphere gyrating above them, a combination of the hottest blue flames and the most violent winds he could create, turned white as it charged up. It pulsed and resonated with the sound of their pumping hearts, beating wildly. It was shocking that such a beautiful thing could pose as much danger as some of the more energy-aware demons felt. One of them breathed out. Yeah, we're fucked. Then the Avatar brought his hand down in a chopping mode. The white ball of superheated flames and turbulent winds fell down almost too slowly. As one, all the demons stopped their attacks. It was too late anyway. A second sun unraveled in the burning wastelands of the fire dimension, destroying more than 50 square miles of the hard ground, leaving behind a lake of blue molten lava, a testament of one of the most intense battles that Aiden had ever been in. A few seconds later, the young man stumbled out of the portal into his room in Lux. His bed welcomed his sorry state as Aiden immediately fell asleep. He did not even bother to acknowledge the figure seated on the lone chair in the room, watching him in interest. Chapter 167, Dreams. Aiden's POV, sand on my PPFT. I spat out the grains of sand in disgust, wiping the corner of my lips while standing up from where I had been lying on the ground. Before me laid a particularly extensive stretch of dry land. Sand dunes crested on the horizon to the sides and a large mega. I stumbled back. Whoa, that's one huge-ass gate. At first glance, the entrance was more than 100 meters tall, constructed on a wide wall that stretched out to the opposite directions. It was similar to the ice wall found in a show back on my Earth called Game of Thrones. I looked down at my body and pinched my hand. The feeling of pain was muted, yet I could perceive my body clearly. That meant I was a mental projection. I was dreaming. The clarity in this dream, however, was too vivid than anything I had ever had before. Could it be a lucid dream? Only one way to find out. I bent down slightly and thought about what I wanted. To be Superman. 1 minute I was dressed in a loose t-shirt, then the next, a blue and red costume hugged my body like a second skin. The best part about the Kryptonian material was just how comfortable it was. Was it like this in real life, or was I cheating? I crouched down, my fists facing downwards, as I controlled something to realign the graviton particles to push me up to the sky. A ripple spread out through my body and down to the ground. The sand vibrated, floating up in streams 2 meters around me. Then I was off like a shooting star. Hands laid out to my front in a Superman pose, the air not even making it past a shield that covered my body in a sort of bubble that I could just barely perceive. Was this Superman's bioelectric aura? It was a passive skill that I had read about in one of the continuities. Getting past the wall, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw just how beautiful everything was. A beauty that perfectly represented everything a dream should be, hellish structures and nightmares set against a background of tall mountains and beautiful boulevards that led to peaceful gardens. A tall arching bridge leading to a massive castle with mythical creature gargoyles that curiously stared at me. The bridge was weird as well. Long 1 minute, then short the next, with billions of people just wandering about, their mental projections connected to each of their dreams yet separate to avoid invading each other's dreaming. I frowned at how much my conjectures made sense. It almost felt like this information was being provided to me by the realm itself. A few rounds flying in the sky and I had a better picture on the layout of the realm. The castle lay in the middle of it all. It acted as a nexus point to everything. That's where I needed to go. Instantly my flight momentum increased to lightning speeds in a breeze. The closer I got to within the castle, the bigger I found it actually was. I stepped foot on the balcony and dropped the Superman costume and abilities. It was all well and good, but besides his physical parameters, solar absorption and supervision, my power set was better in every way. Though the bioelectric aura was very useful. Maybe I could come up with my own variation of it. What are you doing here? I heard a voice coming from the left of the hall I had just entered. The question was from a no-nonsense looking woman, with specs and a book held on her chest. She was dressed in a black suit and stared at me with suspicion. I raised my hands to show I meant no harm. Sorry, I just found myself in this place. I lamely replied, shrugging in the process. While still having her guard up, she nodded. All right, I believe you. But I will need you to follow me, she ordered while turning back. Follow you? Lady, I have never even seen you in my life before. Where do you want to take me? All of this was too weird to do what she said without getting some basic information first. To Lord Morpheus, of course, the King of Dreams. Popularly known as the Sandman. She threw that over her shoulder. One thing stood out to me. The King of Dreams? Do you mean? Dream of the Endless? The woman's eyes widened a little in surprise. What? That's enough, Lucien, I shall take over from here. His voice was smooth, authoritative, and calm. It also came from no discernible direction. As you wish, my lord. Lucienne adjusted her specs and bowed her head a little to the huge mural whose details I could not make out, and laid on the wall of the hallway. She studied me some more before turning on her heel and walking off in a calm, upright gait. $20, says she's a librarian. I commented after briefly observing her whole demeanor. You're right. The King of Dreams' voice, this time came from my back. I turned and saw him. My body tensed as I could clearly feel connected to him in some way. Nebulous it might have been, but it was deep. He had on a plague doctor's helmet, garbed in full black and with a sack tied on his left hip and a chain with a ruby wrapped around his palm. How? For now you must awaken. Awaken, and the next time you rest, I shall find you. It almost felt like I started sinking back into reality. My eyes widened and I grasped to hold on to anything, yet looking at the owlish gaze from the King of Dreams, I realized that this conversation was over. Beware of my sibling. The one with golden eyes. Beware of desire. I came to without much fanfare. I think I'd been dreaming? Might have been a nightmare because my body felt tense. However, for the life of me, I could not remember anything from the dream except flying. The dream felt important though, which was the reason I was slightly obsessing over it. At the end of it all, I shrugged and decided to move on to something a bit more immediate. Welp, so the countdown begins. Early happy birthday, Aiden. I said, lying in bed, wide awake. The clock showed it was 10:22 in the morning. I had been awake for a minute or so, just thinking. I sighed, sniffing a little and realizing I stank of something akin to burnt-rotten barbecue, sulfur, and smoke. I turned to my side, further soiling the sheets under me with soot. The amused smile on the other occupant of the room's face set me off, making me sigh and turn to the opposite direction, only to find him sitting on the other side as well. Fucking reality manipulation BS. Wow, you've clearly outdone yourself this time. Lucifer commented. I cheated, was my reply, knowing he was talking about the battle I had just come from a few hours ago. He hummed. So you did. That's how you get to outlive people. More than most, you should understand that life is fair. That extra edge is always welcome. He shrugged. To the smart ones, that is. I snorted. Tell that to the millions of demons I sent to oblivion. My tone was subdued. Oh? He instantly perked up. What is this? Are you feeling remorse? The devil chuckled. I closed my eyes, the ceiling of my room getting replaced by darkness. It's not easy, I responded rather curtly. Taking a life, I feel like my hands get soiled with this black sludge stain that I can't wash off. I understand, he stated. I very much doubt it, but okay. He moved past the jab with practiced ease. A part of you feels like life is sacred and should be respected. Preserved. That's an illusion. The reality is you're not feeling bad because they died, you're feeling bad because they died by your hands. That stopped me short. Fuck. He was right. And that only raised moral questions on what kind of a person I was. As if sensing my conundrum, Lucifer laughed. It doesn't mean you're worse than others, Aiden, it just means you're human. Now, are you going to get your ass up, take a shower and follow me to hell for the final and best part of our transaction? He made some really good points. I swung my feet over the edge of the bed and sat up. What are you, my shrink? My question made him chuckle. You couldn't afford me, boy. But I am in contact with a particularly good one. The best part? He smiled that devilish smile I was getting used to. You can even pay her with sex. I'll think about it. I lightly coughed, looking away. There's no shame in. Lucifer began, but I was already walking towards the shower, the door mercifully cutting off his statement. I breathed in and looked at the mirror. The face staring back at me looked like a stranger's. A thin layer of stubble was forming on my jaw. The strong chin I inherited from my dad paired up nicely with the square jaw leading up to brown eyes. Not particularly good looking, but a solid 6 if I had to hazard a guess. I turned on the faucet and splashed water on my face before looking up and blinking my eyes in surprise. The black sword I'd gotten from the demon instantly appeared in my hands from the hammer space and slashed out behind me, held tightly in my grip. Only, I hit nothing. But I could swear. For a split second, I could swear I saw golden eyes belonging to a beautiful pale face with a cheeky grin. I must be tripping. I decided to chalk it up to exhaustion and mass murder. Man, I love this t-shirt. I stated to no one in particular while tearing off the strips of blue that remained stuck to my form from the battle. Then I used the shower to get rid of the grime, ash, sweat and dirt covering my body. Chapter 168, the fun part. Aiden's POV, the first thing I did after cleaning up was order a meal. A medium rare steak that I devoured in seconds down at the restaurant. I took a second to just observe the whole establishment. Lucifer had had it changed from the Sunset Boulevard to simply Lux. I honestly had no idea how I was going to handle a hotel on top of the billion other things on my plate. The staff seemed to know who I was as well and treated me with respect. A young pretty waitress even going as far as calling me Mr. Strong. They must have endlessly wondered how I seemed to just randomly appear in the hotel without exiting or using the entrance like a normal person. Oh my God, maybe they thought I was a shut-in. I snorted at the thought and made to get up when I felt someone sit on the chair opposite to me. Long black hair, a handsome face with piercing blue eyes. The third of the big three. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure, Gabriel? I asked with a small upturn of my lips. Of course I knew why he was here. In fact, I had been expecting him ever since I'd gotten back. The youngest of the demiurgic trio coughed lightly. Don't act the fool. His tone was cold and formal, making me frown a little. Or else I might start to think of you as one. He added with an easy smile, the tension draining out. I laughed in disbelief. As far as jokes go, great first attempt. He snorted a little as I waved the pretty waitress over to our table. What are you having? I asked him while sipping from the tall glass of orange juice before me. Yes, I love OJ, sue me. I do not require sustenance. Gabriel responded, staring at the menu I was handing him with my left hand, strangely. The waitress patiently stood in place, waiting for the angelic being before me who looked for all intents like a handsome lawyer meeting a client, to make a choice. He'll have a salad. The waitress eyed me with a blush before quickly walking off. Unfortunately, she didn't see where she was going and knocked over a server carrying a plate of food. I used the air to fix his footing and balance the plate in his hands before he could make a mess. The waitress apologized and scurried off, but not without giving me a weird look. Mage. Strange. You seem to have a different variety of abilities. More than most human practitioners of magic or metahumans? Gabriel asked, sounding unsure. I am still learning a lot about today's world. Blink and you humans have already come up with 1,000 more ways to harm one another. He explained. It's like clockwork, isn't it? I questioned with a smile. Almost a century ago we had one of the worst wars ever seen in history. And now, such destruction has been relegated to the norm. Do you know how many people die on a monthly basis due to superhero and villain fights? I questioned. Over 10,000. And yeah, I'd been shocked as well. The number fluctuates based on the villain's latest schemes or how long they stick to the prisons the Justice League put them in. Yet, they are hailed as humanity's protectors. The situation would be drastically worse without their presence, would it not? Gabriel asked in curiosity. An argument I'd heard before. I leaned back. Maybe you're right. But the problem is that none of them are seeking to change the status quo. It's an endless cycle of capture, escape, death then capture. He raised his eyebrows. Some would say they are trying to preserve their morals and values. The same thing that gives them that altruistic nature to do good. At this point, I knew he was testing me. Are you sure? Let's get real. I don't believe in altruism. You would have to be broken to put yourself in constant pain and danger, saving someone and expecting nothing back. Looking at the leagues line up, some were brought to this life through vengeance, guilt, duty, and how they were raised. Even an innocent child, someone untainted by the reality that is living, puts itself first. It is not true altruism if you feel good about helping someone. Gabriel cocked his head to the side. I raised a hand to cut off his next words. But that's besides the point. What I mean is, that sooner or later, treating the symptoms will just not work anymore. There needs to be change. And you aim to bring about this change? Even going against those on the side of good? TSK. He's trying to box me in. Hey, raise the thing. I narrowed my eyes. You angels are not the benevolent beings, with a heart-on for all that is holy and pure like you would have everyone believe. Gabriel's face was carefully blank. I smiled at the cute waitress as she placed the plate of green before Gabriel. If you were, you wouldn't have a place to call home. You've destroyed more than your share of beings, Gabriel, so I know you understand what I mean. There is no right or wrong. Not in the ways that truly matter. It's all about the power to enforce the values you want onto society. And that's the problem. A few people turned to study us, and I realized the frame of the chair was twisted in my palm. They have the power to change things for the better, yet none of them does. So yes, I have taken it upon myself to truly help people. When two bulls fight, the grass is ultimately the loser. But I'm working my way up on having something to say about that. The horn appeared before us from my hammer space, hidden by my new invisible skill to everyone's eyes but Gabriel. I then got up. Thanks for your help, Gabriel. Enjoy your salad. I walked towards the elevator feeling more than a little worried. That outburst had felt out of character for me. I pressed the button for my floor and stared at my hands in question. What the fuck is going on? I thought I was done with this. With blowing up. I thought I was learning. I thought I was getting better. Bam! My fist dug onto the metallic chassis of the elevator, making it shake and grind to a halt with a screeching sound. Fuck. I need to get in control of whatever this is. First off, I hurried towards the security room and used telepathy to make the guards monitoring the cameras forget. Then I deleted the footage of me going ballistic on the elevator before portaling to my room. Once there, I settled into a meditative pose and tried to calm my spirit. Body refining was activated without much urging, the heat running across my veins and body, soothing it and clearing my thoughts somewhat, though not as much as I wanted. 30 minutes in, I stopped and rubbed my eyes. That was probably the best I was going to get out of it now. I had a lot on my mind, and that was messing with everything. The next portal that opened up did so in a lavish garden, manifested into reality by maze. I stepped through and started walking towards the large castle peeking through the trees. Without enough context, you wouldn't think that this garden was actually just a projection. I picked a rose on the way and admired it, breathing in deeply. A portal swallowed me on my next step, taking me to the balcony I'd seen Lucifer on, looking down at the challenges I had ultimately won. Good times. The change was immediate, though not as pronounced when compared to the outside. Negative feelings slammed into me like a freight train. The smell of sulfur hang over us like a noxious invisible cloud. Aiden, glad you could make it, Lucifer said, commenting from a red couch that looked plush and comfortable. Maze was seated on the arm of the couch, one hand slung over the top of the seat, watching me with an intense gaze. The whole setup was weird, another couch, this one gray on the side, with a huge TV screen opposite them, a bag of popcorn on the table between the couch and TV. The screen was playing a scene from the movie Face/Off, only in this world, it didn't star Travolta or Cage, but some other actors, one of whom looked almost identical to Richard Gere. I'd watched it, and while it didn't have the same zany appeal of the one I knew, the special effects were much better. This world's tech was just more advanced. First of all, I only have one question. Last I remember, this castle was still back in my dimension, attached to the stadium. I trailed off suspiciously. Oh, that was just a replica. A copy. Lucifer waved off my concerns. For a second there, I'd been worried that he could just access my dimension without my say-so. Who knew what level of BS power he was working with? I sent my awareness to my dimension using the ever-present link I had and confirmed that yes, the castle and almost destroyed stadium were still where I'd left them. I stepped up closer to them, doing my best to not keep staring at Maze's body for too long, and handed her the rose in my hands. She turned it around in her fingers before opening her lips in a little shock. She recognized it. She could touch and feel it, something that was supposed to be impossible. But with my airbending, it was easy to give it form underneath the illusion plastered above it. How? I shrugged before answering. I have my ways. I told her before propping my ass on the second empty couch beside the table. What is this, movie night? Yes. It's a thing we picked up on Earth. Lucifer snorted. And funnily enough, a very good way to understand humans and what passes for social concepts without having them scream while torturing them. Oh right, I'm friends with the devil. The TV screen went dark as he fully turned to me. But that's not what you're here for, now is it? I sat up straighter. Yeah. Got it in one. Sue, ask. I can feel the burning question just on the tip of your tongue. Maze looked between us in confusion. What do you want in exchange for John Constantine's freedom? The smile on Lucifer's face threatened to split it into two. Like I said, this is the fun part. Chapter 169, Make Your Choice. Aiden's POV, the air suddenly got frigid. Even for my tastes. I pulled on my inner energy to stave off the shivering while looking around at the location Lucifer had brought us. A frozen wasteland everywhere my eyes fell. Nothing registered in my senses. No life, no movement, no heat. What is this place? I asked the other two. Usually hell was, well, crowded isn't the right word, but it wasn't so, abandoned. This is what happens when you piss off someone you really shouldn't. Lucifer answered, grabbing my attention. I'm talking about me in case you still haven't figured that out. He added, making me roll my eyes. Well, let's get a move on, this place gives someone the creeps. He stated, shivering in what I was supposed to interpret as fear. I stared at him slack-jawed at the audacity, watching him walk away. Ignore the drama queen. Maze comforted me. At least someone understands. If anything, this is the ideal vacation spot. And scratch that. I shook my head for the umpteenth time while hurrying to catch up to the devil and his consort, though I wasn't that eager to stop walking behind Maze. Damn that. Take a picture. I'll burn it along with you. She threw over her shoulder, making me laugh. Sorry. Can't help it, and neither can you. I feel like you added a little more sway just to mess with the one of us suffering from the malady called puberty. I pulled up next to her and stated, nudging her slightly. Is it working? Maze asked me with a seductive smile. That's enough, Maze, leave the boy alone. He already has problems getting a girlfriend. Any more and you might break him. I can get a girlfriend. I sputtered at the unexpected dig from Lucifer. Really? He chuckled. The waft of your pourri. And what's that ahead of us? I cut him off, not ready to have a conversation about my love life or the non-existence of one. I took a step and flew ahead, the chilling wind moving around me, leaving a path open that allowed me to see where I was going. The fact that the chilly winds buffeted Lucifer and Maze's position was not my fault. Nah, not at all. I reached the edge of what turned out to be a giant sinkhole in the middle of the iceland. It sank to an opaque bottom, darkness clouding the white walls just a few meters down the length of the whole thing. Lucifer whistled from beside me. That's very deep. I wonder what could be down there. Stop trying to make this seem like an episode of Relic Hunter. You're as far from a hot Tia Carrere as it gets. I grumbled. Nerd. Maze muttered under her breath. Okay, enough games. Lucifer spoke up, with a slightly serious look on his face, though I could tell from his eyes that he was amused about something. I instantly went on guard. No. No, you can't be serious. I told him. Wow, you catch on real quick. And yes, the reason why this entire section is closed off is because it's a special place. And what makes it special is... He stopped before he could snap his finger. Instead of merely showing you, how about you see it for yourself? And with that my body locked up for a second as I slipped into the hole, the darkness claiming me. I looked into the eyes of Lucifer just as I fell and understood that this was payback for the wind thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. My momentum came to a slow as the air moved to embrace me. I couldn't see anything, and while the option of going back up was very enticing, especially because it seemed to get colder the deeper I went, what was the point? I'd already made it this far. I spread out my hands, creating a ball of bright yellow flames above both palms, lighting up the surroundings in a burst of visibility. My eyes should have adjusted to the darkness without relying on lighting, but this darkness made no sense. It almost sucked everything inside it. Then, I floated down while studying the walls on every side of me. A layer of frost covered the walls. My boots started freezing from the chill, but a snake of blue fire washed down my body like a shawl, keeping me warm against the drop of the temperature. I floated down for many minutes. At the 20-minute mark, I finally felt something through my senses. Labored breathing. There was still no signs of heat or anything too indicative, but I heard something rattle and knew I was at the end of my descent. Another sound became apparent, the drip of something akin to water. Might have been water. What I saw next sent chills through my spine. It instantly reinforced to me why I wasn't wrong to destroy the demons that had refused to surrender. This was fucked up. Bloody hell, come to continue where we left off? The voice was surprisingly powerful given the situation the owner was in. He had his head bowed so he couldn't see me as my feet touched the ground. I took that chance to properly study the prison and its prisoner. Chains hung from the left and right of Constantine, holding him up by the hands, with manacles stuck to his hands through spikes going through the joints between the wrists and palms. Blood drops fell to the ice-covered ground slowly, forming a puddle of red on both his sides. His blonde hair was long and cut in patches. It fell down to his chest and he looked thin. Like a bag of bones. What the fuck did they do to you? The chains holding him rattled as he shifted in place. Likely surprised by the new voice. Go fuck yourself, mate. Naren, you piece of overgrown monkey balls hair, your tricks won't work. I couldn't help it, I laughed. What a way to make a great first impression, John. I stepped closer to him and knelt at the foot of the raised platform he was suspended upon. His blue eyes met mine and opened a bit widely in shock. You're not. Where's the right Pratt? I have a few more words to have with the bumbling fool. I reached into my hammer space and pulled out a bottle of water, holding it up for him to drink. He drowned the whole thing in seconds, coughing slightly as he chocked on it. Thanks, he said, his voice losing its scratchy quality. Now who the fuck are you and where is Naren? My name is Aiden. Aden Strong. I introduced myself. I know who you are, John Constantine, exorcist and demonologist extraordinaire. About Naren. I winced. That might prove a challenge seeing as he's ashes drifting in the wind. The thoroughly tortured man stared at me askance. I killed him, I mean. I explained. I heard you the first time. Just working on believing. And I could feel his disbelief, which I ignored in favor of studying the chains holding him captive. I moved over to one and touched it. Careful. Constantine's words were too late as a numbing feeling overcame my fingers. A layer of frost crept up the digits. Quick thinking saved me before I lost some appendages. Blue fire blazed along the skin of my palms, melting the ice and burning the skin of my hand. I gritted my teeth at the pain, cradling the palm to my chest. Goddamn, that hurts. Constantine seemed to find the strength of his voice as he admonished me. What sort of twat touches an enchanted chain meant to hold down a magician? Fuck you, Constantine. I shot back in anger. I don't see your ass trying anything to free yourself from the damn things. And how was I supposed to know they were enchanted? It's called common sense, you prat. He responded. Oh, that's rich coming from you, seeing as I'm not the one in chains. My voice dripped with anger at his shamelessness. What do you know? You think I wanted to be stuck here willingly? The chains rattled as he buckled aggressively. If I try to escape, these fucks go after. He suddenly cut off his statement, clenching his jaw tight and sighing. Alyssa, right? Or Serial? I shrugged, feeling his body tense in surprise. I don't really know how that whole relationship works. They were two souls inside one body. Just like Etrigan and Blood. The latter two needed a phrase to switch over. Was that the case with Alyssa and Serial? Probably not. How do you know about her? His voice was measured, deadly serious and overprotective. As if posed to attack me if I had harmed her in any way at all. Oh, I guess news doesn't reach you down here. I replied. Toss her. Constantine's insult washed over me easily. I stepped back and eyed the chains. I guess we'll start from the beginning. But first, I looked at Constantine in contemplation before a small smile worked its way onto my face. You might want to cover your ears. Oh wait, you can't. Sorry in advance. He stared at me in confusion that changed into a painful surprise the next minute. I opened my mouth and let loose a point-blank sonic scream at the chain strapped to his left hand. The air rippled out in a sonic wave vortex, slamming onto the chain links and shaking the whole underground structure. A stream of fire escaped my hand in a massive wave that destroyed the icicles falling at Constantine before they could turn the foul-mouthed Brit into a pincushion. Bollocks! Are you mad? I rolled my eyes. Oh come on, you weren't in any danger. I aimed the attacks at the chains. Exactly. You aimed them at the bloody chains despite explicitly telling you to leave the damn things alone. I sighed in frustration. Do you even want to get out of here? No. Hell no. Fuck no with a glimpse of side boob. He refused vehemently. That makes no sense. No sense at all. Pussy. I smiled at his fuming form, teeth gritting in anger. Oh, you little brat, you're lucky I can't move. I tried a variety of different attacks. Fire did nothing, combustion bending only brought a larger icicle down on our heads, lightning merely fried Constantine as it ran down the length of the chain. I wasn't too bummed out by that. And trying to cut the chains with the black sword sheathed in a layer of vibrating air simply nicked the sole blade. A disconcerting wail escaped the blade, giving me the sense that I had heard it. After that, I sent it to the hammer space. All the while, I had made sure to tell Constantine everything that had happened. From Alyssa attacking Blood, to stealing the star compass, finding a mystically attuned place to cast a spell to pierce through the veils hiding the Fountain of Imperium's location and teleport her there, to Blood arriving, to them fighting before Naren's forces had taken advantage of their battle to capture them, to my involvement, to the challenges, my eventual win, and how I was now in negotiations with Lucifer for Constantine's own freedom. Of course, I heavily emphasized that I had only won mostly due to Gabriel's horn giving me the power to push through the challenges. Something that matched up well with its innate ability to pretty much increase the bearer's strength to match his opponent. Giving someone like Constantine information about my realm was dumb. Dumber than dumb. Of course, he would find out about it soon, but the only people who knew about it had no idea just how powerful I got by virtue of being inside the dimension. Lucifer knew, as did Iroh and Mammon. But I said people. One was a demon, the other a spirit, and the last was a ball of bullshit power wrapped up in billions of years of experience and a side dish of deviousness. Damn it. I've tried everything I can without bringing this whole thing down on us. Constantine snorted. Give it up. Nothing will work. I ignored him in favor of trying to find a different way to tackle the problem. Why are you doing this anyway? I can assure you that no one else would be going to such trouble for a bloke like me. Is that self-pity I hear in your voice? I asked, standing up and moving around the room to stare at the bolts holding the chains up. Maybe if I can open a boom tube at the spaces inside the chain links then, no, it probably wouldn't work. Something tells me those shining glyphs carved along the wall are a countermeasure to someone who finds a smart way to solve this as opposed to the straightforwardness of direct attacks. Constantine barked out a laugh. Bah! You wish. No, I'm a realist. Human nature rarely surprises me anymore. And yet Alyssa was trying her best to come for you. I told him, a dancing stake of lightning appearing on my finger like an unstable laser beam, trying to burn through the bolts. I kept the current small yet sharp. Constantine winced a little at the small shock but didn't complain. Yes, she tried. Not because she cares, which I'm sure she does, but because of guilt. I wish she had just lived her life free of the accursed thing. His tone took on a melancholic note. Unfortunately for the lass, we all have our own share of demons. It just takes getting to know them and the countdown up until they try to drown you. I paused what I was doing to mull over his words. A brief silence dominated the space between us. You're worth saving, John. Everyone is. I finally said, though the statement felt hollow to me. You don't sound like you believe that. I stopped and turned to him. You're right. I don't. Just something someone once told me. I'd rather kill some people instead of trying to save them and let God sort them out, but I understand second chances. I just don't have mercy for the ones who fuck that up too. Mate. You never answered my question. What are you getting from bargaining to free me? And this time, don't try to change the subject, you're surprisingly good at that. He insisted. Okay, fine. You want the truth? He jerked his head in a nod. Hit me. It's really simple. I'm done with all this demon crap. I admitted. What do you mean done with all this demon crap? He copied me. I comforted myself with the thought that I was about to leave him stunned with my next words. You see, John, I've fought Galiel, Nemeth, Mammon, Agog, Beelzebub, Naren, Azazel, Blaze-O, and like a million other demons. I listed out. Out of that lineup, the only ones to survive were Blaze, Azazel, and Agog. If it was possible, his lower jaw would have completely fallen off his face. So yeah, I have had my fill of dealing with demons. But because this world is fucked, that doesn't mean demons are done with Earth. I can't exorcise them from humans either, so I need a replacement, or rather a comeback. The world needs John Constantine. And with that I turned away from him to study the chains some more. There was the option of using Dr. Fate to unravel the spell woven in the chains. He was a master of the mystic arts after all. However, that was the last alternative. Fate and I had come to an understanding, but ultimately, I had ended up not needing his help in the challenges, so who knows if he would honor that agreement. Plus, I didn't want Constantine to know I had the helmet of fate this early. I walked around and under the chain links, careful not touch one of them. The goal was to pay more attention to the glyphs on the wall. Maybe it was a formation? In that case, perhaps sabotaging it would allow the whole thing to untangle. The expert demonologist must have figured out my next plan of action as he spoke. There is no point. The enchantment uses a clause in my contract with Naren to keep me here. Now that he's dead and I am still not free. Constantine looked up at me, dashing my hopes, before adding, it was probably passed into someone else's hands. According to the terms, it should either be the one who killed him or... My eyes widened. Someone strong enough that such stipulations wouldn't work on him. We came to the same conclusion, our eyes establishing contact in mid-air. Lucifer. We both said. Yes. Someone called? A smooth voice answered from behind us. Speak of the devil. I started. And he bloody well appears. Constantine completed. Well, now I'm just feeling flattered. Lucifer shamelessly replied, enacting a small and graceful bow. Lad, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Constantine warned me in a serious tone. Stop that. You're the Savi, let me do my job so that you can get back to destroying your lungs with more smoking. I admonished playfully, my eyes never leaving Lucifer. Can we get this over and done with? Some of us have better things to do. Maze grumbled from Lucifer's side. Maze, dear, you do not sound too happy to see me. I thought domination was your thing. Constantine teased her only for the Lilim to roll her eyes. Keep it in your pants, Constantine. You're an asshole. I'm an asshole. Even on paper that just stinks. These two, huh? It's almost like, get a room, am I right? Lucy asked me, seemingly unbothered by the byplay occurring in front of him. Dude, she's your consort. I pointed out, only for silence to dominate the space before everyone burst out laughing. Everyone except for Maze and I, oh how innocent. Lucifer shook his head while staring at me as if I was an adorable little thing. They're demons, lad. Ever heard of shamelessness? Yeah, they invented that. Constantine added from his chained position. Maze simply showed him the finger. This was getting out of hand. I still needed to find a quiet place and check out my mission rewards and the new sub-skills description. The banter, while amusing, was also kind of annoying. I cleared my throat. What can I do to earn his freedom? The room instantly cooled down. Lad. Shut it, Constantine, let me do this. I have to do this. At my words, the scruffy-looking man settled down with a curious gaze. Lucifer walked forward a little. I had constructed a permanent swirling fireball above us after reaching the bottom of the hole, so his features were plain to see. He had on a soft smile on his face as he stared at me. You know, Aiden, you have left me impressed at every single turn. You understand your shortcomings and are always eager to take on any challenge and give it your all. He praised. So I decided to give you a little gift. Think of it as an early birthday present. How did he even know that? However, you could only have one of two things. He held out his left hand and a lone sheet of paper appeared. Constantine's demon contract, and then his right hand rose up as well to reveal a swirling spark of blue energy enclosed in a transparent sphere, the size of a tennis ball. From the corner of my eyes, Maze stiffened slightly. On my left hand, you have the key to Constantine's freedom. Tear this and he gains back all he's lost. Lucifer stated, holding up the very thing I wanted. A small smile worked its way up my face. This choice was fucking easy. I didn't even care about what the other thing was. The Morningstar chuckled at my expression, as if amused by something. A second later I found out why. And on my right hand, you have the key to solving one of your immediate issues. The essence of Vandal Savage's abilities. His metahuman gene. His immortality. Make your choice. My mind went blank for a few seconds. Oh, Kamunun! Chapter 170, General POV, in the Threshold, the realm of desire of the endless, Lord of desire, satisfaction and fulfillment, a beautiful androgynous figure stood in a chamber filled with their sibling sigils. Desire paced slowly along the wall holding all the symbols of power. The time to convene is upon us, my siblings, yet, none of you except for dear Despair seem eager for this conversation. They stopped and smirked dangerously at a sigil in shape of a mask and a long spine. The Helm of Dreams. Are you not the least bit curious on what news I have? The smirk on their face froze, an interested spark appearing in their eyes. You're always welcome in my chambers, big brother. They said, languidly stretching out across the comfy seat in the room. Light steps sounded out as a form materialized from sand. Lord Morpheus' face was stone cold as he stared down at his younger sibling. Someone who had been the cause for much of his pain throughout their long lives. They're not coming for they see this for what it is, one of your many schemes. His voice was deep and smooth, managing to convey his disdain very well for the anthropomorphic entity at his front. Ah, now that just breaks my heart. Desire answered back, though in actuality, they didn't seem too bothered by the information. Dream walked closer, trailing his eyes along the wall, where the endless sigils were framed. I do not understand why you keep this futile game afoot. One would think that after testing my patience for all these eons, and my forgiving you at every turn, you would know that all your actions are ultimately a fruitless endeavor. Desire laughed. Is that so, Kalala? That word caused the shadows in the chamber to expand, as a shroud of grim mystery clad Dream's form. You would dare? The question came out as a thin whisper. For the first time during the whole exchange, Desire's smirk fell off their face. Do not forget, big brother, where you stand. This is my realm. A tense mood hung in the space between them. We have all come to an unanimous decision. Stay away from the boy. No contact until we learn more about the circumstances surrounding his possibility. I could feel your gaze piercing into the mortal realm. He is an enigma. A miracle. One that should be treated with caution, not malicious intent. I warn you, Desire, step out of line and I guarantee, this time you will regret it. With that, Dream's presence faded into thin air, leaving Desire all alone in the chamber. Their mouth twitched, a black tail swishing behind them slowly. Stay away? Stay away! A creepy laugh bubbled out of them, to the point they clutched their ribs and folded upon themselves. Oh, my sibling! Desire moaned. Why would you tell me to stay away, when you better than most understand, we are but slaves to our desires? His yellow eyes penetrated through the walls of his realm to land on a figure clutched at the rooftop of a building in Las Vegas. I can't help it. Aiden's POV, more than 6 hours. 6 fucking hours spent scouting this whole city, before I remembered I possessed sensory abilities and used them to locate my mark. Las Vegas was different from LA or any place I'd ever been before. It felt, in a word more, alive. Which I guess was an obvious observation, based on the fact that its whole deal was based on having a good time. Still, the energy the city gave off felt a bit dirty. Not in a bad way, but, yeah. I was crouched on the rooftop of a building, in one of the most expensive sections of the city. The casinos here catered for the truly filthy rich. An opulent building stood tall at my front, light shining through its transparent structure. The upper society, driving expensive cars with some of the most elegant women I had ever laid my eyes on, walked around, chatting and enjoying themselves. It was currently inching closer to darkness, and I was busy following my mark as she navigated the social scene with grace and expertise that totally outshined every other woman present. Underneath that beautiful exterior, however, was a demon. To be precise, a succubus called Calliope that drained men of not only their vital life force but also their overflowing bank accounts. Using that money and beauty, she had managed to build an empire, and this hotel was only one of her many properties around the city. I was going to kill her and send her back to hell. It was the alternative presented by Maze. Lucifer had given me a choice. Choose between Constantine's freedom or Vandal Savage's metahuman gene. One would give me a good relationship with a badass magic expert, and the other was even more useful to my personal power. Savage's metahuman gene was coupled with a high-speed regeneration factor, which meant I could actually use my adaptive physiology to finally get to the upper limits of physical power I wanted. I could train under 20 times the gravity of Earth, go skinny dipping in hot lava, subject myself to all sorts of extreme temperature, poisons, and basically come out stronger than ever and with resistances to basically anything. I could forge my body anew. Make it into something that could support the upper limits of my sonic abilities. Internal lightning bending to increase my speed and reaction speed. All of that would be as easy as breathing. And all I had to do for that monumental amount of progress was kill one demon. Kill one demon when I had taken down millions? Get out of here, I thought with a snort. Yet, something was different about her. Especially how she registered in my senses. Now, demons did not possess a soul. That was an indisputable fact. But, she did. Or at least her core was wholesome. A bundle of self-energy wrapped up in the bare hints of immortality. Calliope had the stirrings of an artificial soul. It was enough to make me question almost everything I knew up until that point. Did Maze know this? Was it the reason why she particularly wanted to get this demon back to hell? I didn't lie to myself and think that just because I had destroyed a lot of the infernal beings, the others had fled back to hell in fear. There had to be thousands of more demons loose in the world. Most of them contracted while others were here to tempt mortals. Even in the city, I could feel the pulse of many different demons. I was planning on doing some cleanup when I was done with the weird mission. So why her specifically? I brought up the mission log once more. The rewards section had been placed at pending, probably in response to the new mission Maze had given me. I'd also found out that the system had divination abilities to some degree, otherwise the chain quest would have been completed with the whole challenge thing. That one last mission I needed to carry out had been a mystery up until Maze had issued it. This was normally Lucifer's job, but the King of Hell had been thrilled that his replacement was taking charge and immediately agreed. Chain quest updated, destroy Galileo's known associates, 3/5, updated 3/4, associates remaining 1, update. Last associate, due to the actions of a being with the authority of a level 12 entity, an update to the chain quest has been prompted. Galileo's last associate Calliope is still loose in the world. Take her down and see the completion of the chain quest. Mission parameters, objectives, and rewards have been updated accordingly due to the actions of the client who issued the chain quest. One of the associates has already been dealt with. You made the devil wait. Wow, so much for good work ethic. As a result of this, a replacement mission has been issued. The final act saved Jason Blood and Alyssa from the schemes of the Hell Lords, who seek to use this chance to undermine Lucifer's influence in the recently tension-wrought realm known as the Hell Dimension. The client wishes to test your mettle before this challenge. As a consequence, he has revealed your position to a few interested parties. Think of this as a test. Survive, get to hell and kick a few demon asses. Mission objectives come out on top in the following encounter. Complete. Find a way into hell, preferably without dying. Complete defeat the Hell Lords. Complete just survive. Complete update. Take her down mercilessly. Incomplete. Mission parameters, mission time limit. Do you really want to keep him waiting again? Mission difficulty hell, pun so intended, update. Mission difficulty normal. Mission rewards 25 training points for each objective cleared for a total of 100 training points if all objectives are cleared. 100 training points for mission completion. 1 boon from Lucifer Morningstar. Mysterious reward. A new perk. Rewards pending. 20 training points. 1 more added boon from Lucifer as opposed to the initial singular one. Rewards pending plus if I completed that last associate mission, I was practically free from the chain quest and could take other unrelated missions. But still, something rubbed me the wrong way about this whole deal. The mission difficulty was set at normal, which meant, as compared to every other mission, this would be a cakewalk. Maze wanted her to be cut down mercilessly. Therein lied the suspicious element. She didn't want me talking with her. I studied her for a few more minutes. At the half-hour mark, and just as 7 rolled around, though from the way the city instantly went alive you would know that the party was just beginning, she excused herself and left for her penthouse, momentarily disappearing from my sight but not my senses. I rose up from my crouch just as I felt her pour herself a drink. Time to end this thing and collect my rewards. The black blade I had taken from one of the demons appeared in my hands. The saber seemed to blend into the natural surroundings, and with a little tweak from Sai, the nick part was fixed. Sai had unfortunately disliked the blade the first time laying his eyes on it. But it was a good replacement for now as Equity completed its evolution. The winds lifted me up and I flew above the streets, clearing the distance between the two buildings in a single second. I aimed for the skylight, smashing through the glass and landing on the ground, blade poised to slice the succubus from head to toe. Calliope's eyes widened, too slow for her to do anything as the blade fell. Then, "Nuu!" That single shout, stopped my blade at her forehead. A trail of blood ran down her face from where the blade had touched her skin. I kept it there as I turned to look at the source of the shout. The cry had been gut-wrenchingly heartbroken and panicked, but the reason why I did not follow through with the action was the familiarity of the voice. Standing in the doorway was a very familiar figure. "You?" I asked the girl who had served Gabriel and I during our talk at Lux. "In LA. The cute girl had been very curious and interested about me, to the point where I had felt something was up. To find her here, defending a demon. What is the meaning of this?" I asked coldly. "Paige, leave! Now!" Calliope shouted, gritting her teeth. The cute girl looked between us, hands trembling as she shook her head. "Mom! No! I'm not going to leave you here." She defiantly begun, only to be interrupted once more. "Wait, Mom? Paige, you will listen to me and get out of here now." Then Calliope stared derp into my eyes, almost pleadingly. "Your business is with me, Demon Bane." "Demon Bane? What the?" Paige flinched but stood her ground. "I have a better idea, no one is leaving," I decided. The wind blew through the room and closed the door behind Paige with a loud bang. Calliope's gaze turned devastated as a pink mist escaped out of her form, swirling around the both of us like sakura leaves. I used the wind to get rid of the sudden attack, but I could already feel a stirring from deep within me. "Damn it!" I jumped back to create distance between us, calling onto my inner energy and running it inside my body to get rid of whatever she had done to me. I cursed myself. If I had been a little more ruthless, none of this would have happened. Chapter 171, Guilt and Pleasure. Aiden's POV, the heat from my inner flame running through my body staved off the sudden arousal my body screamed with. I swallowed, doing my best to keep my eyes above Calliope's neck. Their scents were alluring and oh so very tempting. An air bubble shimmered at my front as a ball of condensed hellfire washed over me, swallowing my defense sphere in a torrential wave of almost sentient flames. Calliope had smartly taken advantage of my distraction to attack. Instead of pressing the advantage, however, she chose retreat. "Paige! We are going now." Bat wings exploded out from the succubus's back. She didn't spare me a glance while grabbing her daughter's hand forcefully. As occupied as I was with trying to burn the pink mist that I had breathed in unconsciously, I wouldn't have paid them no mind anyway. I was too shocked. Whatever this mist was, it didn't affect my mind. Instead, it focused its effects on my body. My enhanced healing did not take it as an injury or sickness either, so I was stuck with relying on my body refining along with adaptive physiology to get rid of the status effect. The crash of a window called my attention to my target. I looked at them and caught Paige's green eyes wide with fear, just as they fell out of the building. "Fuck! Can't let them get away." Steam escaped my mouth as I intensified the heat, feeling my insides cooking, but my body's reaction eased. It wasn't over, not even close. I needed somewhere I could meditate and burn it out of my system, but it was just enough to move. The wind spheres surrounding me warped in shape, seeking to trap the hellfire in a cocoon that I could simply expel to my realm and avoid burning down the whole district. Like an umbrella unraveling the wrong way, the black flames were trapped inside my wind sphere, then sent to the fire dimension. Too bad I couldn't store the energy as it was in my hammer space. If I did, I could acquire some really awesome firepower. The luxurious room had already been turned into a smoking wreck. The smoke flowed out of the hole in the window, visible in the light-filled surroundings. I waved it away and took a step into the empty air. Casually walking forwards on an invisible air platform, while I used my senses to hone in on Calliope and Paige's location. "Oh my god! Is he fucking is. Bruh, he is walking on air." My form started gathering interest from the people under me. "Oh man, that is so cool. Must be an act," one of them said. "I know." And a few seconds earlier I saw a woman fly out of the same building with something held in her arms. She flew north. "This place is awesome." "North, huh?" I focused my senses on that direction and barely pinged off a very low flying form. I narrowed my eyes. Got you. For the hint, I decided to repay the guys under me. I spread out my hands and allowed gravity to take a hold of me. Amid the screams of frightened tourists, I fell, plunging through the ground like a missile from WW2. I could see their eyes, open wide with fear and exhilaration, and when I was only 10 meters above their heads, I reoriented my body to face north in a horizontal position, and then a burst of yellow light exploded out of my feet. The sudden action from activating the jet flames pushed me forwards at incredible speeds. I stepped on the metaphorical gas. My attention divided in 3 ways. 1. To fucking enjoy this because it never got old. 2. To not lose Calliope's form through the winding city. And 3. To keep on burning the effects of the succubi aphrodisiac from my system. Who? I screamed in delight as I flew down Fremont Street in downtown Las Vegas, laughing at the 25 speed limit sign near the sidewalk. Scores of people pointed out at me just as I passed through, catching up quickly to my target. Calliope must have sensed me as she quickly took a sharp turn, momentarily getting lost through a few buildings. I followed her relentlessly, kicking off to the right to change direction and not lose her trail. Something fast-moving dove down from the roof of a building, heading towards me. Calliope slammed into me, a sword with burning black flames along its form, slicing through my air bubble like it wasn't even there. The ebony blade appeared in my arms and blocked her blade. The clash sent us both tumbling through a building being constructed and onto the roof of another 5-story building. I rolled away from the explosion of black flames that engulfed 5 meters around her in fire. I have no quarrel with you, Demon Bane. Calliope snarled, the green eyes she shared with her daughter glowing with fury. You're right. I answered back, getting to my feet lazily. I do not want to kill you. So make this easy on both of us and go back to hell willingly. Otherwise. I left the statement hung, unfinished. So be it. Calliope answered, not the least bit surprised by my response. She had expected I wouldn't back down. That was probably the reason why she had sent Paige away. I couldn't sense the former at all, something that raised a lot of questions on what kind of heritage she actually possessed. When flying away with her mother, Paige had managed to lower both of their presences to the point where I had almost lost them. Was it conscious, or I turned back to the fight when something started happening? Black flames washed over Calliope's body. The heat no less oppressive than Lady Blaze's hellfire. I have faced down worse foes. Stronger beings. Creatures of magic so powerful, you would not survive a confrontation. You will be nothing more than a name added to my list, boy. With the effect of hell flames licking her position, the statement was admittedly very cool. Cheap talk, lip service bullshit. In other words, bite me, bitch. I responded, twirling the blade in my hand in preparation for our confrontation. There were a lot more questions than I needed before I could go for the killing blow. Otherwise she would have been dead already. A weird look crossed over my face when the hell flames disappeared. That you, Rainier? I blurted out as the feeling of arousal intensified by tenfold. Calliope had changed. If before she was gracefully beautiful, now she was sinfully hot. Dressed in black leather bikini, with high boots, intricate tattoos glowing across her arms and midnight black hair, she cut an amazing figure with the 8-hourglass body shape she was rocking. And my dick noticed. A low heat that burned on my groin quickly became too much, distracting me even more. And now I was back to where I started. Fuck, I need to finish this quickly. Such a cute little boy. Her throaty voice sent shivers across my body. The ebony sword slashed through the air, preceded by my first step. A sharp clang rang out as the slim blade in her arms, burning with black flames, blocked my first strike. I leaned out of the way, my skin barely getting glazed by the tip of her thin tail. I stepped back to avoid her clawed hand, which swung wide through the air, only for her to use it to build momentum and transition into a kick aided by the mighty flap of her wings. I grabbed the kick to my chest, grunting a little, after noticing the not insignificant force she put in it, and threw her across the roof. Calliope spun through the air, using her wings to fly off towards another building, preferably to escape. Okay, this is dumb. No more holding back. I held out a hand and air constructs covered her path, crept up along her feet and bound her tightly. She let out an alarmed shout trying to escape, but my patience had thinned out. Stop struggling. The power behind my words slammed into her mind as the combination of the sonic subskill and my telepathy worked wonders to control her. It wasn't a skill I loved using. Or that effective really. Had she been calmer, she would have probably broken the hypnotic effect. Calliope's bound form landed before me and I belatedly realized that I was fucked. The things I wanted to do to her and her to me, oh god. Especially when you consider that the air construct ropes, invisible as they were, emphasized her body the way it did, all that left me itching for some MILF loving. Her eyes blazed with anger, flames leaking out from her skin to try and destroy the bindings holding her captive. I had even covered her mouth, deciding to first meditate before having a chat with this devilish woman. I crossed my legs in my usual pose and delved deep within my body. My nervous system appeared on my mind, the nodes of energy scattered around and pulsing with power. My own inner heat rose up to defend against the effects of Calliope's succubus powers. A few minutes later, I got up, the arousal at a manageable level. During that time, Calliope had stopped struggling, though the way she stared daggers told me exactly what she thought about me. Yikes. I leveled my sword at her. Let's get one thing clear, the only reason you're still alive is because I hate getting played. Clearly there are a lot of things I wasn't told. When I loosen the binding across your mouth, start talking. I used the most menacing voice I could. I did as promised, undoing the binding taped across her mouth. Tuh! She spit at me. I wiped the saliva off my coat without a word. Now, I've always been respectful to women. My parents raised me right after all. That said, the one thing I had come to learn during my stay in this world was that image was everything. How you portray yourself is the difference between being treated seriously or getting taken as a joke. Case in point, Toyman. A dude that could build fucking robots but was at best seen as a nuisance and at worst the cause of Metropolis Property Damage Fund rising up by a smidgen. He was a joke character with a lot of power. His image sucked. On the other end of the spectrum we have Victor Zaz, no powers yet everyone in Imama took this dude seriously. Ergo, if you wanted people to take you legit, you had to have a certain image and attitude. I whipped out my hand and slapped the demon across her face. Calliope's face was whipped to the side, a trail of blood dripping down her torn lip as she blinked her eyes to get rid of the sudden vertigo. I crouched down in front of her. You slapped me? She said in disbelief. Duh. I looked at her, cleaning out my ears with my pinky finger. An expressionless look on my face. It was either that, or kill you for being a bitch. I waved the ebony blade in the air, bringing it close to her neck threateningly. The point touched her throat and pierced a bit of her skin. She swallowed in fear, not moving. Her green eyes had lost that furious glow from before. All I need to do is just push a little and it's game over. I whispered. Then I sent the ebony blade to my hammer space, making it disappear from my hand. She breathed out in relief as I smiled softly. But that would be a quick way to go. My soft smile turned predatory. Her fear intensified, connecting the dots. I cracked my fists. It would be such an insult to your resilience, right? I mean, you're a big bad demon after all. You faced down your share of monsters and come out on top. You can probably handle a beating to the death. No! Stay back. Her bravery held up only to the point where I started approaching her slowly. I stopped. Then started talking. She took a shuddering breath, closing her eyes and the back of her head resting on the wall behind her. Promise me that you'll leave my daughter out of this. I cocked my head in thought, extending the tense moment even further. She has nothing to do with this. Promise me, you bastard. Calliope barked in desperation. I nodded. I promise you that I'll leave your daughter out of it. Now talk, What's your purpose in the human world? Calliope seemed to pull in on herself, the defiant anger she possessed, going away, replaced by a faraway look. One of pain. It was a few centuries ago. I fell for a human, she smiled a little in reminiscence. I raised an eyebrow at that. That was surprising. The air folded at my back in the shape of a comfy chair, the buoyant nature of the air currents gently holding me up in a seated position. I had a feeling that what I was about to hear was going to be heavy. He knew nothing of the world in the shadows. Our meeting was one of chance. His family had been invaded and he had lost everything. The only thing saving his life, a magic formation in the basement where the blood from his injuries had seeped through. I felt the call, full of desperation and want. A human soul driven to the very edge of despair. Such a soul would be tantalizing. Valuable. And so, I answered. Her voice turned cold. I later learned he was an ancient magician who had hypnotized himself to believe he was the only survivor from a massacre. Everything had been a carefully crafted plan. After losing a battle where he was cast out of this plane, he tricked a mystical arts practitioner called Deacon Dratch into giving him his body and soul, therefore enabling him to leave his imprisonment from the other dimension. Okay, that just took a drastic change. Upon his escape, he found out that he had lost all his powers and Deacon's magical potential was weak. So he came up with a devious plan. He used a one-way link to connect his soul with Dratch's, in order to hide his putrid and dirty one, then tortured Dratch's soul, taking him to the peak of soul destruction before giving him a ray of hope. Demons consider such souls as valuable because our innate nature craves for that which we do not have. Salvation. All this was in order to capture the interest of a high-ranked demon, then to imprison them and have them serve him, teach him infernal magic and to order around. She spat out. Why go to all that trouble just to sermon you? I wondered curiously. It seemed like too convoluted a plan. Normally when magicians use a magic formation, the only thing they can sermon is a low-level demon. To get a high-ranked demon like a succubus, you need either of three things. Something belonging to the demon, which might be hair, skin, teeth, nails, or horns, a powerful incantations that calls onto the demon's true name, and lastly, a very valuable soul. He had neither, so he devised a way to make it seem as if Dratch's soul was valuable enough. I finished. Who is he? At that she clammed up. You do not understand the danger you will put my daughter in if I happen to mention his name. She genuinely looked upset, her eyes fleeting around us. You're a fucking demon. Why are you so scared of one little magician? Where was the defiance she'd shown me? As I was currently, she had to know I was a much more valid threat than whoever she was talking about. Wait. You're not afraid of him, are you? At that Calliope looked away. You're afraid for Paige. I concluded. Keep her name out of your fucking mouth. I snorted. I don't think you're in a position to demand anything of me. I pointed at her bound form. In any case, why don't we finish this story? I'm guessing you escaped? She was still fuming, but in the end, she answered nonetheless. It was after Paige was born, my life in the human world had shown me how humans could be ruthless like demons. In some cases even more, but I also saw some that had the capacity for good. One of them helped me to get a stable life. However, I knew it wouldn't be enough. I wanted to give my baby girl everything she could ever want. The best protection, the best things, the best life. So I used my unique advantages to move up in life, and a few weeks ago, Maze came to learn of Paige's existence. She feels that she can only protect her if she's in hell, somewhere she can see her niece all the time. But you disagree. So why send me to kill you then? I asked, feeling more and more stumped. None of this was making much sense. And one more thing. If you are bound to a demon contract, then how comes the magician let you leave? She swallowed. I don't know. I think he considers it a game. A promise that I would come back. That no matter how far away from him I go, he will always eventually find me. The whole thing was starting to add up now. That's why you're wary to utter his name. You're afraid to capture his attention, making him decide to come for you after all this time. I rubbed my chin in thought. And as to May's ordering me to kill you, I would say it's politics. She is the new king, or in this case, queen of hell. At that, Calliope looked up in shock. Maybe she thinks bringing you back, a high-ranked demon, to hell will be a nice opening to her reign. That does sound like something she would do. I nodded, the ebony blade appearing in my hands. Yes, I agree. Totally sounds like May's. The succubus eyed the blade with fear once more crossing her features. Besides the fear, was resignation as well. She had accepted her fate. Now, don't look so glum. When you die here, you'll simply reform in hell, brand new. You can thank the innate connection you possess to the infernal realm. I told her in what I hoped was a comforting tone. When demons died on earth, their sense of self was simply slingshot back to hell due to their demonic heritage. If they died in hell, it was game over, and if they died in a realm such as mine that completely cut off any links to other realms besides the connection I alone possessed, it was game over as well. All the demons I'd killed on either dimensions were truly dead. Back to Calliope. Despite the heartbreaking story, I couldn't hope to fail this mission. That's where the sacrifices things come in. The world needed both Constantine and me at my best, more than it needed Calliope. And I also did not want to ruin my relationship with Maze. She was my friend, yes, but now her worth had elevated greatly. She was going to be a valuable ally. I raised the sword up high, ready to strike her down. Don't worry about your daughter, I'll make sure she's kept safe. I promised and meant it. The last thing I saw was a small smile of relief on Calliope's beautiful face before I swung the sword. Then, darkness. My senses were immediately rendered null. I lost the connection with my air bindings due to the sudden surprise of sensory deprivation. Thinking fast, I pulled on my inner energy and exploded with furious blue flames, setting my surroundings in fire and pushing away the darkness, allowing me to see and hear in a distance of 3 meters surrounding me. A fire snake formed around me, spinning in place, condescending into an almost white-yellow fireball that exploded out with me at the epicenter. I heard a pain shout. The surroundings were revealed quickly before the darkness encroached upon me once more. It wasn't something I could push with airbending as well. Paige! What are you doing here? I thought Calliope started only to be cut off by her daughter. Don't worry, Mom, I'm not leaving you here alone with. Her voice was muffled once more by the darkness that finally occupied my vicinity. Paige's voice started echoing throughout the rooftop. No! Don't take my mom away. She's the only thing I have. I pulled my hand back and threw the blade where I last remembered Calliope's form had been. There was a clang before a swath of black flames sped out from the position, almost invisible to my eyesight. A flick of my wrist and I batted away the hell flame, left hand coated with my own blue flames. Then the darkness disappeared. The first indication that the worst possible outcome had happened was the red text box that appeared in my vision with huge letters spelling, "Mission failed." No! I murmured in disbelief, seeing no signs of either of the women. Gah! Fucking damn it! I was mad at letting them slip away. My fist dug onto the wall of the small structure built on the rooftop of the building. I was pissed off. I hadn't considered that Paige would come back. Neither had I thought that she possessed such potent powers. Did she awaken them upon seeing her mom about to die? Even my fucking energy sense had told me she was a normal girl, so what the fuck was this shit? I leaned on the wall and just slipped to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. My head rested right beside the ebony blade dug into the wall. I stayed there for 2 hours, just thinking. This was the first mission I had failed at. The worst part was that I could have finished it quickly. I could have trusted Maze. I didn't, and now, I could only make one choice. I felt sick to my stomach. Having faced down demons and all manner of creatures yet always succeeding, this was what did me in. Time to make your choice, Aiden. I thought belatedly. Constantine, or power. The sickness came back again. I couldn't choose. Not now. I needed to distract myself. So I stayed up there just staring at the sky. I couldn't help but notice just how beautifully the moon shone above me. It cast a pale light in the surroundings, forming shadows. I realized offhandedly that that must have been how they managed to escape. It seemed like Paige had awakened darkness and shadow manipulation. Such a Chinibu superpower. Good for her. I snorted. Back to the moon, I couldn't help but keep on staring at it. With nothing to do but pass the time up until my birthday and I looked at the time. 2 hours till you're officially 18, Aiden. You don't have your family nor your friends to celebrate with, what is it Uncle Marcus always said? I laughed, remembering the memory I was thinking of. Oh yeah, that he'd sneak me some real beer once I turned 18. Not the cheap shit you found at teenage parties. I still don't really understand how he considers a Henny the best thing since sliced bread. I stood up, suddenly coming to a decision. Why don't I find out? I stared at the moon and find out in style. Anything to forget the clusterfuck that had just occurred. A portal appeared behind me and I stepped inside, layering it to lead to my room. I got a couple $1,000 and stepped out into the L. Night, a warm coat strapped around my body to keep me warm. Luckily, there wasn't a time difference between the two cities, so there was no disorientation. Now, where can I find someone willing to sell liquor to a teenager without asking for ID? At the end, my patience got the better of me and I ended up going invisible and stealing a few Henny bottles. Before leaving, I placed about $1,000 on the counter next to the dude manning it. He looked at the money in shock, and I left the store laughing at what he probably thought were ghosts. The momentary humor did not last that long, however. I was trying hard not to think about my fuck-up, but instead ended up overthinking about what I could have done differently. The guilt was real, and for the first time in a long time, I really felt depressed. And lonely. And a lot more negative feelings. A deep sigh escaped me as I stepped into an alley. I'd heard a sharp scream coming from here. Yo, what the fuck do? A thug asked, lifting up his gray wife beater to reveal a pistol attached to his waistband. Behind him, 2 more dudes held up a girl about my age against the wall. One of them had his fingers under her short dress. This is some cliche type of BS right here. A blast of air pushed the guys against the wall painfully. I heard a crack from one of the men's hands, but simply didn't care. My expression found the girl's. Thank. She begun. Her skin looked so smooth and soft, beautiful, sexy. I shook my head. Calliope really fucked me up. Save it. What the fuck did you expect would happen if you walked around this place looking like that? Beat it. I pointed at the mouth of the alley and created a boom tube without another word. Then I jumped in just as I heard a shout from her. Wait. The portal closed behind me and I looked around at my dimension. My presence was dulled to the point that my spirits couldn't sense me. I didn't want them to see me like this. It would only bring their moods down. Deep within me, I knew I was falling back to old habits. Closing myself off. I just wanted to be by myself, even though that was all I always was. It would let me figure out the next step. Once I got out of this funk, of course. I looked at the pack of liquor in my hands. I'd gotten 2 bottles of Henny, whiskey, and an expensive wine that cost around $500. I wanted to know what was so special about it. With my realm having a physical link to the moon, I could fortunately create a portal to its surface without ever having been there. Otherwise, the journey would have been annoying as fuck. The closest place I could portal to would have had to be the watchtower, which was still a long ways off from the natural satellite. I looked at the portal pulsing with yellow light before me. Welp, let's do this, Neil Armstrong. I stepped through the portal and landed slowly on my feet. The surroundings had changed, but luckily a ball of oxygen surrounded my body, allowed me to breathe. Talk about a wasteland. All I could see was sand, rocks, and craters. Looking at the sky, it seemed like the earth was above me. Stars shone beautifully around the open sky. No pollution or skyscrapers topping the skyline either. Weird. I set the pack of beer down on the ground, only for it to bounce up and float a little. This is some trippy shit. My voice was actually audible, which made sense because I was surrounded in a sphere of air. I took a sudden jump and cleared about 50 meters of distance without even trying. So of course I had fun in the low gravity. Finally getting tired of the same thing. I laid my ass down on a rock after shading off its top half and leaned on my arm, watching the blue planet. My first taste of the wine had me wincing a little. Sweet but also not? Could I even get drunk? I mean, it figures that with my enhanced body that would be something I wouldn't have to worry about yet. The arousal caused by Calliope had hit me hard. So maybe my body wasn't as resilient as I had initially thought. Even now, I could still feel a familiar feeling below my groin. My balls felt so full. And it didn't seem like it was going to go away soon. Fortunately, my body was still trying its best to filter it out. I looked at the clock at the edge of my vision. 1 hour and 6 minutes to midnight. Oh goody. I drowned the whole wine bottle in frustration. I was turning 18 with no one in my family around. Maybe I should go back and chill with Sai, Kai, and Breeze. They were my family after all. Being alone in such a monumental time was simply selfish. Just before I could stand up and leave, something pinged off in my sight. Space rippled a ways off into the dark sky and something flew out of the wormhole. Trouble. I left the pack on the ground, pulled on my inner energy and flew up, jet flames pushing me against the weak gravity of the moon. Space was different from the atmosphere in the moon. I felt a constricting force from all around me that I ignored in favor of blocking the way of what turned out to be a heavily wrecked spaceship headed for Earth. The ship had purple accents around its form, with the hull being streamlined like a normal superjet. A section of it was destroyed, metal drifting off into space along with scuff marks and sparks dancing around the wrecked left side. It looked 2 seconds away from blowing up. I appeared before it and created a massive portal, big enough to let the ship pass through. It was so quick and sudden that the one controlling the ship did not have enough time to change course and ended up plunging inside. General POV, inside the heart of a large statue of himself, Desire smiled provocatively. Their teeth shone prominently against their cherry-red lips. Their yellow eyes twinkling in amusement. You wouldn't blame me for a harmless prank, little brother, right? In any case, call it a birthday present. Aiden's POV, I followed through the portal, forgetting about the pack of beer that would leave the astronomers shocked on the surface of the moon. The trail of destruction was evident. Broken trees and a scar on the ground leading to where the ship had fallen. I had aimed the portal for one of the faraway islands in my main dimension that had a huge size. It was roughly as large as Madagascar. I flew down, informing Sai, Kai and Breeze to stay far away as I assessed the threat level of this new entity. They almost argued, but I stood my ground. I didn't want to put them in any sort of danger. The ebony blade appeared in my hands just as I stepped down before the wrecked ship. The entrance door opened up and someone stumbled out. I widened my eyes in shock as I quickly ran forward to catch her. She had red, beautiful hair that glowed slightly, green eyes, and a beautiful face that was topped up with full lips meant for kissing. I swallowed. My eyes drifted down her body looking for injuries below her purple costume. Are you okay? Starfire held onto me with her strong arms, pressing her body into me in a way that managed to flare up the feelings caused by Calliope's attacks. I started to pull away only to feel an animalistic need suddenly grip me. With every ounce of my being, I jumped back, breathing heavily. Wait! Gupta! Gop, Sakadii. Her voice was hard and distrustful, green bolts appearing in her shaking hands. Starfire tried to point them at me but swayed in her feet. You need to rest. I quickly moved in before she could fall and held her in my arms again. My mouth opened slightly as her hands came up to surround my shoulders. My heart pumped wildly in my chest when her lips advanced towards mine. I know what she wanted to do. To learn the language I spoke for easier communication, yet I felt that something was bound to happen. Something I wasn't sure I wanted to stop. She kissed me. The softest kiss I had ever felt. Her body melted into mine and the kiss went from necessary to a needful want. Sparks, no, fireworks exploded in my mind. A desire so potent, I felt my mind break at the thought of denying it. The kiss deepened, her arousal rising up to match mine. I ran a hand down her luscious hair, then gripped her ass with my left hand, a boom tube appearing below us, leading to my bed in Lux. The last thought I had was a half-remembered advice from future Aiden. Something about, the thought disappeared from my head as Starfire literally ripped the clothes off my back. Chapter 172, 3 months later. General POV, the bio ship touched down on the hangar silently. It took a few seconds for an entrance to form on the side of the Martian aircraft, followed by the beat of feet as the team shuffled out. That's the second damn time. Kid Flash complained, limping out of the bio ship with an angry look on his face. She broke my computer. So not Trot. Robin added with a frown, fingers tapping the holographic device strapped to his wrist. I was so close. I had a clear shot and then, bam. Darkness, no sight, no smell, no nothing. It's so annoying. Artemis remarked in frustration, being the third to exit. At this point I believe a change of tactics is in order. A tall beautiful girl advised while floating out of the spaceship. Robin stared at her with his mouth slightly open. He still couldn't get used to just how beautiful and unique she was when compared to other girls. His heart always skipped a beat when she smiled. Earth to Robin. Kid Flash snapped his fingers in front of Robin's face, making the younger boy throw an annoyed look his way. Kid Flash snorted, any more staring and your jaw will drop to the floor. Robin blushed and looked away. I don't know what you're talking about. He denied. A chuckle escaped Kid Flash sure Rob. Starfire's feet gently landed on the floor and looked around the watchtower. A panoramic view of the Earth could be seen through the invisible energy shields surrounding the whole structure. So beautiful, she stated, her hands clasped between her chest. Yeah. It took a while to get used to all of it. Miss Martian commented while flying towards her fellow alien. You seem to have accepted it as your new home. Starfire observed. I don't know if I'm ready to. Or if I'll ever be. She added in a little sadness. Miss Martian placed a hand on the Tamaranian's shoulder. No one expects you to. She softly said. Whether you see this as a new beginning or just a resting point before things work out, you're not alone, Corey. We're here with you. Starfire smiled at the green-skinned superheroine. Thank you again. You are very proficient in the cheering up. Miss Martian laughed at the funny way Starfire worded her statements. It wasn't that habitual for her, but just enough for it to be noticeable. Now, I am going to the hub and bake something. The rest of the team needs my powers of cheering up to forget how badly the mission went. You want to join me? Starfire shook her head, still looking out at the planet. No. I think I'll stay here a while. I have a lot on my mind. She replied. Miss Martian nodded in understanding and flew off towards the team's new headquarters, known as the Hub. Using Batman's blueprints for the Watchtower, the League had managed to attach another structure to the Watchtower for the Black Ops team use. It was outfitted with the same amenities the Watchtower had, yet remained a separate entity except for times when the two teams needed to work together. After Batman had resigned from the League, he had been offered the position as full-time overseer for the teens. It was a position that involved his old duties of mission assignment and strategy training for the junior team. Batman had refused at first, but after Superman continued to be in a coma, the latter stand and had needed better guidance from someone experienced with how Superman went about safeguarding Metropolis. And no one knew Superman better than the Dark Knight. Not alone, huh? Starfire absent-mindedly said, rubbing a pendant with a stylized yin-yang symbol clasped along her neck. She could feel a warmth that she instinctively knew was his beacon to her. If she pressed her thumb on the pendant, she knew he would come. No matter what he was doing or where he he would come. It was enough for Starfire to smile with a fond look on her face. They weren't talking, yet he would come. What if? Star? You okay? Robin, her smart teammate who was usually the brains behind most of their strategies, questioned in genuine concern. She hadn't felt him walk over to her, which was something not just anyone could do. It was a testament to how good he actually was. Starfire had undergone rigorous training with the warlords of Okara after all. I am fine, friend Robin, she answered, shutting off her train of thought into past memories. Just Robin is fine. Robin chuckled slightly. Oh, am I not supposed to consider you friend? Starfire asked in genuine confusion. No. We are friends. It's just that the Conatat, you know what, never mind. A brief silence fell between the two of them. It's worth it. Robin begun. Starfire threw him a questioning look, but the boy wonder was already answering. Broken bones, torn skin, exhausted minds, they always seem to fade away whenever I look out and see that. It reminds me, this is what it's all for. Call it what you will, the mission, the purpose, the calling. Everything. Starfire could feel the passion in Robin's voice. He meant what he said. That made her reevaluate her own principles and ideals. What was her purpose? What did she want? She had survived her sister's machinations caused by jealousy. She had survived the experiments to bombard her body with high levels of ultraviolet radiation, even gaining something from it. Not to mention escaping her captivity, finding something she thought she would never ever get, then losing it due to it all being a lie. The past many months had been a roller coaster of emotions. What was next for her? Okay, Anakin. Starfire teased Robin after his words. The younger teen barked out a laugh full of disbelief. Did you just use a Star Wars reference? Starfire smiled as she turned to leave. It was time for a debrief after all. Maybe I did. She threw that over her shoulder and floated away, thinking to herself, she didn't have a purpose yet, but she was among friends, and for now that was okay. 5 minutes later, now that everyone is gathered, let us go over the mission. Batman's gruff voice stated, waving a hand in front of him. He was standing at the head of the table, with the whole team gathered around it. A projection appeared in between the table showing what seemed to be a wrecked train, off its rails. Approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, a report came in about the possible sighting of Red Tornado on a train headed out of city limits. The League was occupied with trying to stop Sabac's rampage through Fawcett City, so the scouting mission fell to your hands. And we blew it. Big time. Artemis groaned, hiding her face behind her hands. I wonder if the two incidences were connected. The timing seems a little too convenient. Robin spoke up. Yeah. It does make sense. Especially when you consider what we found on the train. Calder agreed. Initial test results have confirmed that it's a body-enhancing serum with traces of the blockbuster formula and an unidentified chemical. We have designated it as Variant X. The surviving vials have been sent to Star Labs for in-depth scan. Batman informed them. So they're moving again? Kid Flash wondered, looking around the table. We have no confirmation on whether the light is responsible. Batman responded. Oh, come on. Red Tornado's possible sighting, blockbuster formula, and to make sure the League were none the wiser, a last-minute distraction in the form of a villain rampage? We all know that memo. They've been quiet for long, but now they're back. Kid Flash words made sense to everyone present. Batman narrowed his eyes. That is not productive to our current discussion. Back to the mission. The visual feed displayed above the table changed to play a distorted clip. This video file was collected from one of the surveillance drones tasked with protecting the cargo in the train. The drone seemed to sway out of the way of Miss Martian's spaceship. Said ship hovered over the moving train below, followed by the team jumping out and landing on top of it with barely any trouble. The weekly training from Richard Dragon was paying more and more dividends. Batman paused the clip. Any thoughts so far? Yeah, I should have checked for any air surveillance devices. A short-range EMP would have extended the time frame we had to gain access to the train. Especially when the bio ship would have been unaffected due to her shielding. Because of the oversight, we lost the tactical advantage of surprise. Robin said. Upon the team's landing, Evo's monkey drones poured out of the train like water from a broken dam and a fight broke out. It was clear to see that despite the surprise attack, the team was well equipped to handle the drones. A wave of telekinetic wave blasted out of Miss Martian, pushing all the monkeys away from their immediate surroundings. The bio ship with Team Delta in it moved ahead, out of the encirclement of the monkeys and closer to the cart where a red armored figure stood. Artemis and Calder jumped out while Robin controlled the Martian craft to move to the side and begin taking out the monkeys, keeping Alpha Team occupied. Then things went from relatively bad to worse. A cloak of darkness instantly fell over the surroundings. The white shadow and darken. Batman concluded. The video file cut off as the surveillance drone lost control in the zone of darkness. The last things seen were two grainy and badly taken images. Two new players. As if this game wasn't too crowded already. Artemis pitched in. They were very powerful. Starfire spoke up. After Connor, Corey's our heaviest hitter, yet, she couldn't even push the white shadow back. Robin was quick to point out. Not to mention Darken's ability to basically numb everything with her umbrakinesis, and it's a miracle that we only lost the cargo. Chapter 173, The White Shadow and Darken. General POV, I don't like this. Black Spider whispered, hanging off a web that was attached to the high roof of the warehouse. Shut your trap. It's not your job to like it. It's your job to do what you're told. Sportsmaster snapped at him. Download app. Wow, someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Black Spider whispered to the silent Cheshire. The young assassin was the height of professionalism. Her hand brushed over the sayas strapped across her hips. The darkness in the warehouse had gotten a little too deep. Companies arrived. She informed the other two. About damn time. Sportsmaster walked forward and stood in front of the other two. A tactic to show who was in charge. I'm a busy man. Are we going to do this or what? A laugh sounded out from all around. Where's your sense of humor? I thought someone dressed like a walking joke would appreciate one. A deep voice questioned just as the shadows in the room roiled around to reveal two figures. A man dressed in a long overcoat with cut-off sleeves and the tattoo of a dragon circling balancing scales on most of his right arm. A black saber that seemed to blend into the darkness surrounding his colleague was lazily strapped to his hip. His face was hidden behind a white mask with golden accents that seemed to subtly glow. The mask was a nice contrast to his jet black smooth locks that went down to his shoulders. Lastly, a pendant with a yin-yang symbol was strapped to his neck, falling over his strong chest left exposed for all to see. His abs shifted with every small motion he made under his light brown skin. What's that, you punk? Sportsmaster cocked his head, debating whether or not to drive the javelin on his back through the man's chest. The guy in question sighed. Villains these days, why so serious? I kill people. Nothing funny about that. Sportsmaster answered. Oh, on the contrary, there's everything funny about that. He stressed, clearing his throat and pacing a little. Let me clarify, why kill someone when death is assured for them either way? I mean, last I checked, no one lives forever, right? You could just wait it out. Make their life miserable but not kill them. He stated in a curious tone. Admittedly he actually makes a good point. Black Spider observed, making the man laugh. If you think about it, you're not really showing how badass you are when you kill someone, you're just demonstrating your impatience. It's a game of fools. Cheshire agreed, if only to understand the man's mental process. The only difference is... The man prompted. We get paid. The female assassin finished the statement. Ding ding ding! Someone get this femme fatale a cookie. I like the way you think. The man in the white mask complimented, unaware of the mounting anger in Sportsmaster. No one ignored him. Ever! Now that the niceties are over and done. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as two weapons clashed in midair. TCH. You got lucky! Sportsmaster spat, looking at the javelin penetrating a few crates behind the man in the white mask. He had evaded at the last second and in the same motion, unsheathed the ebony saber strapped on his hip to block Sportsmaster's follow-up strike with a hockey stick. Sportsmaster pressed his weight into the attack, aiming to destabilize his opponent's footing and take the opening. A smooth strafe to the side put the man in the white mask at the light's enforcer right, his ebony sword dragging along the hockey stick with a sharp ring and sparks. A leg shot out from an impossible angle. Sportsmaster grunted after receiving the blow on his forearm guard and grabbing the leg. He heaved in exertion, pulling the man in the white mask to the ground in a judo move. They rolled smoothly, with Sportsmaster emerging on top. His fist shot out towards the face of his opponent, but the man dodged the move, winding his legs around Sportsmaster and pulling his head down for a vicious headbutt on the nose. Sportsmaster winced and pulled away, feeling his nose break underneath the metal mask he wore, followed by his eyes smarting due to the pain. The veteran supervillain was distracted enough for a kidney shot to throw him up in the air for a few inches before the man in the white mask pulled off a spinning kick with his back still on the ground, sending Sportsmaster flying away with a dislocated jaw. There was a crash as he smashed onto the empty crates stacked along the wall. The clash of metal once again rang out when the mysterious man's companion parried away the stars that had been aimed at him by Cheshire. Told you the weapon would come in handy. The man told his companion, jumping up to his feet smoothly. It's a fucking knife. She held it up. A piece of metal against the kind of shit we deal with on a daily basis. Beings that can't get hurt by anything short of a missile. She shot back. Her look was the complete opposite of her companion. A dark cloak that was as long as a cape hid most of her upper face, barring her green glowing eyes. What could be seen revealed red full lips and a small chin. The cloak covered everything except for the two blades in her hands that were similarly made of a metal that seemed to suck in all light. She had on gray boots on her feet. Are you still sore about that mission, Darkin? It was over a fucking month ago, sheesh. Let it go. As if sensing what she was about to say, he quickly added through their mind link. You're still not getting a fucking scythe. It's huge, heavy and too chewy. Your powers are already too cliched. He said, turning his attention to the merc standing ready, waiting for a fight. Oh! Sportsmaster started while cracking his jaw back in place, only to be interrupted. You're satisfied, right? At his confused look, the man continued speaking, an edge of anger apparent in his tone. That's why you attacked me. You tried to see if I was the real deal and not an imposter pretending to be the White Shadow. Because if that was the reason for your aggressive action, then you will leave here alive. Otherwise, if your arrogance and overblown ego told you the smart move was to antagonize a fucking force of nature. An aura of oppressive killing intent escaped his form. I will fucking end you. Cheshire's hands shook. She had never felt such killing intent before. The black spider was suddenly hit with vertigo and slipped from his perch on a piece of machinery. His web saved him from getting his head split open on the ground. For Sportsmaster, he was instantly wary. A part of him wanted to keep on pushing. A bigger part of him advised him to take the way out he'd been provided with. The only thing he was sure of, you didn't get that sort of killing intent twiddling your thumb. It took reaping the lives of many creatures. Yeah, Sportsmaster bit out bitterly. Had to verify you were who you say you were. Sportsmaster finally conceded. Great. The White Shadow said pleasantly, the killing intent vanishing instantly. Let's talk business. Black Spider looked at Cheshire and whispered. Is it over? Please tell me it's over, this guy is scary. Cheshire swallowed behind her mask, doing her best to look unfazed. Do you ever consider just dying? She ignored her annoying teammate and walked forward with a briefcase in her hands, feeling like she was being led to the guillotine. There was something eerily wrong with the white shadow. He didn't move like a person. Jade was an assassin. She knew the ticks and telltale signs that enabled her to read he mark even before she killed them. He, on the other hand, was too calm and immobile. It was like she was looking at a fucking robot. Wait, she almost stopped walking. Could that actually be it? Was he an android like Tornado? Well, if he was, they would know soon. She spared a glance at Sportsmaster and felt her lips turn up into a smile. Someone had thoroughly stomped on Crusher's rep. She wondered what her father was thinking. Cheshire almost called him out for it before reminding herself that they couldn't allow the White Shadow or Darken to see them divided. The green-costumed League of Shadows agent stopped before them. Darken shifted her footing subtly, an action that Cheshire almost missed. While she was not completely unreadable like the White Shadow, everything about her was dulled to the extreme. Her voice sounded monotonous, her scent was almost non-existent, just the whiff of smoke, and her body seemed to disappear into the shadows. Cheshire held up the briefcase and unclasped it. 500,000 just as agreed. For keeping the true cargo on the train safe despite losing the bulk of the shipment, you get half the fee. She revealed a neat row of dollars. We only lost most of it due to your fucking robot monkeys. Their explosions derailed the Darken begun before the White Shadow placed a hand on her shoulder, making her go silent. Forgive my companion, she's just exhausted. It's been a long day. The White Shadow said amiably before his tone underwent a change. Let's cut the crap. We know why we're here. I have been letting your guy look around my head ever since I felt the first touch on my mental walls. Cheshire stiffened, though you couldn't tell it. Sportsmaster pressed a single button on a device strapped to his hips. There was an amused laugh that came from the projection that suddenly appeared in midair. Well, I was not expecting that. Lex Luthor commented. He sat on a brown office chair, hands clasped before him on the table. How did you know that Simon was around, tasked with reading your mind? The White Shadow shrugged just as a figure made its way from behind a few abandoned machinery. The familiar form of the Lights Go to telepath appeared. He had surprise painted on his face. You have your secrets, I have mine. TSK. That's not how it works, I'm afraid. Luthor managed to convey that simple statement with as much mockery as he could. We have been keeping tabs on you, so to speak. You are powerful, very skilled, and relatively professional. Darken snorted at that last bit. But what steals away from that is the fact that you are an unknown variable. That much power, yet you have gone under our radar up until you decided to show up? We are the ones in the know yet, your presence caught us by surprise. So here's the deal, White Shadow. Luthor leaned forward. Remove your mask. Let me see who you really are behind the layers of ambiguity. Maybe then we'll find a common ground. Chapter 174, Self-Sabotage Part 1. Aiden's POV, if you stare at the void for too long, it starts staring back at you. Such a cliché sentiment, yet true nonetheless. Only in my case, my other half stared back at me. Red glowing pools of eyes to my glowing white ones. A counterforce to what I had been standing up for. A contrast. The black to my white. The yin to my yang. The dark avatar. A hard-fought battle had ravaged our surroundings. My mental space shaken to the core due to the battle for supremacy against my other half. I had tried balance. Chaos and darkness were not inherently evil. Just like order and light were not inherently good. Just the pure expressions of reality. Structure could be founded from chaos giving birth to order. Order alone gave rise to mayhem by virtue of the continued existence of structure, eventually leading to chaos. It was a tug of war. Unceasingly difficult to balance fully. Things would have been much easier if I was Rava's host. That would have still necessitated the presence of an opposite, but that opposite would have been someone else. It's a completely different thing when you're your own biggest ally as well as enemy. My body had a white cloak of energy, white glowing eyes, and Rava's symbol predominantly on my chest. My body had a purple cloak of energy, red glowing eyes and Vatu's symbol predominantly on my chest. What? I am the Avatar. Avatar Aiden. The absolute monarchy of chaos, no. It's order. Balance, balance, balance. None can exist without the other. I clasped my hands against my other hands. My face staring at my other face. The expression of malicious intent on one of my faces eased and changed to nothing but a blank visage. Like a statue, mirrored by my own other face, tranquil like a pond with no ripples. Two separate entities, yet one. A force of existence. Two principalities governing over all. Dualities. Balance. I sank into the depths of what I should have been pursuing all along. Balance. My soul united for the purpose of true control. Balance. Noble purpose. Noble sacrifice. Noble ascension. Noble descent. Mortality is reserved for mortals. Eternity is reserved for transcendental beings. All exist within the bounds of my domain. Equal share for all. Equal pain. Equal happiness. Equal death. Equal life. Equal strength. Equal weakness. Equal. Unequal. Unequal. Equalize. Balance. At what cost? The words slammed into my psyche with the weight of a sledgehammer. Snap out of it, child. Iroh? I lost control of it, darkness and light bloomed. 1 month later, I couldn't put it off any longer. The helmet of fate appeared in my hands as I sat cross-legged at the edge. Behind me was a lustrous island, further than that was an ocean that stretched out over hundreds of thousands of miles. Small islands and big ones dotting like holes poked in a white canvas. My realm. My beautiful realm, scarred. No! The admonishment was quick and fast. I corrected myself. Not scarred, changed. Evolved. I stared at the front. Before me was the beginning of unreality. Of chaos so primal, the only way for a sapient creature to perceive it was an inky black. A true void. From within I could see myself, looking at him, me, with the same look I had on my face. I agreed. We had failed to achieve, I had failed to achieve balance. I had caused this split by not understanding what I really was. Killing millions of reasoning beings was the final straw, and so my perception of my actions, albeit necessary, fucked me over. I was not broken, but I was not innocent anymore. I had killed, and the guilt, however small it was the gateway for tainted darkness to take over. For my suppressed dark avatar's side to rear its head. Chaos was not evil, but cruelty, negativity, and darkness was an essential part of what gave life meaning. Good was important because it was separate from evil. And evil was similarly important. I placed the helmet of fate on my head and the world turned white. Present, Warehouse General POV, wait. Darkin held the White Shadow's arm, stopping him from removing his mask. She glanced at everyone around, all of them waiting in bated breath. Are you sure about this? She asked, all a part of the plan. Her companion shrugged. Don't worry. He assured her, not sounding particularly nervous about revealing his identity to one of the most conniving supervillains in the world. This is a show of trust. The White Shadow turned to look at Luther's face displayed on the projector strapped to Sportsmaster's hip. One that I'm sure will be generously rewarded by the favor we asked for. Luther narrowed his eyes. We shall see. The genius billionaire refused to commit to anything. The White Shadow's hands fell. That is not an answer, Luther. Cheshire brushed over her sais. The dangerous tone their opponent or potential ally had used sent her on edge. She looked over at Simon. I cannot read his mind. Neither can I read the girls. Fuck. That meant, mind blasting them was probably out of the question too. A hard fight it is then. She signed to Black Spider, motioning to him to take on the girl while her and Sportsmaster swarmed the White Shadow. Simon would be useless in this fight. Yes. It is not. Luther agreed, quite easily. But for this to work, you have to give before you can receive, my friend. Anger rolled off the white shadow. Those are not acceptable demands, Luther. I am a monarch. The prince of a kingdom. I demand you treat me with the respect accorded to my station. A glint of interest appeared on Luther's face. Using his prodigious mind, he could already make inferences and come up with theories on the sudden appearance of these two. The way the white shadow got angry for the perceived insult on his person and the quick rebuttal that he came up with shed light on many things about his origin. Luther now knew his story, and through that, he could push the buttons he wanted. An understanding look came upon his face. Perhaps I was a bit too rash, Luther amiably stated. Sportsmaster's eyes narrowed slightly, but he, like the rest of the light's enforcers, knew better than to call him out for the act. This was all a part of the game. But you have to understand. It is not only a matter of trust, but an extension of professional courtesy. A responsibility, you see. You already know who I am. Would it be fair if I didn't? A brief silence settled among them. Finally the white shadow sighed. You're correct. However, Darkin's mask stays on. I do not trust how far your professional courtesy extends. Luther frowned. Surely. Her mask stays on. That is out of the question. Otherwise we are turning around and walking out. The white shadow refused to budge. Luther sneered on the inside. He's clamoring for any shred of control. That means he thinks he needs the light more than the light needs him. Good. Let's see how far I can push this. Luther gave a curt nod. As you wish, but you will allow Simon to do an in-depth scan of your mind as an alternative. No. The refusal came too fast. He had expected it. Darkin's hands tightened on the blades in her hands. Ready to attack. I have sensitive secrets of the realm. Secrets that a leader should only be aware of. I will not put my kingdom, as broken and lost as it is, in jeopardy. Two words stood out to Luther. Broken and lost. So which was he? An exiled prince? A king from a conquered nation? A prince from a failed rebellion? All those scenarios led to one obvious conclusion: he needs resources and strength to either take back his kingdom or get revenge on his enemies. The light's main motivation was to see the eventual rise of humanity. If Luther could expertly annex this new realm, the potential for a surplus wave of resources for their schemes would be more than guaranteed. But first he needed to know the situation. Luther hummed. That changes things by quite a bit. The white shadow tensed. If it does, it does. I am not balking on that. Luther raised his hands. I understand your wariness for a deep dive into your mind, then what about a surface-level scan? A way to meet in the middle. The same silence stretched out between everyone present. The tension built up and Cheshire leaned forward, ready to explode out towards the two figures. I agree. The white shadow replied. The decision seemed to have been very hard, based on the way his muscles shifted under the long overcoat. My liege. Darkin stated in surprise, trailing off. We all have to make sacrifices, Darkin. That's what Father used to say. The white shadow replied in sadness. You've already made more than enough of them. When will it end? Darkin harshly shot back. Enough, Darkin. We will have this conversation at a later time. He shot her down. Wow. Great acting. I can see where you get all the drama from. The white shadow told her telepathically. Thanks. She answered back pleasantly. I was being sarcastic. The white shadow said. I know. Darkin replied, making him snort. But seriously, are you sure about this? You told me to get an in. We needed to be careful not to slip up during these early steps. Yes, I did. And everything has gone as planned. We have spent the last 2 months cultivating our image and reputation. You do not have to worry about anything. I know how Luther thinks, so I anticipate it for all scenarios. Dealing with Simon is nothing. In reality, their mental conversation had only gone on for around a second. Stand down, darken. The white shadow ordered. The female Umbrakinetic looked unsure before merely nodding and stepping to the side. The white shadow walked forward to stop closer to the projected image of Superman's greatest archenemies. His hand rose up and removed the white mask, hiding his identity. The first thing Cheshire noticed was the sharp blue eyes, then a brown face with traces of an Asian heritage, yet a long nose and chin that was distinctly found in Caucasian descent. The white shadow was a ridiculously handsome man. Cheshire objectively observed. He smiled without cheer, a small upturn of his lips. Greetings, my name is... Chapter 175, Self-Sabotage Part 2. General POV, Welp, this is unusual. He started. Really? How so? The bespectacled woman sitting across from him cocked her head to the side and asked. One leg was slung over the other, her hand was placed on the arm of the leather chair. She gave off the air of a stern professional, yet underneath the glasses, those who knew her would have noticed a gentle light. He gestured at himself. All this, the last time we spoke, I told you that the next time you saw me I would be different. She nodded attentively. And, when I said that, I meant it literally. That I would physically be different. He waved at his face again, seemingly waiting to see a different reaction than the calm one on her face. Yes, I do remember. You gave me a few keywords that upon mention would let me know that it was indeed you I was talking to. She flipped the book in her hands a few pages back, intent on reading them. Don't! He shouted a little too loudly before an apologetic look crossed his face. Don't read them out loud. I'm embarrassed about what the audience will think of them. He added this time calmly, though his brain was still working out why the woman before him did not seem at all fazed by his new identity. Then again, working with Lucifer probably had something to do with that. Dr. Linda Martin frowned. Audience? He slung his feet fully onto the couch and rested his head on the arm. Dr. Martin watched the action calmly. It felt like nothing could shake her. He had been trying to disprove her of that notion by subtly pushing her buttons. They both knew it. It was a game. Yeah, the audience. There's a distinct possibility that reality is a sham and we're all just a story being told. Or seen. Or read. He shrugged. I didn't take you for a conspiracy type. She wondered, asking without asking. I'm not. I'm a hardcore realist, but when you live in a world with all sorts of crazies running around, the scope of understanding and acceptance on what's real or not is redefined. He waved at himself. Take me for example. 2 months ago, I approached you as a black man and now my sweet chocolate eyes have been replaced by these blue lady killer orbs. He pointed to his eyes. That's what a normal person calls freaky shit. Ergo, you believe we live in some sort of fictional world? Are you not afraid that that particular outlook is extreme and might cause some concerns over your own existence? Aiden in his white shadow persona looked at the woman weirdly. Could she read minds? No, judging by the look on her face, it was clear she just wanted to understand his thinking process and maybe unearth the core of his problems. Anyone needing a therapist had them, don't let someone lie to you. He laid his head back on the armchair. Not really. My existence is already too fucked up. H. Oh right, we talked about this during our last session. You said that you were facing problems with your other half? How is that going? She inquired, leaning forward slightly. He released a slow breath. Yeah, still fucksville on that front document. I tried so fucking hard, but... He trailed off, not really knowing how to approach that particular subject. He didn't know how he felt. It sucked, but the disappointment warred with indignation, with anger, with sadness, to make it a slushy of negative emotions that only made things worse. Let's leave that for now. How is your sleep? He sucked in a breath, finding it easier to talk once more. Fine, I guess. No more nightmares? She prompted. He smiled a little. Not really. I think I have a guardian angel on that front. No new nightmares since the one with the demons. His tone went slack at the end. Dr. Martin frowned in concern. Let's go back to that. He shifted uncomfortably in the couch. It's only for the purpose of understanding where we left off. It will only take a minute or so. She added to ease him. Okay. He nodded. How do you feel concerning what happened? He clenched his jaw. What do you mean, Doc? My thoughts on the fact that I massacred millions upon millions of demons just to keep the Earth safe? What should I feel? Guilt? Remorse? Happiness? Nothing? They deserved it. I offered them leniency and they refused, so I took drastic and necessary measures. I am not losing sleep over that. He found himself breathing heavily, already seated up on the couch. The therapist had a look of deep concern on her face. And while he hated pity, somehow it managed to make him feel as if someone was seeing him for him. He was about to apologize for the outburst when she spoke up. Have you forgiven yourself? What? The question caught him by surprise. Had he? Did he even? You should. Doing something bad to bad people does not change the nature of the action. But sometimes your intention is what matters. It is a very scary thought sometimes. Our guilt clouds the mind and makes you feel undeserving of your own forgiveness. Forgive yourself, Aiden, or else you will never move forward. It was a sobering thought. He hadn't forgiven himself. Not really. Just because he knew it was the right thing to do didn't change the fact that it was a bad thing. Killing them was necessary, and Aiden wouldn't choose another option if it meant putting what he said he'd protect in danger. Say it with me, I forgive myself. Somehow those words were the hardest thing to come out of his mouth. He opened his mouth and just croaked. He closed his eyes and slumped back on the couch. It doesn't matter. I don't have any regrets about what I did. Dr. Martin removed her specs and rubbed her eyes before placing them back on. You don't sound like you believe that, she tentatively said, knowing that a gentle approach would make it harder for him to lash out. He turned to look at her before looking away without a word. I see. Let's move on. Last time we spoke, you told me you liked someone. That you could see the potential of having something real there. It felt like the room got colder, yet she pushed on. Is that still a thing? Nope. I fucked that up too, he said bluntly. Could you clarify, please? Dr. Martin replied. What's this, Doc? Aiden snorted. I thought I paid you to make me feel good about my screwed up life. Dr. Martin tried really hard not to roll good eyes. Teenagers. You pay me, yes. And as you can see, the precious gemstones have been put to good use. She gestured around her immaculate office. But I'm not here to make you feel good about your life. I'm here to guide you in working through what you need to. And we will not make significant progress if you insist on shutting me out, she said sternly. Aiden, please stop deflecting and face your pain. Locking away the emotions you don't want by your admission hasn't worked out that well for you now, has it? She finished softly. Aiden sighed, knowing she was right. That's a low blow, Doc. But you're right. She didn't say anything except give a nod while waiting for him to speak up. It was probably never going to work. She was too fresh from the pain. Her sister had sold her out, and then she'd spent months being experimented on by some sick alien fucks. H. The therapist coughed. Sorry about the language, Doc. It's fine. Continue, she prompted. Our first time was unusual, special, and my kind of screwed up. He chuckled, remembering the heat, the passion, the need yet hidden in a small part within them both, escape from the crushing loneliness. Were it any other girl, I would have been slapped the next morning. They would have accused me of taking advantage of them in a vulnerable state, but actually that was not the case with her. Looking back at it now, I realize that neither of us were to blame for our actions. It's clear that someone manipulated our desire to feel loved and brought us together. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It was something he had always thought about. Someone was to blame, yet they gave him a gift in the way of a few special days. Then what happened? Dr. Martin's voice broke him out of his reverie. His face changed. I did the right thing. I told her the truth. I told her about the fact that I knew through my future self that we would find each other. That something special would happen during the night of my birthday. I told her everything. And it cost me her trust. He blinked his eyes to get rid of the stinging. Oh, Aiden, Dr. Martin said, seeing the pain on her young client's face. You know, that's why I doubt it sometimes. Love. Why was it that being open, being honest is what broke us apart? He looked at her while asking that, seeking a genuine answer. I cannot give you the correct answer. Human emotions are very complicated, but I can infer from what you've told me. She shifted worriedly in her seat. Aiden, have you considered the fact that you two bonded over your situations? For her to find out that you knew something like that, she must have felt like she was the only one without control. And trust me, not having control is a scary thing. He looked at the therapist and considered her words. You're right, but it doesn't matter, no matter what she felt at the moment, doubting my intentions. He took in a shaky breath. I don't have a lot of conditions for you to be in my life document. Just trust me, that's all. H. Dr. Martin hummed while writing something in her book. Let's go back to our earlier topic, Aiden. What is going on with your other half? Aiden felt like groaning. He understood that it was therapy and that they were supposed to work through his emotions, but the failure was too raw, too fresh. Well? Dr. Martin prompted. Fuck it. Okay, Doc, you win. Let's start from the top. Aiden resolved. Chapter 176, Self-Sabotage Final Part. General POV, and so, left with no other choice, I took a risk. Aiden said. What do you mean? Dr. Martin asked after furiously jotting down something in her notebook. Before anything else, Doc, you need to understand something. This other side, it's not just a part of me, it is me. A chill spread out across the room, the shadows of the various furniture stretching out ghastly. Aiden sat up with a thoughtful look in his blue eyes. In fact, I can show you what I mean. He offered. Linda clutched her notebook tightly before giving a single nod. Instantly, a foreboding feeling took over her as Aiden lowered his head. His shoulder-length hair kept loose fell over his face, obscuring it, until it didn't. Red eyes and a rictus grin over his face, showcasing his straight white teeth, greeted Dr. Martin. Her mind went blank for a few seconds, heart hammering as she made eye contact with his eyes. Linda's psyche started unraveling at the seams. Thoughts of trashing her office were the least terrifying out of all the ones she had running inside her mind. What if I took this pen and jabbed it in my eye? I should steal an airplane and crash it at an occupied stadium that would make more beautiful fireworks than the 4th of July. No. What am I? She shook her head and looked to Aiden. To try to tell him to stop it. Then her eyes trailed over his form. The black shirt, folded over his muscular tattooed arms, had her salivating thinking about, I want to fuck him. I want to fuck him so bad. I'd never fucked someone younger before. Her hands were going for her buttons when the feeling vanished like a wisp of smoke. What the fuck was that? Linda lost her cool. She staggered up to her feet, Aiden rising up to help her now that his eyes were back to normal, only for her to hold up her hand. Stop! Don't come close. He stopped. Dr. Martin poured herself a glass of water before drowning it down fully. She then started fanning herself with the notebook. She felt out of control. Even now that the feelings had faded, there were undertones of the emotions she felt. It was like she was back in her 20s and not giving a fuck about anything, only that was multiplied 10 times over. She considered ending the session right there and then. However, she had no idea when she would see her youngest client again. Suck it up, Linda. You have to push on. She took one last breath and walked back to her seat. I'm okay. I'm okay, she proceeded to say, cutting him off before he could ask. Aiden had a face full of regret. He sighed. I apologize, Doc. That, I wasn't thinking. I thought that you wouldn't be affected by it. It's all right. She waved him off. Just be careful next time. Whatever that was, she shivered with a slightly haunted look. It made me want to do terrible things. I felt like I was on the edge of a cliff and were I to fall over, there would be no coming back. I call it the penance stare. He softly explained, his head clutched between his palms. That malicious warped energy is a personification of all my fears and potential. There are a lot of things I'm afraid of, Doc, but arguably the one thing that scares the living shit out of me is me. He looked up. You said that you felt like you were at the edge of a cliff. I feel the same. Only difference is while you have the possibility of stepping back to safety, I am standing on a rope separating two extremes. Chaos and order, and if I fall on either side, no one can stop me. He said ominously. Dr. Linda Martin swallowed nervously. It didn't feel like he was lying. Then don't fall, she finally said, to which he burst out laughing. The laugh was self-deprecating. I forgot to mention, the rope is burning on both ends. The elemental dimension, you're fighting a losing battle. Nabu's voice rang out as Aiden floated in midair, two orbs, one red and another blue, whirled around each other, clashing, pushing and pulling. A web of golden energy, mystical power supplied by the Lord of Order to stabilize the fusion or at least the balance between the two opposing fundamental laws, surrounded the orbs. Aiden floated alone in a rapidly changing environment. 1 minute his body would be in a white space, then the next it would be in a reddish-black environment. The alternation was uneven, just like the rapidly changing surroundings. Come on! Come on! He pulled more of the power offered by fate, the almost bottomless power Nabu had access to, overloading the connection to the helmet. Stop! You are only delaying the inevitable. In the main dimension, a golden glow suffused end horizon. Its origin point seemed to be a chasm of dark energy, scarring and separating the dimension into two sides. One side was structure, the other was amorphous reality. In between, a shirtless Aiden, his body dripping with sweat that evaporated due to the coat of yellow energy he desperately pulled to save his dimension, floated. The helmet of Nabu was on his head. Iroh looked on with a serious gaze before turning his attention to the game of chess in between them. He cannot afford to lose this, the old spirit stated. You worry too much. The boy thrives in these situations. It is perhaps his greatest power, Lucifer said, moving his bishop to d2. The game had been going on for some time now and neither parties seemed to one-up each other. Then again, this was to pass the time, not to defeat anyone. I still prefer shogi, Iroh commented before making his own move. Mage. Lucifer looked at the board intently, sparing a gaze at the occupied Aiden. I know what you're thinking, you wonder if I will intervene should it be required. Iroh brushed his hands over his beard. Naturally. Aiden is strong. But this more than just about strength. Lucifer snorted. It takes a certain kind of strength to admit you need help of any kind. He hasn't made a move to request for it. So my answer is no. He made his move, positioning the pawn in a way that forced Iroh to take it using his rook, unaware that it was just a strategy that would lead to him losing an important piece on the board a few moves down the line. Even if he did indeed request for help, would you? Iroh trailed off, shaking his head slightly. Sorry, we both already know the answer to that. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. And what do you mean by that? Iroh blinked and refused to break the eye contact. It's your move. Lucifer glimpsed down at the board. They continued playing, as the fate of the dimension was being decided by the Realm Master. A whoosh of green color was tackled out of the air by a purple one. Kai blocked Sai's way. They could feel Aiden's power and spirit fluctuating heavily. Sai wanted to go help their dad, but Kai was blocking him. He felt the gentle touch upon his mind from Aiden. Feelings of reassurance, care and love that assaulted the three spirits from thousands of miles away. He had sent them that far out to avoid having them caught in the blast radius in case he failed. Sai swallowed his indignation and flew back down to the mega-huge island that could have passed for a continent back on Earth. A small boy, wearing a white bodysuit with the insignia of the House of L, walked forward to place a hand on his friend's snout upon his landing. Match was unknowingly displaying a gesture of comfort while looking at the golden horizon. Back in Aiden's mental space, Nabu's voice rang out once more. Your spirit is too weak to sustain true balance between both sides. I tell you this not to weaken your resolve, but to make you understand that this will not work. Shut up, Nabu. I am not giving up. Not yet. I fucking can't. His fingers expertly danced in the air. Like molding clay, he pushed the energy together, careful not to destabilize it. Careful not to fuck himself over. The blue and red spheres orbited around one another, growing closer and closer. Finally they touched. For a second nothing happened, and then, the world exploded in Aiden's eyes. The blue and red shifting surroundings blended into a weird collage of colors that felt unreal, before giving way to a gray space. A gray space that hummed silently and ominously. Aiden brought a hand to his front and saw the gray color of his skin, which matched the grayness of this new space. Where am I now? He asked out loud, his voice spreading out in echoes. Don't you remember? Aiden was not expecting the question that literally came from all directions. He tensed his body and looked around. Behind you, stupid. He turned around and jumped away at the next second, landing a couple meters from his previous position. Before him was a dark red version of him. A small smile on his face. How? Gray Aiden could not fathom what was going on. Red Aiden cocked his head to the side. You insisted on denying me, for so long I had to watch you let that thing take over when I should have been the one. He roared in anger. Order has no place in a word like DC. You fight fire with fucking fire, Aiden. Speechless. Gray Aiden paced around the red version as he took in his words and came to a terrifying conclusion. You mean? Red Aiden's smile stretched out. Oh yeah, I am the Avatar state. Your chaos-driven Avatar state. Back on Earth, Linda Martin's office, Aiden stiffened. Linda picked up on it. What is going on? The boy had a look of abject confusion as he stared at his therapist. Doc, did I ever tell you about what I really am? Linda's face scrunched up. Well, never mind. I'll explain it anyway. He leaned forward in his seat. I am what you call a puppet. This body you see right now is merely an ability of mine that enables me to create and control one other unit. So while you might consider this all I am, my real body is behind the reins and fighting to ensure we continue our wonderful conversations. But that's not the point. Document. He sucked in a deep breath. Self-sabotage. That's what this is. Those two words have been ringing inside your mind ever since we started getting deep into it. My question is this: why? Chapter 177, I Am Change. Finally, we're back to our MC's POV, Aiden's POV. This makes no fucking sense. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. I could not understand just how any of this was possible. I went from a normal kid to an interdimensional traveler to an avatar to a hero to a convict to a realm master to a father to a mass killer to being on the cusp of losing myself all in the span of a few months. Like what the fuck? Even while faced with the absolute and undeniable truth, you still falter. I ridiculed myself, or rather this red version of me said. I could feel the connection between us. The space separating us was only a few meters yet. Everything that made him I could perceive. I could feel it in the same way that small voice in my head always whispered. Only it had grown stronger. And not only that, it was starting to bleed over. The penance stare. A unique ability that Analik never possessed, yet I did. I was changing the more I had tried to achieve balance. 1 second I felt zen, methodical, logical. A resolve that demanded order, and then the next, I felt illogical, spontaneous, and malevolent. It was a trial in and of itself to limit the influence both sides could exert on me when I was controlling my puppet. The perk had come in handy. If it wasn't for it, I would have been stuck in my realm running interference without carrying out some much-needed plans back on Earth. Especially when you consider the mission I had gotten. Chain quest activated. Let's go villain hunting. First mission, destroy the light, time to put your money where your mouth is. The League has been treating the symptoms to a terminal disease. Sooner or later, one of these fucks will accidentally press on the doomsday button while jerking off to second-rate porn because they can't get it up with a real female. My money's on Luther. He's a petty jealous cunt. You destroyed approximately 23,072,452 demons. The light should not prove to be a challenge for you, right? Wrong! Fuck this up and the kitty gloves are off. Despite their many failures to attain global domination, OL Lex and his buddies have a few tricks up their sleeves. Members of the Light taken out 0 out of 6 mission objectives. Kill each member of the Light to prevent the same old cat and mouse game. Carefully dismantle any countermeasures and or dead switches they have in place in case they die. Reveal to the world their crimes. Mission parameters: mission time limit 3 months and 15 days. Then it's all fucked. Mission difficulty: nightmare. Yeah, you heard that right. You've killed demons and demon lords, but trust me, this shit is on a whole other level. Mission rewards: 50 training points for each objective cleared. 200 training points for completing the mission. 2 new perks. 1 unique ability from the Avatar world. P.S. The second mission will be updated upon completion or failure of the first one. PPS. If by any chance the Light replace a member taken out, the new members shall also be included in the list. Hence, it is advised you take them all out in one fell swoop. PPPS. You need someone to watch your back. Get a team. PPPS. To aid you in this endeavor, a new system function had been activated. New system function. Sentience bundle. Using a certain number of training points, you can unlock a sentient character. This character will not be the original but a copy with all the abilities and skills the original possesses. 250 training points Bender Trainee. 500 training points Bender Practitioner. 1,000 training points Special Characters. 2,000 training points Expert Bender. 4,000 training points Master Bender. 20,000 training points Grandmaster Benders. 20,000 training points Avatars. 20,000 training points Divine Spirits. The rewards from the previous chain quest had changed a lot of things for me. Mission complete. Associates remaining, 1 out of 5, objective failed. Rewards tallied: 100 training points. 100 training points. 1 boon from Lucifer Morningstar. Claimed, a new perk. Congratulations. You have received a new perk. Homunculi Puppet. Homunculi Puppet. Through splitting your concentration, you can materialize and control 1 homunculi puppet with peak human physical parameters. The puppet does not need to eat or sleep and runs of an internal energy network that is sustained by your own stamina. Due to that, your original body enters a period of weakness and lethargic responses so long as the homunculi is active. Currently, you can only use 1 bending art through the homunculi. Once the art is chosen, it cannot be altered up until the homunculi puppet is dematerialized. Elemental Affinity Fire. Elemental Skills: White Fire, White Lightning. Perk List updated: Chi Blocker. Adaptive Physiology. Hammer Space. Body Refining. Homunculi Puppet Spark of Enlightenment. Training points 386, but even while idly replaying those memories, my mind was still stuck on those 2 words. When had I ever worked against myself? Linda didn't make sense. Just like my life. Nothing was making any fucking sense. Self-sabotage, huh? I thought about the conversation I was currently having with her. Even in this gray space, surrounded by nothing and standing in front of what was my biggest headache, those two words still refused to leave my mind. Self-sabotage. Because what else do you call someone who never takes the easy way out? You have placed such a huge responsibility on your shoulders and stubbornly refuse to see that it's not all about you. You push everyone away and go about every meeting expecting, no, wanting a fight. That mindset has cost you friendships, wisdom, and patience. You say you are your biggest fear, Aiden, and I agree. But you're also your biggest obstacle. Her words registered in my mind through the link I had with my other body. A punch landed on my face, throwing me away. My jaw felt a flash of pain before going numb. Bastard. How dare you ignore me to listen to that bitch whine about shit, while I am right in front of you. I picked myself off the ground and turned to him. I wasn't ignoring you, yeah, I was ignoring you. I admitted midway, getting tired of all of it. A kick landed in my midsection and launched me off my feet yet again. My ribs cracked and it got hard to breathe, and then it disappeared suddenly. But I barely noticed it. The same words running through my mind endlessly. Self-sabotage. Am I really my biggest obstacle? The simple answer would be yes, based on what was happening before me. I was getting beat up by myself. I chuckled, lips stretching out over what was supposed to be broken teeth sustained from Red's, yeah, I'm calling him Red now, rant and blows. Self-sabotage, but it wasn't as simple as that, was it? It wasn't as simple as him being the bad guy. It wasn't as simple as him being chaos and hence rebelling under my control. The Order Avatar state did not care for the notion of freedom, so what was different? Self-sabotage. And then it hit me. The blows felt weak. A drop of red landed on my cheek and I understood. I looked up into my eyes. Into Red's eyes. Tears falling over a too wide smile as punches landed on my face and defenseless body. I doubled over a particularly hard blow to the belly and coughed. It's me. It's all me. I was looking at all of this the wrong way. It's not a fight. It was never a conflict. I took it as a conflict because that's just how I have been choosing to see these things as. One battle after another. I fucking wasted 3 months. 3 fucking months when all of this could have ended with a genuine. I looked up again, a trail of tears falling down my cheeks as well. I am so fucking sorry. I accept you. The whole of you. And just like that, a pulse of power spread out. Red stared down at me with a shocked expression. I got up to my feet and walked over to stand before him, placing my hands on his shoulders. I have been sabotaging myself. You were never my enemy. You are me, for crying out loud. Everything we do is to better ourselves. And I couldn't have done all of it without you. It was pretty obvious now that I think about it. The snark in my mission description, my leading the team and striking out on my own the way I did, my avatar abilities seemingly not following the same rules as a normal avatar, and my perks. Every perk I've gotten has been something I've needed or useful. The system only handles the system functions. There's no reason for it to have been issuing me perks unrelated to avatar. It's all been you. From the start, I suppressed you because I thought of you as unneeded. As the evil thoughts in my head. As the dark side, but you're more than that. You're my inspiration where my order side has been my determination. You're my unpredictability where my order side has been my mechanical focus. My emotions to its logic. You are the fuel where he has been the engine. I see it now, and I appreciate you. For the longest time, Red and I stood there staring at each other, and then he shrugged off my hold and turned around to start walking away. I watched his back. An apology is just the start, Aiden. It won't fix everything, but you now know what to do. Just let me out to play sometime. It sucks being holed up inside you like this. He might like it, but I am changed, for fuck's sake. His voice rang out as he stopped a couple meters away. He swiped out a hand, like brushing away a curtain to reveal the outside world. Feast your eyes upon your own stupidity. He stated, and I was shocked to see dark pockets of chaos spread out across my main dimension. You really should listen to people who have been fucking with magic for eons. I fucking hate the guy, very much prefer Clarion, but Nabu was right. You cannot achieve balance between me and the other guy when your spirit is so weak. He turned around to face me, the image of the cliff we were standing on, looking out to the spacious sea and islands of the main dimension fading away into gray again. You have an idea on how to undo this clusterfuck. I know you do, because I'm thinking of the same thing. Use it, it's okay. If there's anyone else who has your back apart from White and I, it's Equity. Chapter 178, From Me, Of Me, and For Me. Aiden's POV. I instantly slowed the flow of power, trying to maintain the balance between the two opposing fundamental laws. Chaos and order. One was untamable just by virtue of its nature, while controlling the other was conditional, reliant on structure being maintained. I was the only being in the whole cosmos with the ability to even exert that kind of control. But potential needs time to be realized. As I was, the tide of power would pull me down and I would be lost, consumed and left nothing more than a puppet with base instincts. The drastic reduction in speed alerted Nabu. I see. I felt your mind momentarily get pulled somewhere. I take it you have come up with a different strategy? His voice rang out in my mind. Yes. I responded, my own tone muffled by the helmet. I spared a glance at a certain mountain peak and watched as the two teacher figures in my life, both concentrated on beating each other in chess rather than help me. I still regret introducing them to each other. I smiled. I wouldn't have had it any other way though. This was my mess to fix. And I would need my entire concentration for this. My body puppet turned into wisps of light and disappeared in Linda's office, thoroughly freaking out the therapist. She was not amused by the "I'll be back" I managed to throw at her before dematerializing. Instantly, I felt my mind grow sharper and more focused. My body also regained some of its lost energy and I was back to a 100%. You ready to save my world, Nabu? I wondered out loud, pulling Equity out of the hammer space. The first time in a while. By now it had already completed its evolution. As per our agreement. Nabu's voice trailed off as we both looked on in shock at the blade in my hand. Equity seemed to have changed, yet not. The katana was still black, the edge still sharp, but now a yin-yang symbol was etched into the crossguard and the broadsides seemed to pull you in deeper and deeper into its black color. Such potent demonic energy. What is this weapon? Nabu's voice rang out, pulling me out of my stupor. I ran a finger along its length. It was warm to the touch and I could feel just how capable Equity had gotten. I pulled my hand back just as Equity broke apart into dozens of knives that floated around me, each knife twirling in the air in a lazy drill, and slashed out. The knives cut through the air in unmatched speeds, all aimed at Lucifer and Iroh. Serves them right for letting me do all the work. But really, they were the strongest beings apart from me in this realm. I wasn't going to pass on this opportunity to see just how powerful Equity had become. Black trails, not unlike the color of the chaos chasm I was meditating in front of, trailed behind the dozen knives. But my targets were not just anyone. A blue shield appeared on Iroh's sides, blocking the knives with impeccable ease. 4 of the daggers bounced off the shield and crazily enough adjusted their trajectory to come in from the other direction. The 8 daggers targeting Lucifer merely went through him without touching him. I frowned and reached out to understand why that had happened. Lucifer had exempted himself from my reality, hence my weapon could not touch him. And then something crazy happened. Black flames begun burning across the dagger's edge. I immediately canceled the skill and called the weapon back to me. I wasn't sure if I was ready for anyone to know that ability. Hell flames. Equity could now control fucking hell flames. That doubled with the effect it had to cut off a being from its power source, something I had selfishly guarded with only the angels and Lucifer knowing, meant I was almost unbeatable in a fight with beings in the same range of power. And if what I was planning succeeded, finding anyone strong enough to match me would be difficult. The daggers all flew back to me and clashed in midair, shifting back into its katana form. I turned the blade over in my hands, studying it while also slightly amused at how the two beings, one a spirit and the other the devil, went back to playing chess as if nothing had happened. There's a joke there somewhere. Fascinating. The blade exudes pure demonic energy yet is fully under your control. Nabu observed. I remembered what Red had said, apart from my avatar state, now states, no one had my back like equity. The blade hummed in my hands at the praise. It was very close to being sentient, what it lacked was a spark. I was hoping to change that by combining Red with equity. Yes. That was the plan I had settled upon. I could not achieve balance now. My spirit was too weak, but if I had someone else to share the burden with, a nascent spirit made from me, then I could theoretically put a pause on the whole achieving balance thing up until I was actually strong enough to do it. It was the only plan I had that could work. Unfortunately, it came with its own complications. For starters, Red seemed to think that either of three things were likely to occur. 1. His ego might merge with equity and create one unique entity capable of controlling all the elements instinctively with no limits to its power yet incredibly difficult to control. 2. Red's ego would lay dormant as well as his power due to the chaos attribute not being compatible with the weapon form of equity. Or 3. Chaos would prove too much for equity and destroy the sword, thereby unleashing a torrential wave of chaos energy that would lead to the destruction of my dimension. Knowing my luck, I wouldn't be surprised if that last possibility occurred. I placed equity on my lap and took a deep breath. Nabu, lend me your power. I will need your order energy again to ensure the process goes as smooth as possible without losing control and destroying ourselves. I see. The Lord of Order said. You seek to bind your chaos affinity to the sword and make it an object of power, just like my helmet. I smiled. Yeah, you actually inspired that idea. And I'm confident in it working because while your helmet is made of some tough material, and also inlaid with magical inscriptions to stop degradation of the base metal used to make it, my sword is different. I held up equity. This is not just your run-of-the-mill sword, Nabu. This is a piece of my soul. Equity was created, from me, of me and for me. It's an extension of who I am. The sword undulated in my arms. This could be dangerous, buddy. You're sure you want to do this? It couldn't understand the words, but I could feel it understood my intent. And equity was not one to back down either. I couldn't help the smile that came onto my face. Thanks. My eyes grew sharp underneath the helmet of fate. This would work. Let us begin. General POV, youngsters these days, so impulsive. Iroh stated, referring to Aiden's unexpected attack. And yet I hear no real heat towards him. Dare I say, Lucifer smiled. You're proud of him. Iroh burst out in laughter. Well, he learned the lesson all by himself without needing either of us to intervene. That shows neither of us were wrong about him. Lucifer shrugged, moving his queen to take out Iroh's rook. I just like tormenting him. Sadism is my character. I can tell it from the aggressive way you play chess. But aggression is not always the answer. Iroh had sacrificed his rook to position his knight close to Lucifer's king. His pawn was similarly inching closer to getting promoted. Lucifer could only make one move. And both moves would still be disadvantageous to him. I see. Lucifer smiled at the strategy. The old spirit was a worthy opponent. Tell me more about your world. Aiden's POV, this time, there wasn't any fanfare or huge manifestation of light or too many visible effects. It was a simple matter actually. Made easy by the fact that Red was fully cooperative. But say what you will, shoving this much power through equity was not something without consequences. A symbol of Vatu appeared on my chest. Then purple light started flowing across my skin, turning me into a smaller version of Analec's avatar state from canon. Power unlike any I had ever felt before came over me. In the Order avatar state, my emotional responses were usurped and suppressed as the logic took over. The opposite was true for my chaos state. I felt powerful, giddy, impulsive, and my emotions were so heightened, I could feel my face start scrunching up in different expressions. My control slipped momentarily as it became too hard for me to maintain that same concentration. I felt the realm shake as waves of power poured out of me chaotically. The wave of unbidden energy flowed out across my reality. Focus! The shout came from within me, enabling me to regain a sense of control once more. It's too late, Nabu grimly told me. Looking out, I saw what he meant and split my focus into two, doubling down on the separation process while also trying to ease the consequences of my slight slip-up. The integrity of the realm was compromised and space fluctuated. I dived back inside the process and tried to hold on with sheer will as the chaos pockets scattered around the main dimension grew bigger, exploded outwards or imploded within themselves. And then something shocking happened. With my realm about to destabilize and break apart, devoured by a storm of chaos energy, I felt a rush of power from within me surge. Immediately, knowing I couldn't afford to cancel the process now that I had already begun, I came upon an unlikely idea. My homunculi puppet materialized before me in a sudden vortex of energy. I touched upon the connection and sustained it, pointing what was the mental equivalent of signs towards the puppet. It complied. Everything stilled. I could feel through my senses Lucifer and Iroh pausing their game in shock. I looked into the eyes of the puppet and made an obvious observation: I wasn't in control of it. In place of the Blue Lady Killers I had chosen, just to set both identities apart, I saw white glowing orbs. The Avatar State. Or rather the Order Avatar State. White. I felt him judging the sword in my hands. The red symbol on my chest and the purple energy I was covered from head to toe with, getting funneled into the sword. We stared at each other tensely. I wondered if this would raise issues later, but now was not the time to care for that. Do what you need to do, I commanded him. His gaze looked up from the sword to stare at me. Do what you need to do, but save the realm. After a beat he nodded in compliance and disappeared in a streak of white lightning. A flashing blue text box appeared in my eyes that I absent-mindedly swiped away. Now where were we? Knowing that my dimension was in safe hands, I went back to making sure I completed this as fast as I could. Grabbing onto the mystic energy from Nabu and aided by his prodigious control, I weaved the chaos energy into a sphere of power that melded into Equity's form. I felt a beat. Almost like a heartbeat as the process instantly jumped from midway there to 90% done. All without losing control of any more of the chaos energy. Almost there, Nabu shouted. The last bit of energy flowed down my forearms and I felt something get cut off from me. Yet, a connection with Equity, greater than I had ever felt before, slotted itself into my soul. I now knew without a shadow of doubt, I had gained something more valuable than anything I had in my arsenal apart from the realm. Blackness instantly took over, but when I opened my eyes next, it was to a scene I never expected. Star? Corey, what? She looked into my eyes and placed a finger above my lips. She rest up. We'll talk later when you wake up. I could feel Equity's warm pommel in my hands as I was lulled back to sleep. Chapter 179, Priority A. General POV, AI, this is not good. Not good at all. Iroh commented, his face tilted up at the avatar state occupying Aiden's body. The wave of white energy that had dispersed out into the surroundings disappeared into thin air along with every pocket of chaos energy previously dotting the surroundings. The avatar state spared them a glance before dematerializing. What? Do you regret your decision to stand back and not intervene? A little too late for that, don't you think? Lucifer snorted. Iroh eyed him from the corner of his eyes. Don't act like you didn't agree with me. He needs to learn how to stand by himself. Lucifer spread out his hands. And now we find ourselves at an impasse. What to do? Oh, what to do? The devil said theatrically. Nothing much from here. This dimension is stable. What worries me are the rest. Iroh frowned. The avatar state had saved Aiden's dimension by expelling all the chaos energy from the realm. It made sense. The Order avatar state could not control chaos energy, and according to Aiden's instructions, it was to do whatever it needed to preserve the well-being of the realm. That left the energy needing somewhere to go. Too bad that resulted in a massive fuck you to a few other unfortunate places. Earth being one of the 3 closely connected places to the elemental dimension. All the boom tubing Aiden had been doing usually left behind a trail. That was enough for the planet to be instantly buffeted by a wave of chaos energy. I just arrived, but a trip back to my own universe is in order. I shudder to think the effect of so much dark energy on the spirits. Iroh turned to Lucifer. If I am right, your own infernal realms are at risk as well. Lucifer waved off his concern. Maze will handle it. I'm not the Satan anymore. However, I have been planning to take a vacation somewhere far from my father's eyes. Your universe sounds mighty interesting. Iroh considered refusing. He really did, but with the depths of power his new friend had, he knew he would just open a rift and follow him anyway. Very well. The old spirit sighed. However, there are a few ground rules we have to lay down. Lucy had an amused smile on his face as he nodded. As you wish, my friend. Watchtower Meeting Hall, 17 locations spread out across the globe. And that's just from the initial scan using the Watchtower. 3 of them located on the states alone. This is the current situation we have. Batman clicked on his wrist computer and the image of the rotating sphere showing Earth panned out to different screens, all displaying the same thing. Dark portals. Black swirling vortexes that seem to pull in whatever is near them in a distance of precisely 10 meters. He pointed to a terminal showing an industrial area overrun by the military. The area was cordoned off and the soldiers had guns pointed at the vortex. 6 of these 17 cases have been designated as Priority A assignments. Civilian lives casualties. Artemis stated out loud. That's Priority X, Priority A is civilian lives endangerment. Robin corrected her only for Kid Flash to snort. You guys can't be serious. Kid looked around at both teams gathered. Those vortexes share the features of black holes. The chances of anyone surviving are astronomically low. Yet this mission is at its core a rescue one. Wonder Woman interjected. We will not lose hope until we have tried our best. A chorus of nods answered her. Mach. Batman took over. I was just getting to that. 7 civilians were pulled in by the vortex in Kyoto, Japan. The military has sealed off the entire block and is open to coordinating with the League. A similar case for Atlanta here in the U.S., 6 schoolchildren were pulled into the vortex on the playground. A cruise ship 3 miles off the coast of the Bahamas lost the captain. Then an entire ward of patients in England met the same fate. Also, a popular nightclub in Los Angeles called Lux lost the bartender and 12 civilians. Lastly, Disneyland. No reported civilian lives endangered, but Plastic Man seems to have been pulled into the vortex after saving people. He concluded and ran a gaze around the meeting table to reiterate Wonder Woman, we are not losing hope until we have done all we can. Both team members have been divided into 5 squads. As of now we're assigned. Alert non-authorized entry detected. The alert came from the Watchtower defense systems, putting everyone on high alert. A flurry of movement occurred as they all left their seats. Computer, access the security camera. Wonder Woman started before a voice interrupted her from behind them. The door to the meeting hall retracted with a hiss and standing at the entrance, holding an access card and looking surprised, was Iroh. Oh goodness. I hope I am not interrupting anything. Iroh? What are you doing here? I thought the regular checkup on Superman was scheduled for next week. The Flash asked the question on everyone's mind. Yes, you're not wrong, but something came up. He made his way through the doorway and floating behind him in a blue platform construct made of spirit energy was Aiden! Starfire shouted in alarm and shoved Captain Atom out of the way, her eyes glowing green, wide with panic. Star! Robin made to follow her when Kid Flash, in a rare moment of sensitivity, grabbed his shoulder. Robin rounded to glare at him only to see his best friend shake his head. The boy wonder grit his teeth and nodded at Artemis towards Starfire's direction. We need to take him to the med bay. Artemis, catching on, quickly suggested to Wonder Woman. Do it. Meanwhile, Iroh will fill us in what is going on. The statement came out more as an order. The old spirit nodded his head solemnly. What is wrong with him? Starfire demanded from the Grandmaster Firebender. He is fine. Just tired. Iroh waved off her concerns. Starfire looked as if she was going to push, when Artemis pulled on her arm. Come on, follow me. The Tamaranian picked up Aiden from the spirit construct, being careful to hold the arm, clutching Equity carefully, and turned to follow the young archer. Ah, young love. Iroh commented absent-mindedly, watching them walk off. The cheer immediately died off as he turned his attention back to the majority of the heroes. We do not have much time. I brought him here because I think he is currently the only thing that can help you resolve what is happening. Why? Batman growled out. I'm more interested in what the cause of these black holes is. Wonder Woman intervened, shooting a strange look at the Dark Knight. Batman stoically gave no reaction. How about you take a seat, my friend? Manhunter amiably offered. To rest these old bones? Bless your heart, John. Iroh chuckled a little, his belly jiggling as he sat on Artemis' unoccupied chair. All that is missing is some tea. We are wasting valuable time here. Each second that passes could spell doom for the civilians trapped in those black holes. The Flash implored. Batman will stay back and get the full story from Iroh. The rest of us, we are moving out. Wonder Woman decided. The squads are. Aiden's POV, I couldn't tell how long I'd been out of it. A glance at the corner of my vision showed me that 30 minutes had elapsed since I had been knocked out. I tried to sit up, but a hand on my chest stopped me. Star? Corey, what? Shoo, rest up, we'll talk later when you wake up. I felt the familiar warmth of Equity as I was lulled back to sleep, noticing just how mentally tired I was. No! Wake the fuck up. I shouted at myself, remembering with urgency that I wasn't in the clear yet. I shot back up, amid Corey's admonishing, and sat on the bed. It was so fucking nice and painful to see her. My heart clutched in pain at what we had lost, and I delved into my connection with Equity or anything really to distract me from her presence. Wait, this can't be right. Equity had reverted back to its familiar form of a rapier. I might have had a fondness for its katana form because of the cool effect, but without my urging, it naturally shifted into a rapier. But that wasn't the reason for my confusion. What's wrong? Core. Starfire wondered from over my shoulder, her breath tickling my ears. I moved away, noticing the small twinge of hurt in her green expressive eyes. It's too soon, Corey. I tightened my palm as I wore my long coat. The action gave me a chance to think a little. Something weird was happening. Equity felt stuck at 90%. A fraction of what should have been its full power was missing. A fraction of chaos. And last I remember, I was still in my dimension, so what was I doing in the Watchtower's med bay? Through my air sense, I could feel Superman's sleeping form in the next room over. Aiden. I turned upon the mention of my name from Goddamn, keep it professional, Starfire's lips. Where did I fuck up this time? I feel like I've fucked up somehow. She laughed a little at my humor. The sound managing to uplift my recently bad moods. But even with the happiness to be found, a familiar ache made itself known. I knew what I wanted and I couldn't have her. That soured the expression on my face. Starfire noticed it and sighed. Can we please have a conversation without it turning awkward? She asked, but before I could answer, I noticed the slight shift in the shadows of the room. Shoo! Quiet. They'll hear us. Hugsies! I narrowed my eyes and created a large air construct that dived into the shadow and pulled out a few interesting finds. Mum. Greenie! Stars! Mum! A chorus of voices shouted out from the tumbling forms as I rolled my eyes in pleasant surprise. A small swipe of my hands and the camera at the corner of the room was promptly destroyed. Yeesh, Batman and the League would probably not be too happy about that. My spirits all swarmed Corey. Madge tackled her left leg, then held on while floating around. Sai flew in his dragon form that was suspiciously still tiny, just like Kai's, to wind up in her shoulders. A puff of fire and smoke and his form shifted into a replica of a young me, 7 years old but way cuter. Breeze turned into a small tornado that blew Star back onto the bed with a yelp before settling on my ex's ample chest with a proud look on her face, and Kai simply curled next to her, her dragon form like size shifting into a little human girl with some differences. For instance, she had on purple horns in her red hair that matched Starfire's, but her eyes were the same complete shade of glowing red to be found in my chaos form. Their happiness was plain to see. I knew they had missed Corey immensely. Star had really made my realm feel like a home just by her presence there. And just like the kids, Corey seemed happy to see them as well. I cleared my throat, putting on a stern look on my face, despite the happiness I was feeling. They needed to learn how dangerous this little stunt had been. How had they even snuck out of the realm in the first place? You kids have a lot of explaining to do. I crossed my hands on my chest. Chapter 180, Shake It Off. Things will pick up speed soon, guys. General POV, in the endless garden overarching all, another fork in the road. You know what this means, destiny. Dream told the cloaked figure walking beside him. The figure had a book chained to his right hand. Whether to show that neither could escape the other, irony reigned supreme that the keeper of the authority over fate could be shackled to something. Your power was never absolute. None except the presence can boast of such a thing. I ask again, my sibling, do you know what it means? Dream insisted, finally stopping. Destiny copied his actions, the multiverse he held in his hands, flapping open. Indistinguishable noises, whispers of reality under the cracks of stone, shifting winds that heralded the coming storm. Centuries in the past and millennia in the future. All something he had encountered and knew intimately. Almost too intimately. The morning star kept him invisible to others. That cloak has been cast away. Our younger immature sibling wisely hid from everyone for 3 months. But now he can hide no longer, and they move. The page was blank, only showing the insignia of authority, a symbol Aiden knew very well. After all, it was branded in his soul. One side black and red, the other side white and blue. The true avatar symbol. An enigma at its very core. Dream was inwardly surprised. This was the most Destiny had ever spoke. I find myself most excited, Destiny stated with his gravely voice. The sound of a book being closed snapped Lord Morpheus from his musings. He smiled at Destiny's back. Matthew, inform Lucian I will be running rather late. The crow perched on his shoulder cawed. By your leave, Lord Morpheus. Elsewhere, spools of the strings of reality, caverns of the fates, arrogant. A voice announced. Prideful. Another added. Contradiction. The last one pitched in. Punishable. 3 voices sounded out in unison. The kindly ones hovered over the end of a string that could not attach, hence could not weave. Fate was a fickle thing. How dare anything less than an outerversal entity not be under her providence? It was intriguingly upsetting. The morning star hid him from us. Clotho sneered. Not just a sister. From everyone, including his own gaze. Atropos added, her gaze spearing through veils known and unknown to look into the walking void, snapping the threads of those closest to him with every significant action. It gets harder and harder to knit, dear sisters. The strings do not braid as easily as before, where he is concerned. Lachesis complained solemnly. His existence is blasphemous. An insult to Mother Ananke. Atropos raged. Then I suggest you help me. A whisper in the wind. Who? Lachesis looked around in surprise. The Time Emperor. The Norns announced in succession as to the possible identity of their uninvited guest. Kronos. Nothing escaped your gaze. Whispered the last dregs of will from the disgraced Titan Lord. I have a proposal. While holding no true enmity with the boy, he alone can unravel reality. You recognize the threat he poses. Give him to me. An interesting proposal, sisters. Clotho spoke up. Indeed. Lachesis agreed. It's a no. Disgraced king. Atropos announced, contrary to what the source of the whisper was expecting. A brief silence reigned supreme. You shall regret your short-sightedness. And with that, the kindly ones were left alone. Plotting once more. Fool! He is the one who does not understand. Atropos spat out. So eager for a true demise. Associating with the boy at this stage is foolhardy. Lachesis said. Foolhardy. Her sisters echoed. Lachesis' fingers danced in the air above a spool of golden string. However, what are pawns for if not to be sacrificed? Clotho started laughing. Devious, dear sister. Devious and necessary. Atropos complimented. I believe the Time Emperor's proposal to be of merit in part. Send a king to kill the peasant. Lachesis smiled. Poetic. A few whispers through the ornate halls of Olympus and fate gets her way. Aiden's POV, Kai, I expected better from you. I chided the small dragon, hiding behind Corey. In fact, every one of them was doing so. Match looked around at his siblings and copied what they were doing, which was hiding behind Corey's long legs and peeking out sneakily. Breeze stuck out her tongue from atop Star's head. A gust of wind ruffled the sheets on the bed, making them fall on me comically. I heard giggling sounds from all of them and sighed. Haha, very funny. I swiped out a hand and sent the sheets off me. They're just having fun, Aiden. No need to get angry at them. Corey admonished me, rubbing Match's head affectionately. On the outside I kept a smile on my face. Having fun, huh? You're all grounded once we get back home. It was a punishment I copied from my parents. And trust me, it worked wonders despite the cliché nature of the whole affair. Dad, no! No-oh! Take that back. Who else but Breeze? Match once again listened to what Sai had said and repeated it. Dad, no! Star and I looked at each other and burst out laughing. So adorable, she said, pinching the little Kryptonian's face. Me! Me! Me too! Breeze interjected, ballooning in size to a green-haired little girl with mischievous light green eyes and a cowlick on a bang at the left side of her hair. All right. Star patiently turned her attention to each of the kids, giving them hair rubs. I noticed she was really good with kids. It didn't escape my notice that Sai and Match called her mom. A soft smile appeared on my face. She was so beau. The door opened with a hiss and I instantly covered the kids with a cloak of air, rendering them invisible. Star, oh Aiden, you're up. Robin's face fell upon seeing me. I cocked my head to the side. Yeah, but you don't sound too happy, boy wonder. Still salty that you've never broken my obstacle record? I joked. Yeah, that's it. Robin dryly stated before turning around. The other squads were deployed. We're on standby duty. You missed the briefing, but I'll fill you in on the way to the console, he said while leaving. Thank you, Robin. We'll be there in a minute. Corey responded with a smile. Instead of leaving though, Robin stuck to the door indecisively before his lips settled in a thin line. I am not going to leave you here alone with him. Corey and I both frowned, for different reasons. Robin was making the mood tense and awkward. Robin, it's fine. We just have a few things to discuss and then. I'm sorry, Star, but I can't risk it. That little shit. I mean, I know we weren't the best of friends, but still, bro, what the fuck? Are you suggesting I cannot handle myself? Are you calling me weak? A little bit of anger escaped me once I saw Corey's pissed-off face. Her wrists were charged with green energy as well as embers sparking across the length of her hair. Damn, how the fuck did her hotness factor go to a 10? Props to Robin that he didn't have a change in his expression. You want to tell her, or should I? He directed the question towards me, leaving me caught between a weird place. My annoyance and my confusion. What in the hell are you talking about, Robin? I finally asked. Iroh told us everything. His sights went back to Corey. Aiden is the reason for the, as Iroh called them, chaos vortexes. Can't say I'm surprised. That threw me out of loop. A foreboding feeling overcame me. I was still struggling to find out what had happened though. Okay, clearly I'm missing something here. I turned to Corey, ignoring Boy Wonder because he was testing whatever little patience I had these days. Star, what is going on? Starfire looked between us and sighed. Robin, excuse us. They entered a brief staring match before the Boy Wonder gave up and turned to leave. I tapped my ears and Star understood what I meant. And no listening in. I mean it. The Boy Wonder snorted but pressed a key on his wrist computer. The slight hum detectable to my superior senses went off and I knew we could talk without anyone eavesdropping. You might want to sit down for this. I frowned but did as she said. Then she told me everything. About how swirling pockets of energy had appeared in 17 locations on the planet. About how 6 of those were termed as Priority A, something which I remembered from my teen days to mean civilian life endangerment. About how the League had marshaled up to go and deal with the 6 Priority A pockets and save people. Despite Star missing the debrief, we were able to make conjectures based on what I told her to realize that Robin was right. This was my fault. I fucked up again. After the 5 minutes of ruminating on my mistakes, I got up, not even that aware of Star's closeness when she sat next to me on the bed. Okay, I lied. I felt her warmth like the comfortable heat of a burning fireplace. I need a glass of water. Without waiting for any input, I left for the bathroom, closing the door gently behind me. I sighed looking at myself in the mirror. What's that old story about the donkey that saved itself from being buried alive? Oh yeah. Shake it off and step on the soil, using it as a foothold. Eventually, I'll make it out of the pit I dug myself in. A blinking icon appeared in the corner of my vision. No, not appeared. It had been there even when I was back in my dimension. I had just ignored it for more important things. I maximized it immediately. Alert! Urgent mission. You just sent a being of order to deal with chaos energy, good plan on paper. But shit is about to hit the fan. Due to your broad instructions, the Order Avatar State had decided to save the realm in the most effective way it can, expelling all the unstable chaos energy out of the realm. What this means for the realms the energy ends up at? Well, that's your mission. Find out and stop it, or at least mitigate any negative effects, or not. Chaos is fun. Mission objectives: get rid of the chaos pockets. Survive the machinations from the kindly ones. Mission parameters: time limit. Before the world is consumed by chaos, you dolt. Or don't. Mission difficulty: NA mission rewards 50 training points for each chaos pocket dealt with. 50 training points for each opponent you prevail against. Training points 386. P.S. This mission could go either way. Remember, trust in your power. Okaway. What the fuck? I splashed water on my face. This world is determined to drive me crazy, huh? At least I got to see Star, though there's a lot of awkward tension between us. But maybe I could use this to my advantage. If I completed this urgent mission, I could stack my team with some valuable players, taking the burden off saving the world from my shoulders as I concentrated on getting stronger. I had already decided that the first chance I got I was doing the fire-bending advancement trial. The inklings of a plan started forming in my mind. Maybe this wasn't so bad? A swirl of light escaped me as I activated a perk. My connection with the homunculi puppet slotted itself and I instantly acquired another field of vision. A boom tube opened and I stepped through as the white shadow. Back in the bathroom, equity appeared in my hands and I opened myself to the energy I had been wary to access. My heart instantly fell into the same wavelength as its pulse. I could feel it, chaos brimming inside. I could also feel multiple beacons calling out to me in the direction of the planet. Following the mission parameters, I knew something was going to happen. In 1, 2, 3. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The P.A system started going crazy. At the drop of the third number, vast energy of almost the same tier as the angels made itself known. I exercised my own inner energy to stave off the effects while stepping out of the bathroom. Star had a worried look in her face as the kids looked scared. She couldn't feel it, but the spirits could. A boom tube manifested by our sides. Get in, I ordered. Corey looked ready to object. What is happening? Get in, I said curtly before adding, I'll explain later. Right now the kids shouldn't be here. Starfire chose to trust me and ushered them through the portal. The last gaze she threw at me told me I had a lot of explaining to do on why I relegated her to a babysitter. The announcement coming through the P.A system went silent, and a second later, an enchanting voice spoke through it. I am Phoebus Apollo, and by the authority of Zeus, my father and the king of the gods, I seek out Aden Strong. Oh fuck. These fucks? Chapter 181, Divine. General POV, Robin's frown seemed to deepen as he stood before the console. The mission was well underway and his focus should have been on that, but his thoughts kept on straying. The look on Starfire's face when Aiden was dragged and unconscious set him off more than he liked to admit. Bravo team to Watchtower, do you copy? Captain Adams' voice came through the comms. Robin looked around the control room and sighed. Stewart was supposed to be the one in charge, but he was off repairing the hub's training room download app after a particularly overenthusiastic sparring match between the two heavy hitters of the team, Starfire and Superboy. Oh, it's Superion now, huh? That name is never going to catch on. Robin smirked a little before the smile grew sadder. Superboy did not want to take over Superman's mantle because he believed beyond the shadow of doubt that the Man of Steel would wake up. It had been 3 months, though. Bravo team, I read you loud and clear. Confirm your location? Robin absent-mindedly responded to the call-up. We are in position. Green Lantern is commencing a deeper probe into the nature of the vortex. Robin nodded at the answer. All teams stand by. Move on my signal. He passed through the channel with practiced ease. Robin, this is Delta, status on console? Batman's gruff voice sounded from the comms. Lantern Stewart is finishing up some light repairs on the hub's training room. You can blame that on Superion. Robin smirked a little at throwing Superboy under the bus. Robin, status on console unknown. Lantern Stewart communication device is not working. Robin's brows scrunched up. His fingers running across the massive keyboard. Accessing the hub's cameras. Wait, that's not right. I can't find him. Boy Wonder clicked on the terminals one by one, failing to see the green and black costumed hero anywhere. Run a full. Batman's words were cut off suddenly. Wait! What is that? Robin exclaimed. He enlarged the image and widened his eyes. A trail of green light was flying away from the watchtower towards a shooting star? A meteor? Warning! Warning! Unidentified object incoming. Proximity distance to the watchtower, 20 miles, 15 miles, 10 miles. The alert came through the watchtower's system. Console, report in. What is happening? Wonder Woman's voice blared through the channel. Something, a ball of light is headed straight for the watchtower. Green Lantern is on a course to intercept it. I'm sending the images to your holo device, Batman. In outer space, Stewart was hurrying towards something his ring registered as X energy, meaning divine power. Using the environmental shield, Stewart managed to contact the watchtower. Console, do you copy? Robin jumped on that chance. Roger. Do you know what that is? Negative, but I'm going to find out. Deploy the force field just in case we're not dealing with a friendly. Stewart responded. Wilco. Keep your comms open. He then turned to the main channel. All teams, the situation at the watchtower is currently manageable. Stewart and I can handle whatever this is. In addition, we have Starfire and Maelstrom. Robin hoped he was doing the right thing. Are you confident? Wonder Woman asked. This was the Justice League's headquarters they were talking about. Robin hesitated for only a second. Yeah, go save lives. There was silence for a second. Robin was annoyed because he knew the League were talking through a private secure line. A minute later, Batman said something. Lantern Gardener is en route to provide backup should you need it. Robin swallowed his indignation, knowing his brief hesitation was what had caused the League to think of Gardener as an option. Copy that. Robin did as advised promptly. Bravo team, what have you managed to find out about the Chaos Pockets? Are they safe for entry? Console, we will handle the operation on the ground. Make sure you keep Superman and the Watchtower safe. Wonder Woman rebuffed and Robin managed to stomp down on his agitation. Turning away from the console, he looked at the entrance to the control room, wondering how long Star and... A burst of light suddenly exploded out at the front. It was so strong that it filled up the whole view of the camera. Robin blinked his eyes in shock. Then a massive blast on the left wing of the Watchtower took out the cameras on that side, red alerts flashing in the monitor. Signal lost? So no Aster. Robin swallowed, running out of the room while trying to reach Stewart. A few minutes earlier, Green Lantern's green aura protected him as he paused in mid-space, looking out towards the incoming god. Stewart snorted. As far as we was concerned, there was only one god. So if this poser was here with less than noble intentions. His ring glowed green before a huge road stop sign was created between him and the light. He added a brick wall behind the sign for added protection. The ball of golden light noticeably slowed down, before finally stopping a few tens of meters away, revealing something strange. Stewart could feel the heat exuded by the new arrival even in space. The heat passing through his environmental aura. It sent warning bells ringing in his mind. The chariot was made of gold, for horses pulling it through space. A trail of golden clouds and light carved a fading path behind the chariot. On the chariot was a tall man with blonde hair reaching his shoulders, a golden circlet around his forehead and a bow strapped to his shoulders. The man was distractingly handsome. Almost too handsome. His skin glowed with an otherworldly light that was distinctly inhuman. A golden tunic covered his lower chest, attached to the back by a band on one shoulder. The man was cut like a Greek god, and the ring on Stewart's finger could not accurately scan him. Identify yourself. Stewart spoke up, using the ring to help transmit his voice through the vacuum of space. Feast your eyes, mortal, upon a true god. His voice was melodious and contained a touch of arrogance. Sanctify the name of the eternal blazing sun, for you stand in the presence of Phoebus Apollo. A halo of bright light lit up behind him in a semicircle, his face set in pious belief at his own majesty. Stewart tapped into his comms. Ah, Diana, it's one of yours. When there was no reply, Stewart frowned and tried again. Wonder Woman. A feeling of dread overcame Stewart and he hurriedly covered himself in a tank behind the stop sign and the brick wall. Bright white heat washed over the constructs, breaking past two and pushing John back, the final construct just barely blocking the attack. You dare ignore me, mortal? You stand before the god of the sun, art, music, and divination. Where is your groveling? Apollo asked with a sneer. Stewart's face changed into a cold anger. Self-entitled shit. There's only one god and trust me buddy, I don't think he comes dressed as a pervert. A machine gun formed on Stewart's side, blasting out bullets as the Green Lantern himself pulled in at close range, understanding that the sun god was well versed in long-range attacks. I have no time for quarrelsome debates. Stand out of my way before I deem your life forfeit. Apollo gave the warning only for Stewart to ignore him. The construct bullets burned away within a distance of 5 meters from Apollo as he blazed with a golden heat, the horses strapped to the chariot neighing. Stewart arrived, forming a fireman's suit around his body for more heat isolation, while an army knife formed in his hands. Apollo raised up a hand, a harp appearing on the crook of his left hand, lying on his shoulder. Then he strummed the instrument. The first note managed to stun Green Lantern's mind. Stuart was too late to construct ear plugs as the wave of artistic sounds kept reaching his ears by divine means. His body froze in place, shaking with effort as he tried to break free. Almost succeeding, but not fast enough. Such a willful man. Apollo laughed a little. Begone from my sight. His tone changed, divine solar energy rushing out of the palm of his left hand to drown out Stuart's body. Green Lantern managed to increase the capabilities of his environmental aura, compressing it into a stronger energy cloak. His body was left unburnt by the wave of energy, but the force of it all pushed him back. He speared through tens of miles before colliding with the left wing of the watchtower with his back. The force field shimmered as he bounced off of it, his body getting squeezed in between the relentless divine attack and the stalwart defense. Luckily, a drill formed behind him and he speared through before his environmental aura could be destroyed. A breath of air escaped Green Lantern and he idly wondered how many damages were waiting for him to fix during this latest wreck caused by him. He broke past the layers of the garden, which had been fixed only 3 months prior, before a huge statue of Superman stopped and cushioned his flight. Painfully. A whoosh of air escaped the watchtower from the hole dug before the force field managed to activate once more. Fascinating, this orbital station would intrigue Hephaestus. Apollo's voice came from Stuart's front as the former Marine pushed off the broken statue's arm, pressing down on him. The god had teleported in. You are still alive? A begrudging respect appeared in the god's eyes. Perhaps I misjudged you, mortal. Regardless, I am not here for you. His eyes glowed with golden light while John checked the charge on his ring. 23%. Damn. A protracted fight seems like a bad idea. If I can distract him and recharge. Then who are you here for? Green Lantern decided to humor the Greek god. A brilliant smile broke across Apollo's face. Good. I see you're a man of reason. Understanding that some battles cannot be won and acquiring a willingness to peacefully resolve conflict shows your humility. I shall write a song for you. But first, lead me to Aden Strong. Aiden? That's who he's after. It makes sense in a way. Still. Any second now, Robin. A cheeky laugh sounded out across the garden, and a second later smoke bombs landed between the Green Lantern and the Greek god. What is this? The smoke bombs exploded in a green smoke that obscured Green Lantern's position. Apollo sneered as he could already tell from his godly senses that someone else had decided to join the battle. Did they not know the meaning of the word futility? A blast of light washed over everything, pushing away the smoke and lighting up the whole garden. Using his divinity for the arts and music, the god tapped into the speakers across the megastructure. I am Phoebus Apollo, and by the authority of Zeus, my father and the king of the gods, I seek out Aiden Strong. Chapter 182, Crashing a Fight. 2 months ago, Olympus, around the time Starfire leaves the dimension. In the Hall of the Gods, housing 12 thrones that were the symbol of each of the Greek gods' immense power, silence dominated. Zeus had a stormy expression on his face. By his side was the Queen of the Gods, her brows set in a perpetual sneer as she cast a ridiculing look her husband's way. Hermes, how confident are you in your report? Zeus bit out, his fingers digging into the stone of his throne. Streaks of golden lightning danced across his beard and an aura of barely restrained power hummed in the air. It had all started when the fates had given a prophecy. A prophecy that spelt of an uncertain future for the Olympians. Zeus had sent Hermes to find out what the cause could be. The initial thought had been an attack from the other pantheons or one of the children of the Big Three scheming against their parents. Time and time again had shown just how much of a threat a misguided demigod could be. But this? The prospect of a new Skyfather, of a new pantheon. Hermes bowed his head at his father and the king of the gods. His helmet was held underneath his armpit, the wings on his ankles twitching slightly at the passive oppression from the Skyfather's overwhelming power. His eyes strayed to the rest of the Olympians. Hera was her usual distasteful self, nothing new there. Poseidon had an intense look on his face, most likely mulling over what Hermes had told them. Demeter was throwing worried glances at the figure who sat on Hades' throne, which happened to be Persephone, filling in for Hades, who was feeling under the weather. Everyone knew their eldest brother just did not have the patience to deal with Zeus. The two clashed on almost all accounts. And because the underworld still needed its monarch to take part in the mandatory meeting the Skyfather had called for, Persephone had elected to go in his place. Zeus had been angry but could ultimately do nothing, as he understood that now more than ever, they needed to be united. It was just one of the reasons he was uber mad. Athena, similar to Poseidon, had a keen look on her face. It differed in that where Poseidon had the intensity of a raging storm, Athena's eyes, gray like her father's, were cold and calculating, dissecting the information given and coming up with conjectures and countermeasures. Apollo was slung over his throne in a casual pose. However, for anyone who knew him, they could tell he was lost in thought. He felt Hermes' gaze on him and established eye contact, nodding a little. A silent communication happening between them. Artemis had a bow in hand, twining the string absent-mindedly as she stared at her twin in suspicion. Apollo was acting off. Hermes immediately moved to the next god, which turned out to be Ares' empty throne. Hermes' eyes passed over that clusterfuck and landed on Aphrodite, who had a coy smile on her face. The god of travel quickly averted his gaze when a familiar feeling of warmth invaded his groin. Not going to think about. Well, out with it, Hermes! Zeus roared out, startling Hermes from his distracted eyes. The latter caught the small reassuring smile on arguably the best of the Olympians, Hestia. Oh, sorry, father. He hurriedly apologized, only for Zeus to snort in derision. Save your apologies and answer me. How valid is your report? Instead of answering, someone else stepped in. The fates do not lie, brother. Misdirect, give vague answers, yes, but not lie. Poseidon stated. And yet time and time again, whatever they prophesy rarely ends well. Is that not enough to question their intentions? Hera dryly countered. Take heed, husband. Whatever Hermes thinks he knows, he might be wrong. Hera threw a scathing look the god of travel's way. Everyone knew of her hate for any of Zeus' bastard children. But surely this merits concern, does it not? Demeter implored. We decided to separate ourselves from the mortal world after the whole Ares affair. To my knowledge, nothing has changed. I do not see a reason to involve ourselves now. Dionysus lazily said, sipping on a wine pitcher from his throne, ignoring the sudden chill that invaded the room. Especially from Hera. Ares was not a topic they discussed, ever. If anyone should be concerned about this new development, it should be you, Dionysus. A mortal well on his way to acquiring divinity? I'd say that warrants enough reason to investigate at the very least. Artemis pointed out, to which her brother merely threw her a stink eye and drowned his never-ending whine. Father, have you decided on what action you're going to take? Athena addressed Zeus. Being her favorite child, he looked at her in a much softer light and sighed. We risk war with the other pantheons should we misstep. And that would be all Darkseid and his horde would need to attack. Apollo said with a yawn. You would think that after all these years they would have done so already. Do not underestimate the new gods. Athena's eyes flashed with a grim light. Silence. I have decided, we will not pursue the matter concerning the mortal. While the prophecy from the fates should be heeded, we left the mortal world behind. It does not concern us. Fool! Poseidon thought. A few of the gods smiled while a few others frowned, but nonetheless accepted the king of the gods' verdict. But then Hermes spoke up. Father, before you make your decision final, there is one last thing you should see. An annoyed look crossed over Zeus' face. Hermes, we shall no longer revisit this issue. He ordered and looked around. Now let us get on with the next thing on the agenda. Hermes looked at Apollo, who rolled his eyes and sighed. The oracle, my divination, I cannot see his fate at all. He is a walking void, Apollo said, gathering attention. He leaned forward. Father, believe me. You will want to see whatever Hermes has brought with him. It will only take a minute or so, insignificant to the eternity we have. Murmurs broke out, before Zeus slapped his throne. Silence! Everyone quieted down. Hermes. His voice was low and dangerous. The god of travel felt like tapping into his prodigious speed and running away. He bowed. Despite the common insinuation that Zeus was a lumbering horny fool, no one could deny his fury was legendary when he perceived an insult to his person. Forgive me, father, for my insolence. A beat passed. Brother, why don't we give him the chance to present this new information? Hestia, who was tending to the hearth in the middle of the hall, said her piece. She rarely involved herself in the matters of governing like her siblings. Hestia was content keeping the flame burning. Zeus considered her words carefully. Hestia never asked for anything. Very well. Hermes, the floor is once again yours. He told his son with narrowed eyes, who nodded gratefully at his aunt and reached into his pocket. His fingers came out clutching a roiling sphere of multicolored shifting images. A memory crystal? Athena inquired. Indeed, sister. And what is inside will shock you. Hermes replied in a grave tone. He turned to Apollo. Apollo, if you will. The god of the sun, arts, music and illusions nodded, reaching out and pulling the memory crystal into the palm of his hand. His eyes glowed golden as he accessed the memory, and then using his minor divinity, all the Olympians were pulled into the illusion. A few minutes later, the illusion broke. An aura of incredible power rippled out of the Hall of the Gods. The sky above flashed blue with lightning as all the minor gods below the sprawling city fell to their knees in unwilling subservience. Zeus was pissed. General POV, now what? Darkin asked tersely, darkness roiling off her in waves. The white shadow cocked his head to the side. Easy. Now we fight. Darkin looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Fight! That's what we've been doing for the last 5 minutes. And it's not working. How are we supposed to take down self-regenerating blood monsters that look like a cross between an angel and a demon? There are easily thousands of them. They were standing a few hundred meters before a massive black castle. The castle was surrounded by flying humanoid creatures made from chaos and magic. They had blackened wings that dripped with thick blood. Beautiful porcelain smooth faces that cracked when you hit them and bled with the same black viscous blood. And were tall, dressed in tattered robes. Sharp claws speared out of their sleeves, which is what they used to attack with. Sounds of fighting could be heard from afar due to the white shadow's superior senses. The creatures that had not arrived to swarm them were busy fighting someone else near the castle grounds. The vortex at Club Lux had, funnily enough, manifested where Galil had conducted his illegal underground fighting ring. The place had been renovated into a basement, storing liquor. A bartender had been pulled in as well as a few people who had wandered down there. Using the negativity in the underground fighting ring, chaos had precipitated the creation of these murderous, spiteful creatures that seemed to regenerate whenever attacked. However, the White Shadow knew that the key to breaking the whole dimension down was finding the lost civilians and saving them before their life essence, which the dimension drew upon to give the creature's form, was completely sapped away. Come on, Darkin. Look on the bright side, he said, swiping out his black saber. White fire slashed out in an arc that took out tens of the chaos creatures, burning them all away with a hiss. The white fire was proving to be scarily effective on them. It congealed into a snake construct that slithered away towards the castle. There's a bright side? She asked skeptically as spikes made of darkness speared through the creatures coming towards their flanks. The white shadow placed a hand on her shoulder and the surroundings instantly blurred in her sight. Sparks of white lightning escaped his form as he stepped away. Darkin noticed that they had crossed the hundreds of meters and were now before the castle and also close to Wonder Woman and Super Ion. The latter was mob diving across the courtyard, taking out the creatures with a spin, a red shimmering shield surrounding his body. Wonder Woman spared a glance at the new arrivals, her lasso lashing out to grab a few creatures and then swinging them to a few of their compatriots. They clashed on each other and fell in a tangle of limbs. "Rarik!" The Amazonian princess yelled and took a leap, her sword coming out of her sheath and dissecting a creature in mid-air before plunging the weapon into another one as she looped down from her leap. The two were being besieged on all sides by the creatures, trying and failing to get to the door of the castle. Some of the creatures screeched, a loud sound that grated on Darkin's ears and announced their presence. The White Shadow laughed, jumping up, aided by his white jet flames. Just as the snake construct he had created a few seconds before crashed through the gate of the castle, taking out even more creatures. The bright side is, we get to crash a fight. Chapter 183, versus Apollo. General POV, in brightest day, in darkest night. Robin, knowing he had to give Stuart the chance to recharge, decided to take the fight to the new arrival. His hands went to his utility belt, swiping the exploding birdarangs he had become so familiar with after years of doing this. Using the brief window of opening after Apollo's flashbang of an attack, he threw the projectiles towards the self-proclaimed god with excellent precision. Let those who worship evil beware. The bombs exploded before reaching his position, the shockwaves rippling out yet doing nothing to the unfazed Olympian. Apollo ran his fingers over his hair, straightening it. "I feel like I'm at a circus, jump monkey, jump." He pointed finger guns at the boy wonder's position and started pelting him with light balls. "Oh crap! So not whelmed." Robin was already moving across the ledge on the wall. He jumped and used a zip line to swing away, only for the line to snap from Apollo's barrage. Robin saw the ground rise up so quickly to meet up with him. He would suffer nothing less than a broken leg if he didn't do something. Pressing a button on his wrist computer, a current ran through the flailing cape behind him, hardening it enough that he could glide. The fall was still hard. He tucked his knees to lessen the impact and rolled, with only a wince at the pain in his ankles. A shadow of his body was cast before him, making him realize that a light attack was headed straight for his position. The heat of the incoming attack was unbearably warm across his back, despite the heat-resistant material of his suit. It was at that moment Robin realized he was fucked, or was he? Green Lantern's light. A shining iridescent shield appeared to block the path of the attack, saving the boy wonder's life. Robin rolled away and hid behind a tree trunk, fingers moving fast across his wrist computer. "We need some big guns, of the Aiden type," he muttered, panting slightly at the narrow escape. Despite his tense relationship with the older teen, mostly because of how how Aiden carried himself with a casual arrogance that grated on the younger boy's nerves, Robin realized the stakes were high. With Aiden, Starfire, Stuart, Gardner and Robin, the fight would hopefully end in their favor. After all, Wonder Woman's fight with Ares could attest to just how powerful the Greek gods were. So Robin swallowed his pride and took over the P-Data system. "Aiden's POV, Maelstrom, Starfire, we need you both in Level 2, of the Watchtower's left wing. Level 2 is the garden in case you didn't know." I turned away from the direction of the control room and started heading towards the left wing, just like Robin had instructed. I made it past the hallway, following the now very apparent sounds of battle at Level 2 of the section. My air sense, energy sense, and spiritual attunement spread out, giving me an accurate read of the whole structure. My eyes widened at the absolutely staggering energy I could feel brimming out of who I guessed was Apollo. I sucked in air through my teeth as I realized that without going all out, this wouldn't be a fight I could win easily. One step forward and my body streaked with blue lightning, flashing through the hallways and rooms like a beam of blue light. I made it out onto a balcony overlooking the luscious space garden and took a running leap, then let the artificial gravity pull me down. "Hello, old friend," I said to the wrecked garden, recalling the massive fight Fate and I had had in the same place. While we had decimated and uprooted the vegetation, Apollo had gone an extra step and several things were burning. Birdarangs melted a couple of meters before reaching the god of the sun, the very air shimmering with heat covering the god's position in a golden haze. A bright flash of green escaped a broken section of the wall, leading to the cafeteria which was built right next to the garden. Stuart, shrouded in his familiar green lantern aura, yelled out as he threw a large boxing glove at the horrified god. The boxing glove was instantly consumed by a blaze of heat that extended out in numerous flame tentacles to swallow the lantern. Huh. Apollo could control fire. Not unusual, but... Equity hummed in power. It wanted a taste of that fire. No, of that energy. I flashed, skating on the air, and arrived before Stuart. The katana swung out 100 times in a few seconds, leaving behind trails of black after images in the air as I cut off all the tentacles. Apollo didn't like that. I sensed the buildup of energy from the front and smirked. Hold your tits for some DBZ shit. Equity changed form into a long lance that I strapped across my shoulder like Sun Wukong. An intense solar beam cut through the air, and I answered back with a new skill I had painstakingly worked hard to control perfectly. My own super condensed beam of blue plasma. Following the principles of lightning being partially ionized plasma, I only had to streamline the process by equally distributing my inner fire to burn the neutral gases in the air following the path of the lightning bolt. What this accomplished was a straight, direct continuous beam of blue light that was so hot I could only channel it through equity. The clash happened instantly due to the speeds of the attack. My feet dragged across the floor as I was immediately pushed back by the force of the attacks. The point of contact between both beams swelled as I doubled the power output pouring out of equity. "Ha, you're strong." "But I am stronger," roared the Olympian god. Immediately, the heat grew even more oppressing. The sleeves of my coat started burning before I pulled on more of my inner energy to then create a thin film resisting the divine energy from Apollo. Still not enough. I gritted my teeth and spread out my legs for more stability. The shift caused me to make eye contact with my opponent. His eyes shifted from surprise to recognition, weird, to an intense battle lust with a wide smile that looked disturbing on his handsome face. No homo, but wow. What the fuck is up with your face, you androgynous? Your gal is a BTS fan, so I'm stealing her way, kawaii-looking bastard? I felt my spirit surge up in response to that jawline. It's been long since I had a good fight, and this more than most felt justified. I took a step forward. My legs, especially the calves, strained in power. A burn I had thought I lost pervading my muscles once more. The energy beam struggle was taxing on my stamina. Luckily, I had lots of it, though I wasn't sure I could outlast a god. "Aiden! You will risk blowing up the watchtower. Tone it down." Robin's voice was barely audible through the intense clash. Sparing whatever attention I could, I realized that he was right. You couldn't feel it easily, but the watchtower was shaking. Tremors that only worsened as the swelling mass of divine energy and elemental power swirled around each other. The area around us was filled with burning tree remains and mist from the vapor of the evaporated pools of water. Maybe having an energy beam clash in the middle of an orbiting station wasn't the brightest idea. A layer of green energy covered our attacks before the swell of energy could explode. "Stuart. Gardner. Direct the energy upwards." Another green layer of willpower joined the first one, covering the quickly destabilizing energy from the right, squeezing it and molding a sort of pipe that directed it upwards. There was a small beat of silence. A silence that had me noticing the small smile of ridicule on Apollo's face before he snapped his fingers and the world exploded. I flashed away with a sonic boom, going with my fastest speed just as the suction from the depth of space tried pulling me away. I grabbed Boy Wonder, an air ball constructing around us and running out of the garden entrance, the air getting depleted inside the structure. My eyesight was a blur of interconnecting hallways before I stopped on a deck overlooking a swimming pool. The metallic door sealed shut behind us. The place was peaceful and comfortable. I dropped Robin and breathed out a sigh of relief as he stared at me with a stunned look on his face. "Thanks. For saving me, I mean." I held up a thumbs up. "Don't sweat it. It was partially my fault anyway." Saying that, his mood took on a drastic change. Oh crap. They're going to kill me. He hurried to a terminal near the elevator doors, undoing the panel and connecting a cable onto a port. If I can reroute more power into the energy field, then we can stave off the effects of space in the garden and any other leaks we might have, he muttered, swiping away at the holographic screen. Though I'm probably going to need the lantern's help just to make sure the watchtower doesn't break into 2 pieces. The structural damage on the foundation is too much. Wow. I have never heard him ramble that fast before. Huh, Robin? I called out. Not now, Aiden. I have to fix your mess. Okay, rude. I narrowed my eyes, backing away a little, knowing what was coming. You and Star will have to deal with Apollo alone. Speaking of which, where is? Okay, first of all, shut up. I snapped, making him flinch a little. I sent her away to my dimension, and just so you know, Apollo is headed. Oof. I must have underestimated the speed of the moving ray of light. Breath left my lungs as I felt something collide with my chest, pushing me off the deck, onto the furthest wall of the room, through it with my back, a slight tingle as I plunged through a force field, aided by Apollo's light projecting outwards enough to cover me and then out into space. The pricks of light dotting the wide expanse seemed to all move in the opposite direction as me. I could easily open a boom tube to my dimension, but I was wary. The realm was still recovering from the whole chaos affair. If a fight were to happen there, I could set back its progress even more. Not to mention Star and the kids were there as well. Starfire is many things, and unfortunately stubborn is one of them. She would absolutely get involved, and if that happened, it wasn't a guess that Breeze would join as well, and K, the domino effect. No, this fight I absolutely had to end out here in the outside universe. Equity appeared in my hands in the shape of a small knife. I twirled it and plunged it downwards, shadow flames dancing across its length. The attack glanced off Apollo's form as our trajectory was suddenly shifted. A small pull of gravity pulling both of us towards the moon's surface. The descent was not as fast as I was expecting though, giving me enough time to pull on my inner energy and ignite jet flames under my feet, stabilizing my form enough that I tried the same attack once more. A telekinetic force restricted my stab, keeping Equity at bay. In response, I changed its form into a lance, the action too sudden, yet Apollo, in an impressive reaction speed, twisted his light ball form into his humanoid one. The blade of my weapon sliced into the skin of his arm, leaving behind a thin lacerated wound going from his bicep to the crook of the left hand. Golden ichor flowed, absorbed into Equity. Bastard! Apollo shouted in pain and anger. My eyes widened, Equity changing into its bulky dragon slayer form. A golden fist landed onto my weapon, sending reverberations of force echoing across its length and up my hands. I was blasted away, falling onto the ground before carving a groove across the surface of the moon. I tried to take a breath on reflex and found nothing, panicking slightly before simply opening a small portal beside me and pulling on the air. Sound couldn't travel across the almost airless atmosphere of the moon, but I could feel the tremor as Apollo landed. I rolled away from the beam of light that devoured my position into an all-consuming blaze that extended out farther than I bothered to keep track of. I wound back my hand and threw Equity at him. A shield of light timely covered Apollo's front, but I had an idea on how to fight him now. A gesture and Equity broke apart into dozens of knives upon landing on the shield, all burning with hell flame and coming in from different directions. I flashed towards him without wasting time, a small hidden knife hidden under my wrist. First distract him with the obvious attack, and then when he least expects it. The god of light, breaking all my expectations, exploded before I could complete my plan. I shielded my eyes from the blinding light and moon dust, while digging onto the ground by way of flame spikes constructs spearing onto the soil and hard rock. I swiped out my hand as Equity shards gathered in my palm in its lance form. The light died down and I finally had a complete view of the Olympian. I felt telepathic feelers touch upon my mental walls and a sort of psychic knock. Gingerly reaching out, I linked with his mind, tightly keeping my mental walls secure behind me. Apollo smiled. Aden Strong. The mortal who slayed millions of demons, earning himself the moniker of Demon Bane. I gotta say, you disappoint. I cracked my neck, shrugging afterwards. Yeah? Tell that to your arm. I pointed out, earning a tight smile. A lucky move. Cheap shot. He replied, both of us walking around each other in some unseen signal. What do you want from me? I went right down to business. Things were happening on Earth that needed my attention. What's the hurry? We have all the time in the world. I laughed in disbelief. Trust me, buddy, unless you have Granddaddy's ability, then you couldn't be more wrong. The smile on his face set warning bells ringing. You cannot comprehend the depths of power a god like me possesses. Which is why becoming one is no easy task. There are responsibilities, duties, and benefits that come with the stature. One of the benefits being a divine domain where I can extend my control over reality. An example being slowing down time. I scrunched my eyes at the bold claim, throwing a glance at the corner of my eyes. The speed at which the time was moving was very slow. Comparing that with the real-time information I was getting from my homunculi puppet, and it was clear what he was doing. I laughed. Oh, cut the bullshit, you're merely increasing my reaction and base speeds to match your own perception by extending out that ability. I'm guessing you can do that because of your access to light divinity through your domain. It's not true temporal manipulation, if anything it's more like power bestowal. His face changed to a curious one. Makes for a good way to have a long conversation in a short time though. So you're not as dumb as you look. How did you find that out? He complimented, making me roll my eyes. Dude, what do you want? You wanted to grab my attention so badly and now I'm here. I pointed equity at him. Talk. I suppose you're right. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Phoebus Apollo, a god. And you Aden Strong have garnered not only our interest but others as well. That gave me pause. I had been stuck in my dimension for 3 months, so I hadn't really felt the effect of Lucifer withdrawing his protection from cosmic eyes. And why is that? I wondered, making him frown. You don't know? His eyes pierced into my own, as if trying to look for any hint of falsehoods. Of course you don't. Interesting, things were heating up on Earth with my homunculi puppet. Speak up. I don't have time for cryptic statements, Lord knows I get enough of them from those two. Apollo stopped in place. Very well. He spread out his hands. This will confirm it even more than just stating it. Without another word, his power bloomed. Light shot out of his orifices and his humanoid form was instantly encompassed by something divine. I felt my eyes widen as a familiar feeling started surging from deep within me, pulled out. Familiar yet, I had no recollection of ever accessing it. Apollo completed his transformation into something I had trouble looking at directly. It burned my eyes and rocked my spirit. He was now a 50-meter giant made up of only light. His body barely resembled a humanoid form, the limbs too misshapen. Too abnormal, but not what was abnormal about it. He was perfect in his alienness. And I felt awed, completely gobsmacked. I was standing in front of a force of nature. This is my true form. God form. A sentient bundle of energy, connected to a realm of power by faith, practice, and heritage. You would have been consumed spirit and all, if you did not possess the same spark. You Aden Strong are a god. And it was like that announcement was all I was waiting for. Something deep inside me built up, gathering momentum as it bubbled forth, like an avalanche. I felt it call out to a substratum of reality. And impose. A demand. A request. An order for reality to bend to my will. Air started manifesting across the barren satellite, forming tornadoes as my connection to the white, something I had always locked myself out of, slotted itself back into my mind. No! Yet I couldn't help it. Light struck out of my eyes and mouth. Open wide as I felt my body start changing, getting elevated to a level above the norm. A collage of colors burst around my head as my airbending changed into something else. A pool of energy no longer dependent on the avatar system, yet it didn't feel as if I was trading up. Not yet. Goddamn, stop. My spirit started getting stronger, yet strings of fate began twining over it, seeking purchase through hijacking my connection with my new divinity. I said stop. 3 sets of laughter sounded out from the void. Suppression. Oppression. Subservience. You shall learn. Nothing escapes its fate. Anger clouded my mind, instantly halting the process. The nerve. Nothing escapes its fate? I am the fucking avatar. Who the fuck do you think you are? I raged, my gaze spearing past the layers and layers of reality to stare at the 3 women, scheming my downfall. My energy sense bloomed out and I saw everything. For a single second, I understood it all. Apollo was frozen in time, as was everything. Or rather, I was exempt from it. Equity shone with a purple color in my hands, telling me exactly who was responsible for this. Somehow I had tapped into my chaos and now I was cut off from reality. From order. I saw what was headed for Apollo and I, Steppenwolf and Darkseid's parademons, sent to capture an old god like Apollo and I, the possible key to the anti-life equation. I saw the shadow of Kronos, fleeting about in the last dregs of on Earth near one chaos vortex, then plunging inside it. I saw a broken museum, in which a schoolgirl was carrying out a ritual to attain a familiar, Clarion the Witchboy watching her from folded space. I saw deep into Superman's existence, his fate strings lost out into the void, stretching out towards a layer of reality different from the one I knew. Then the split second ended. A pulse of power exploded from my body as I stopped the ascension by force. The tornadoes died out, the light pouring out of me disappeared. No! Impossible. How did you do that? One more second and you could have been a god. An Olympian! Apollo shouted in surprise, reinforcing my theory on what had just happened. You coaxed out my divinity when you extended your aura. It wasn't to have a long conversation in a few minutes like I had speculated. You were sneakily using your divinity to make me ascend to a god of your pantheon, shackling me to faith energy and to Zeus, the Olympian sky father. I calmly assessed. Apollo had a serious look on his face. TCH, filthy monkey. His whole demeanor changed. The pretty ones are the ones with the ugliest sneers, I observed. You gave up the chance at true power just because you didn't want to be shackled down by duty. It should have been an honor. A worthy sacrifice to do whatever you want. Spit flew out of his mouth. True power? I scoffed. Don't make me laugh. I was keeping this low-key because I wanted to enjoy the first fight I've had in some time, but you ruined things for me. I looked at equity in my hands, feeling an instinct urging me to reach out. You will be the first to see this. I don't even know what it is, but chaos form, activate. All fluctuations of order energy I was releasing ended. I couldn't feel my connection to the elements either. In its place, though, a volatile energy resonated between equity and I. Equity lost its form, flowing up my hand and covering my whole body in a purple aura. Apollo stumbled back, his giant form sending tremors across the area. What is this? I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I was no longer Aden Strong, the Avatar, Lord of Balance. I was Lord Chaos. I was destruction. I was impulsive action. I was freedom. I was power. I was darkness. On Earth, all the chaos vortexes stopped pulling in anything near to them. Their gyrating motion started resonating with something unseen. General POV, breaking news. The moon has just disappeared. Due to the lack of reports about catastrophic effects all around the planet, experts say it was not destroyed but merely turned invisible. With Clarion, the witch boy couldn't breathe properly. Something oppressive to him and his kind was. Do you feel that? Child whispered, somehow knowing Clarion was present. The Lord of Chaos in the form of a schoolgirl had been sent by the others after Clarion's failure at capturing the anomaly. This is not funny. Unfunny! Unfunny! Clarion threw a tantrum, teleporting right next to Child. I oppose a truce, he offered, the cat in his hands meowing tiredly. Yes, of course I meant propose Tikal. That's what I said, didn't I? He addressed the familiar before turning to his fellow Lord of Chaos with a rare look of seriousness on his face. If you don't agree, we both die. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.